again, Hussein, and welcome to the YouTube channel. So in this video, we are going to be building this MERN stack monster from scratch. Okay, so now let me just show you how this entire project is gonna look like, and then we're going to be jumping into the prerequisites and the setup. So what you can expect by the end of this 7 hour of content is this entire application. So now let me just show you that. So first of all, we have this amazing slider right here, and we can change our movies by just clicking on these dots, or we can just click on these arrows. So it's gonna just also change our movies right here. Okay, so then it's gonna just give us that choose for you, like all of the top rated movies. Okay, so we can also change our movies by just clicking on there, and then it's gonna also gives us our top movies as well. So it's gonna just grab our top movies from our database, and it's gonna just show it right here, something which we are going to be also learning in this course. Okay, so now let me just click on there. So here you can see we can totally change our movies like that, and then we have a choose movie right here. We can also choose different kind of movies by just clicking on this genre. So now let me just click on this action, so it's gonna just only give us that action movie. So if I just click on this adventure, so it's gonna also give us that adventure movies, and so on and so forth. So that was just a home page. Now let me just go ahead and go to this browse movies, and now once I click on that, and it's gonna brings us to this entire movies database, and we can just search for different kind of movies. Like for instance, if I want to search for like the Ant-Man, it's gonna give us that Ant-Man, or the Black Adam, or John Wick, or I don't know, Avengers or something like that. So we can totally search for a specific movie, or we can also select a movie by a specific genre. So I'm gonna just click on there, and let's suppose if I only want to get the action movies, so I'm gonna just click on there. So it's gonna just only gives us the action movies right here. Or if I want to go to a specific, like I don't know, maybe adventure, so it's gonna just give us that adventure movies right here. Or if I want to go to like I don't know, maybe comedy or romance, if I just click on this, so it's gonna just give us that song, and I accidentally put that right here, and we can totally remove that from our genres. So that's that. Now we can also select a different movies by a specific year. So I'm gonna just click on that, and we can just choose like 2009. So it's gonna give us all of the movies which was released in 2009. I did not provide a lot of movies because I don't have, but I'm gonna show you how you're going to be adding a lot of movies to your database. But this is just a test to show you what we are going to be building. And now let me just click on this sort by, and I can sort the movies by the new category. So now let me just click on there, and it's gonna give us the latest movies right here. Or I can also click on the top, so it's gonna give us the top movies, like the top rated movies. And I can also choose the random movies. So here you can see it's gonna give us that what do you call it, avatar right here. And now let me just refresh there, and now let me just click on that random movie once again. So anytime I click on that random movie, it's gonna give us that specific random movie right here. Okay, so that's that. Now let me just go ahead and go to a specific movie, like I don't know, if I want to go to maybe this Avengers Endgame. Now let me just click on that. So first of all, it's gonna give us the movie image, then it's gonna give us the movie name, description, and also the cast, and also the releasing date as well, something which we are going to be discussing as well. And here you can also see that we can totally provide a review for that. So how in the world we are going to be doing that? So now let me just click on this icon right here, so we can totally log in if you already have our account. But if you don't have our account, so you can just click on this register, or we can just click on this plus button right here, this plus user icon right here. So it's gonna also brings us to this page where we can create different users. So now let me just create a specific user, like I don't know, maybe the Black Adam. We would have the blackadam@gmail.com, and we would also provide the password of Black Adam and 12 Black Adam 12 once again. And now let me just click on there, and here you can see we are now successfully registering a specific user. And now let me just go ahead and just provide a review for a specific movie. So I'm going to go ahead and write a review for this John Wick. Okay, so now let me just write like I don't know, this is amazing movie, blah blah blah, or something like that. And now if I click on this submit button, so here you can see it's gonna also gives us that who did that review and what kind of review that person did, and we can also see when that review was made. Okay, so that's that. Now let me just click on this drop down menu. We can log out if you wanted to, or we can go ahead and go to our profile. So we can totally update our profile, like the user name, the email, and also the password. We can totally do that. But now let me just log out, and now one of my favorite part about this course, which is the admin functionality. Okay, so now let me just log in as an admin, and you can create different admins guys if you wanted to, something which we are going to be also diving into in a really great detail. But now let me just log in as an admin, and now let me just click on this sign in, and here you can see we also have the dashboard right here. So now let me just click on this dashboard, and it's gonna give us that amazing dashboard right here where we can see all of the users, all of the comments, and all of the movies right here. Okay, so it's gonna also give us that how many people subscribe, like how many people log in, and yeah, and then it's gonna also give us that top content right here, like how many comments are provided for each of these specific movie. So we can totally see there. We can also see the comments if you wanted to. We can also go ahead and go to the create movie, and here we are going to be just creating a different movie. So now in this case I can just click on this upload image, and I'm gonna just provide, like, I don't know, maybe this one, 1899 TV series. So I'm gonna just provide like 1899 and TV series or something like that, and I don't know when this series was released, so I'm gonna just provide like 2023 or something like that. And now let me just provide like horror TV series, which will just make you, yeah, I'm gonna just leave the detail right now because it's just a test. And now let me just provide the cast, and the cast was Hossein, and also the John, and also, come on, John, and also web dev or something like that. We can also select a specific genre. So now let me just click on that, and we can put that in a specific genre. So now let me just put that in the comedy or something like that. And now let me just click on this create movie. So it's gonna just create a specific movie, and it's gonna bring us to all of that movies right here. Now let me just go back to my dashboard once again, and now what I want to do is that I'm gonna just click on this create genre, so we can just create a specific genres right here. So I can just create like I don't know, documentary or something like that. Now let me just click on this, let me right click on that and select it as a documentary. Now let me just click on this submit button, so we can just select this documentary right here. We can select a specific genre, we can update that if you wanted to, or we can delete that. So like in this case I want to update that to something else or something like that. Now let me just click on this update button, so it's gonna just update that right here. And now if I want to delete that, so I can just click on this button, and I can just click on this delete, so it's gonna just delete that right in here. Okay, so yeah, that's that. Now let me just refresh that, and now let me just go back, and we can also go to the update movie. So I'm gonna just click on that, and we can just choose a specific movie to either update or delete. So in this case I'm gonna just update like Ant-Man. So instead of writing an Ant-Man, now let me just remove that, and Real Man. Okay, so we can update the year, we can update the detail, we can update the cast, we can update the image, we can update every single thing that we want. So I'm gonna just click on this update movie, and it's gonna bring us to this movie's detail. And here you can see we have our Ant-Man. Now let me just show you there, and here you can see we now successfully changed that from the Ant-Man to the Real Man. And now let me just click on that once again. Let me just go to my dashboard once again, and what I want to do is that I can delete a specific movie. So now let me just go ahead and go to this update movie, and let's suppose if I want to delete this I don't know, maybe this sum, or you know, let me just delete this because this one was just arbitrary. So now let me just click on this update movie, I can just click on this delete movie, and there you have it. So it's gonna now successfully delete that from my database. So now let me just close that, and here you can see we no longer have that 1899 movie. And now let me just click on that once again, go to my dashboard. We can also check all of the comments, like entire comment section. So now let me just click on these comments, so we can read all of the comments, like who did a specific comment, what they are saying, and when this comment was made. Okay, so now let me just click on this delete button, so we can also delete a specific comment if we don't like that. So yeah, that's the entire thing that we are going to be building in this amazing 7 hour of content. So now let's talk about the prerequisites for this course, like what are the things that you will need to work with this project. So now let me just go ahead and go to my YouTube channel right here. You can just type Hussein Web Dev on the YouTube, and it's going to just bring you to my amazing channel right here, where you can learn different kind of things. And you can also even build this e-commerce project, and this is the biggest project I have ever made. Okay, and you can also build 100 projects and so on and so forth. But what I want you to do is that I want you to just go to this specific playlist right here, which is the full stack web development complete course. Once you click on this playlist, so it's going to just bring you to this playlist right here. So what you have to know for this project is HTML, but not CSS. So if you already learned CSS from somewhere else, so we are not going to be using CSS in this project. We are going to be using something called the Tailwind CSS. So you can totally skip the Sass, because in this project we're not going to be using the Sass. So you have to know the HTML, you also have to know the Tailwind CSS, you also have to know a lot of JavaScript. you don't have to be a master in JavaScript, but you do have to know the ES6 and how to work with the new features of ES6 and all of that. And you don't have to know the TypeScript, because in this course we're not going to be using a TypeScript. And then you also must have to know the React.js and also the Redux toolkit and RTK query. You also have to know that, and you don't have to know these two courses. And you also have to know a lot of Node.js and a lot of Express.js and a lot of Mongoose. Okay, and you can also skip the Vue.js. And if you want to be fast like me, so you can also take this course, but you don't have to. Okay, so let me just count there. This is going to be the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 and 8 courses that you have to take. Then you would be able to follow along with this amazing project. So yeah, that's everything you need to know for this amazing project. And now let's get into it. Alright guys, so now let me make a set of 4-hour coding journey. So I'm going to open my terminal right here inside my desktop, and now let me just make that a bit bigger. And what I want to do is that first of all, I'm going to be creating a separate folder inside my desktop. So I'm going to just write not cd but mkdir and my movies. You can give it any name you like, and then I'm going to go into my movies. So I'm going to just write like cd my movies. And now what I want to do is that I want to create my React project. So I'm going to be just using this command right here. It's going to allow us to create a new React project by using the read. And now here I'm going to just rename that to like front end. Let's just rename that to front end. Okay, so now let me just hit enter right here. And now what we want to do is that we want to go into this front end folder right here. So we are currently inside a desktop, and inside our desktop we have my movies project, and then inside my movies we have this front end folder right here. You know what, let me just show you that. So I'm going to be using the ls right here, and here you can see we only have this front end folder. And now I'm going to go into this front end folder right here, and then I'm going to be using the npm I to install all of the packages which we need for the React.js. So it's going to install all of the packages right in here. So here you can see all of the packages are now successfully installed. And now let me just go back from this front end folder. So we are now inside this my movies project, and now I'm going to be using the code dot, and it's going to open my VS Code right here. And you know what, let me just use this code dot once again. So it's going to open my VS Code on the other screen right here. Okay, so here you can see we only have this front end folder, and inside this folder we only have our React boilerplate. Okay, so now the next thing which you want to do is that we want to create a separate folder for the backend. So I'm going to just create a backend right here. And now the next thing which you want to do is that inside my movies, not inside the front end and also not inside the backend, but here inside my movies, let me just highlight that for you. Inside my movies folder, I'm going to be initializing my backend stuff. Okay, so now let me just write npm init, come on, init-y. And so it's going to just initialize our node package right here. And here you can see inside the file we have the name, the version, the description, main, and all of that kind of stuff. So what I want to do is that I want to just write the type of module. Okay, so you just have to write this, save your file, and now we have to install a lot of packages for the backend, not for the front end but for the backend. The first thing which you have to do is that we have to install the bcrypt. So I'm going to be just writing the npm I, and then let me just place this bcrypt right here. Now the next thing which you want to do is that we also need the body parser. So now let me just place that right here, and we're going to be also using the concurrently to combine the backend and the front end. So now let me just install that. The next thing which you need is the cookie parser. So now let me just install that as well. And we would also need the .env because we want to secure our file. And here you can see we are now just passing our .env right here. And now let me just hit space one more time. We're going to also like obviously need Express.js. So we are going to be also installing the Express.js. And now we are going to be also needing the JSON web tokens. Now let me just hit space one more time. We would also need the Mongoose. So now let me just install Mongoose and also the mulcher as well, and finally the nodemon. Okay, so now let me just hit enter right here. But before I do, I want to show you every single thing. So we are now installing the bcrypt, the body parser, the concurrently cookie parser, .env, express, JSON web token, mongoose, mulcher, and nodemon. So we are now installing all of their packages inside my movies, not on the backend and also not on the front end. Okay, so now let me just hit enter. So it's gonna just install all of their packages for me. And now the next thing which you want to do is that we want to take care of the front end. But now let me just leave this one to do its thing. and I'm going to just see you in a few seconds. All of the packages are now successfully installed. So now the next thing which we want to do is that we want to make sure that everything is successfully installed or not. So here you can see we have a big grep, we have the body parser concurrently, and all of them right here. So yeah, that's cool. But now the next thing which you want to do is that we want to go into this front end folder and we want to install a lot of packages inside there. So I'm going to be just using the cd and front end. So it's going to just brings us to that front end folder. And now let me just use the npm i to first of all install the React icons. We would also need the Redux toolkit. So we're going to have to just write first of all the React Redux, and then we would also need to install the Redux toolkit. So now let me just place the Redux toolkit right here. Let me just make that, oh, you know, I'm not going to make that a bit bigger. And now we would also need the React router. And now here you can see we are now placing the React router. Now we would also need the React router DOM. So now let me just place that right here. We would also need the React Silk, and now here we would also place the React Silk right here, and also the React Toastify. So here let me just place the React Toastify, and finally for the React, I mean, like, finally, not finally, yeah, I guess finally this is going to be the final package which you are going to be installing. So now let me just install Silk Carousel. Okay, so now let me just make that a bit bigger. So the first thing which we are installing is the React icons, then the React Redux, then the Redux toolkit, then the React router DOM, React Silk, React Toastify, and Silk Carousel. So now let me just hit enter right here. So it's going to install all of their packages inside this folder right here. Now let me just make that a bit bigger, or you know, let me just go into this folder, and it's going to install all of their packages which we are currently installing inside this front end folder right here. Okay, so now let me just wait for that. And it is looking awful, but it will install there right here. Let me just make that a bit bigger, and yeah, you can see all of the packages are now successfully installed. And now I'm going to close that. And now what I want to do is that I want to delete this public folder, and I also want to delete this SS folder. I also want to delete this I also want to delete this app. Let me just go ahead and go to my app, and now let's just remove every single thing from there. And I'm going to be using this RFCE shortcut, and now let me just remove every single thing from the index.css. And now I'm going to also remove this React strict mode from here. Let's just remove that, and here you can see everything is looking okay. But now the next thing which you want to do is that we want to ignore this node modules folder. And now let me just write a .git ignore, and here we are going to be just ignoring the node modules folder. And here you can see that's totally or node modules with S. Now let's just save that. And now the next thing which you want to do is that we also want to use the .env. And now inside this .env, first of all, we are going to be defining our port, which will be 3000. And then we are going to be also defining our Mongo URI. So I'm going to be using the Mongo URI, and it's going to be equals to the string of, let me just search for a Mongo URI right here. And I'm going to just search for Mongoose, come on, Mongoose. And here let's just click on Mongoose, and here let's just click on Mongoose, and I'm going to just copy that. Okay, so let's just copy that from here, and now let me just place that right here. And we are going to be using a single quote here as well. Instead of writing a test, I'm going to change that to movies app or something. And we would also need something that JWT secret, which I already discussed. So now let me just place some random text right here. You can place whichever kind of thing you like. You can place 1, 2, 3, whatever. So yeah, that's looking cool. But now, you know what, let me just first of all go to this front end folder, and I'm going to just use first of all front end and npm, not I, but npm run dev to run our project by using this port. So now let me just go into my port, and let's just see. Here you can see we don't have any errors, nothing inside there, which is looking totally cool and okay. But now we also want to bind the backend and also the front end functionality to one thing. So for that we are going to be using a script. So I'm going to go ahead and go to my package.json, and now let's just remove this script from here. So now the first thing which I want to do is that I want to create a script for my front end. So we are going to be running our front end by using the npm run front end. So we are going to be first of all going into the front end folder, and then npm run dev. So that was the first script. And now the next thing which you have to do is that we have to duplicate that. Let's just remove that, and we would also have to create for the backend as well. So I'm going to just write a backend, and now here we are going to be running our backend by using the nodemon. And then first of all we have to go into the backend folder, and then inside this backend folder we are going to be just listening to this index.js right here. So now finally let me just create for the full stack. You can give it any name you like, but in my case I'm going to just give it the name of like full stack. And here what I want to do is that I'm going to be using the concurrently, and first of all we are going to be just writing a backslash, and inside there we are going to be using the npm run backend first of all, and let's just close them. And I'm going to be also using the backslash one more time, and now let me just reuse my npm run front end. Like we are going to be first of all running the backend, and then we are going to be running the front end. So for that, what do you want to do? We just have to write one more backslash and then end off the quotes. And now let me just put that down, and here let me just provide a comma. Let's just remove that from here, save my file, and now let me just go ahead and go to my backend folder, and inside this backend folder we're going to be doing a lot of things. We are not going to be doing that right now, but now let me just create a few folders. So the first folder I'm going to be creating for the config, so let's just create folder for config. The next one will be for the controllers, so controllers. The next folder which we are going to be creating for the routes, so let's just name it as routes. And we are going to be also creating a folder for the middleware, so middlewares. And we are going to be also creating one for the models. So now let me just write a models, and here finally we are going to be creating a folder for the utils, so utility functions. We are going to be writing it inside there. Now finally we just have to create a separate file inside there, and I'm going to just name that to the index.js. And inside this file we are going to be defining a few things for now. So you know, let me just go back, and I'm going to be just writing like yeah, running baby or something like that. Now let me just save my file, and here you can see we already stopped our server. And now let me just go back from this front end folder, and here I'm going to be just first of all using the npm run backend. So if I just write npm run backend, so here you can see it's going to run our file by using the node.mon, so which is totally okay. So now let me just change something inside there, save my file, and here you can see it's going to give us there, yeah. Okay, so yeah, that's totally working. But now the next thing which you want to do is that we also want to run our front end, so I'm going to be using the npm run front end right here. So now if I hit enter, and here you can see it's going to also run the front end for me, and that's looking totally cool. But now the next thing which I want to do is that I want to run both. So for that we are going to be using the npm run full stack. There we go. And now if I hit enter right here, so it's going to first of all run my backend, and then it's going to run my front end right here, which is totally amazing. So yeah, that's cool. But now let me just remove that from here. Now the next thing which you have to do is that we also have to add our database right here. So I'm going to just go to my config folder. Inside this folder we are going to be just creating a db.js, and now inside this file the first thing which you want to do is that we want to grab the mongoose from the mongoose, and also we just want to create a function. So I'm going to just name that to connect db, and here we are going to be using the asynchronous function. And now what I want to do is that I'm going to be using the try and catch block, and for the catch statement we are going to be just writing like console.error, and here let's just put our successfully connected to MongoDB. Okay, and I'm going to also place correct, okay, yeah, this one right here. Now let me just also use the process.exit if you have some sort of an error. So we're going to be just exiting out every single thing. And finally let's just go back. We're going to be exporting the default connect db, and now let me just provide my logic inside there. So if you want to connect to our database, so for that we are going to be using the mongoose, not mongo but mongoose.connect method, and we are going to be using the process, process process.env dot mongo uri. You know, let me just copy that from here, and now let me just copy that from here, and now let me just place it right here. So we are now successfully connected to our database. So we would also need some sort of a message inside the console. What the hell am I doing? CLG and successfully successfully connected to MongoDB. Okay. Oh, that's not what I want. That's not what I want. I'm gonna have to cut that from here, and then we're going to be just writing console.error, and here we're going to be just passing our error if we got one. And now let me just render my error right here. So error.message as, not mongoose but message as MESSAGE, so error message as well. Now let me just save that, and that's every single thing that we need right here. Now the next thing which you want to do is that we want to use that inside our index.js file. And now what I want to do is that I'm going to be importing a lot of packages right here. So we would need the Express.js replace the cookie parser, the .env, and also the path, and that's every single thing that we need for now. And now let me just grab something from the file. So let's just name that as a files, and we are going to be just importing our connect db. From where, let's just go ahead and go to the config file and then .js right here. Okay, so now we just have to provide our configuration. So I'm going to just write a configuration. I guess this is how you spell it. So now let me just use the .env and then .config. Okay, and now let me just execute that. And finally, we're going to be also connecting to our database. And underneath that, what do you want to do? We just want to create an instance of our Express. So we just want to store that inside our app, and not like that, express. And now let me just execute that. And here we're going to be also passing our middleware. Okay, where's as well. What the hell? MERLEWARES. And now let me just use the app.use, and we are going to be using the express.json, express.url encoded right here. Inside there, we're going to be just providing the extended to true, and we're going to be also providing the app.use of cookie parser, which we already grabbed. And now underneath that, we just want to get our port. So we are going to be just writing a port. It's going to be equals to process.env.port, or just use the 3000 by default. And now underneath that, we are going to be just creating our routes, and here let's just define our route, or we are going to be defining our route a bit later. And now what I want to do is that I just want to listen to that port. So I'm going to be using the app.listen, and I'm going to be just listening to this port right here. And now let me just place my console.log of server is running on port, and let's just place this port right here. Okay, so everything is now successfully done. Now let me just go back to show you every single thing right here. So first of all, we are just importing our packages, then we are just grabbing our connect db, then we are providing our configuration. We are creating an instance of Express.js, we are providing the needed middlewares, and we are also grabbing the port, and also we are just listening to that port right here. Okay, so now let me just rerun every single thing right here. Let me just zoom in a bit, and I'm going to be using the npm run and backend in this case. And now let me just hit enter. Server is running on port 3000 and also successfully connected to MongoDB. So everything is now working totally as expected. And now the next thing which you want to do is that you want to create a routes right here, but I'm going to just take care of that in a few seconds. But we would also have to install the Tailwind CSS right here. So what I want to do is that I'm going to just go back from there, and then I'm going to just go into the front end folder. Now let me just hit enter right here. So we are now inside this front end folder, and now let me just install the Tailwind CSS. So I'm going to just write like Tailwind CSS right here. Let's just go to there, and I'm going to be just hitting Control K, and then let me just click on this getting started button right here. Let me just zoom in a bit, and then we have to click on this framework guides, and here we just have to select our white project right here. What they are suggesting is that first of all, we have to create our project, then we have to navigate to their project, and then we have to just use these two commands right here. So I'm going to just copy there. But now let me just go back to show you every single thing, and here now let me just place this command right here. Okay, so it's going to just first of all install the Tailwind CSS and post CSS and also the auto prefixer, and then it's going to just initialize our project or Tailwind CSS project by using this command. And now let me just initialize my Tailwind CSS by using the npx Tailwind CSS init-p. That was a bit mouthful, but now let me just hit enter right here. Okay, so it's gonna just initialize our post CSS and also the Tailwind config file. Okay, so yeah, that's cool, but we have to test it out. So now let me just use the npm run, not full stack but the front end. There we go. So it's gonna do its we are already inside this front end folder, so we have to go back from there, and then we have to use the npm run front end, and it's gonna do its thing. But I just want to copy that. Let's just copy that from here. We have to go ahead and go to our Tailwind config file. There we go. Let me just replace that by using this new one which we just copied right here. Now the next thing which you have to do is that we have to copy the CSS styling, and now let's just save this file. Let me just go ahead and go to my src, and then I'm going to just place it right here inside this index.css file, which is already located inside the src folder. And now let me just copy this h1 from here, and now here let me just go ahead and go to my app, and now let me just replace this div with this h1. So now let me just save that, and here you can see it is already running. Let's just stop there, and now let me just use my npm run front end one more time, and now let me just hit enter. So it's gonna just start my server once again, and here you can see Tailwind CSS is working totally as expected. So we can change whatever we want to change, like text of teal, I don't know, 200 or something like that, and here you can see that's working totally okay. And yeah, that was all about the setup of this project. So we would have to take care of a lot more than that, but yeah, that was just the entire setup of this amazing project. So that was the setup. Now let's take care of the user management. So I'm going to go ahead and go to my backend first of all, and let's just go into my index.js file, and now underneath that, inside the routes, so now let's just define a route by using the app.use, and we are going to be going into the API, the version 1, and then the users, because we are currently taking care of the users. So we are going to be just defining the user routes in a few seconds, but first of all we have to define the schema. So I'm going to just take care of the user routes in a few seconds, but now let's just take care of the schema or the model, whatever you want to call that. So user.js will be fine, and now let's create our model right here. The first thing we have to import is the mongoose from mongoose, and then we also have to create our schema. So const user schema will be now equals to mongoose. Come on mongoose, there we go, mongoose.schema, and here we just have to define our schema right here. So the first thing which you want to do is that we want to provide a username, and inside this username we are going to have to define the type. Oh my god, what the hell, let's just remove that and also remove that one as well. And now inside there, for the type, it's going to be set to string, and it's going to be required, like the user should have to provide the type, so required like that. Let's just save our file. So this is how we are going to be providing a username. Now let me just take care of the email as well. So we're going to have to provide a type of string, and also required will be set to true, and it should be unique. So unique, unique will be also set to true. Let's just create for the password as well. So we are going to be just providing a type of string to it, and also it should be required set to true. Let's just provide our comma there, and finally we just have to take care of the is admin. Okay, so if the user is admin, so it's going to be a totally boolean, and whether the user is admin or not. And then let's just provide a required will be now set to true, and we have to just provide a default state of that to false. Okay, so by default the user will be not admin, and then we can make it as admin if you wanted to. And now let me just provide my timestamp right here. So timestamps will be set to true as well. Okay, so let's just save that. Let me just go back, and this is how we are going to be creating our schema. So first of all, we are providing the username, then the email, then the password, then the admin, and finally the timestamps. So now underneath all of that, we have to just export that right here. So we're going to be just creating a user. It's going to be equals to the mongoose.model, and here we just have to pass our user right here, and let's just pass our user schema, and now let's just export that. So we are going to be using export default of user. So now let's just save that, but now we have to create our routes right here. So we're going to be just creating a route of the user routes.js. So now inside these routes, the first thing which you have to do is that we have to grab our express from Express.js, and now the next thing which you have to do is that we have to also grab a lot of controllers. So we are going to be grabbing controllers right here, and we will also grab the middlewares as well, but we're going to take care of that in a few seconds. But now let me just create my router right here. So const router will be now set to express.router. Okay, so now underneath that, what do you want to do? And here we just have to define our router.route as simple route when somebody go to the user. So what do you want to do in that case? So if somebody posts something, so now let me just write a post request, then we're going to be passing our create user right here. So now let me just create that right here. I'm going to save this file, and we're going to be also exporting our router. So const export default router right here, default default, there we go. And now let me just create this controller right here. Now let me just save that, and what I want to do is that I want to go to my controllers. Inside these controllers, we're going to be creating our user controller.js, and inside that, the first thing which you want to do is that you want to grab our user from where? From our model. So where is our model? Let's just go ahead and go to our models. Then we have to just write a user.js. And now underneath that, we're going to also need the bcrypt. So I'm going to just write a bcrypt.js from where? From the bcrypt.js. Okay, so now underneath that, we're going to also have to just create a token and also the asynchronous handler. So now let me just take care of that in a few seconds. So I'm going to go into my middlewares right here, and we're going to be creating two middlewares. The first one which I'm going to be creating for the async handler.js, and then we're going to be also creating for the auth middleware.js, whether the user is authenticated or an admin. So we're going to be creating our custom async handler right here. So I'm going to be just using like async handler. You can give it any name you like, and it's going to take a function as a parameter. It's going to also take the request, the response, and also the next, because this is a middleware, so we have to pass the next right here. And inside there, what do you want to do? We just want to provide a promise.resolve, and when the promise is resolved, so we're going to have to pass this function once again, and which we are taking right here as a parameter. And inside there, we're going to have to pass our next parameter right here. So we're going to have to just write a request and response, and also the next as well. And now inside there, or not like this, we have to catch something if you have some sort of error. So for that, if we have some sort of error, so we're going to be catching that error by using rest.status, and then we have to just pass 500, and we just have to write a JSON, provide a message to that, and we're going to be just passing our error.message. Okay, so that's there. Now finally we just have to write export default and async handler. There we go. Now let me just save my file, and that's it about the asynchronous handler. And now let's just take care of the auth middleware. The first thing which I want to do is that I want to take care of the JWT. So we're going to be just grabbing the JWT from the JSON web tokens, and I already discussed all of that things in my merge stack course and also in the other projects, so I'm going a bit fast. That's because I already discussed all of that things. So now let me just go to my models, and we're gonna have to grab our user.js, and then we also have to grab our async handler from let's just go ahead and go to our asynchronous, from async handler.js right here. Okay, so then the next thing which you have to do is that we have to check if the user is authenticated or not. So for that, we're going to be creating a function which will be authenticate, and it's going to be now equals to the asynchronous or async handler function which we already created right here. And we're going to be providing yet another callback function, so request, response, and also the next. And now inside there, we're going to be just creating a separate variable right here for the token, and now we are going to be initializing a token to that. So it's going to be coming from the request.cookies, and then the JWT, the JSON web tokens. And I'm going to show you where this is coming from. So read JWT from the JWT cookie, which I'm going to show you. So now let's just check if the token is valid or not. But first of all, we have to check if you even have our token or not. Okay, so if you have the token, so for that, we're going to be using the try and catch block. And if you have some sort of error, so we're going to be just running like res.status, and then here we just have to pass our 401 and then throw new error, not like that, but error not authorized, no token failed. There we go. And now if we have the token and token is valid, so what do you want to do? We just want to decode that. So we're going to be just using decoded, and it's going to be equals to a JWT and verify function. And here we just have to pass our token and also the process.env, and we already defined our JWT secret in other file, which you can see right here inside this env. We are now defining our JWT secret, and we're now passing that secret right here. Okay, so now the next thing which you have to do is that we have to get the user. So request.user will be now equals to await user.find await await find, not just find but find by ID. We are going to be first of all getting the user, and then we are going to be just writing a decoded.user ID. We are going to be just getting the user ID, and we are going to be just selecting the password. Like we need every single thing but the password. We don't need the password. Okay, so now let me just use the next, and now let's just go back, and that's everything we need to do for now. But if you don't have the token, so that was like if we have the token, so we're going to be just decoding the token. We would need every single thing about the user, but we don't want to get the password. And then finally we just want to get to the next middleware. And what if we don't have the token right here? So what do you want to do in that case? So for that, we're going to be just using like res.status and then 401, and here we just have to write a throw new error of not authorized and no token. We don't found any token. So yeah, that's it about how we are going to be checking if the user is authenticated or not. Now let me just collapse that right here. Now the next thing which you have to do is that we have to check if the user is admin or not. So check if the user is admin or not. Okay, so I'm going to be just creating a function. I'm going to just give it a name of like authorize admin. It's going to be equals to the request response and also the next, and inside there we're going to be checking if request.user and request.user.isAdmin. Okay, so we're going to be getting these two values from our request. Then just go to the next middleware, like everything is totally okay. But if the user is not in admin, so we just have to write like res.status of 401, and then let's just send this message right here, which will be not authorized as an admin. Okay, so now let me just save that, and finally we just have to export both of our middleware. So I'm going to be just exporting the authenticated and also the authorized as an admin. So now let me just save that, and we're now totally done with both of these middlewares right here, but now we have to use them somewhere. I'm going to just close it right here, and now let me just grab that right here. So the first thing which you have to do is that we have to grab our async handler from where? From our async handler. So let's just go to my middlewares right here. Let's just go to my async handler. We will also need to create a token. I forgot to show you that. First of all, we have to just do that, and I'm going to just go to my utility function right here, and we're going to be just creating a token. So I'm going to just give it the name of like create token.js. And to create a token, the first thing we would need is the JWT from the JSON web tokens, and also let's just create our token. So I'm going to just define a function, generate token is going to be equals to the response and also the user ID. And inside there, what do you want to do? We just want to get the token first of all. So const token will be coming from the JWT sign, and we are now going to be just destructuring the user ID, and then we have to just write a process.env, and we already define our JWT secret, and then we have to just pass our expiration date right here. So it's going to have to expire in 30 days. So now let me just pass by 30 days, and now let's just save that. So this is how we are going to be creating a token. And now the next thing which you have to do is that we have to set that token as an JWT HTTP only cookie. So now let me just write a set JWT as an HTTP only cookie. There we go. So now let me just save that, and let's just close that right here. And now we are going to be using rest.cookies, not cookies, but just a singular cookie, and we have to just write a JWT for JSON web token, and then we have to just write a token which we already generated right here. Let me just show you that, which we already generated right here. Now the next thing which you have to do is that we have to place these properties and values. So HTTP only will be set to true, secure will be just getting from the I forgot to do that. Now let me just copy that. I just realized that I forgot to do that. Let's just place that right here, and I'm going to just place it right here. It's going to be equals to the development TVLOPMENT. There we go. And now let me just save that, and the secure will be set to the node environment not equal to development. So in this case, this is set to development, but when we launch or deploy this project, so it's not going to be in the development mode, so then it should be secure. So then the same site will be set to strict, and here we are just providing the max age of 30 days right here. Okay, so now let me just save that, and now let's just return there right here. So we have to just write return token, and there you have it. Underneath that, we are going to be just using export default of generate token right here, which we already create right in here. Okay, so now we successfully create our token, but now we have to use that. Okay, so now we are going to be using it right here, and to use that, the first thing we would need is the create token. From where, let's just go to my utils, and then we have to go to the create token right here. And now finally we have to create our user. So we are going to be just writing like const create user, and it's going to be equals to the async handler function which we already defined. And now let me just provide my async handler of request response, and inside there we're going to be just destructuring the username, the email, and also the password. From where? From the request.body. And now let me just write a console.log of not create but username, and also the email, and also the password as well. So now let me just save that, and finally we just have to export the create user from there. And now let me just save that, and we have to grab the controller from there. So we're going to be just using like import create user, and let me just hit enter right here. And finally at the end we have to just specify this .js, and now let me just, we are already using that right here, but I forgot to show you one thing. We have to go to the index.js file, and we have to import that right here. So let's just try it's not going to just auto import, so we have to manually import that. So we are going to be just importing this user routes from where, let's just go to our routes, and inside this routes we have the user routes.js. Now let me just save that and close every single thing, and for that we are going to be just using npm run backend. And now let me just hit enter, and here you can see we don't have no errors inside there. Now we can use either the Thunder client or the Postman. So throughout the course I'm going to be using the Postman because I know a lot of people don't already know about the Thunder client, so I'm not going to be using that, although it is called tool and I always, like every single day, use this Thunder client. But in this course we're going to be using this Postman right here. So now let me just create a blank collection right here, and I'm going to just name it like movies project or something like that. And now inside there we're going to be just creating a few folders, or not folders but files, and let's just create an add request. And we are now first of all creating or create user right here. And what I want to do is that we are listening to this port right here. And first of all, let me just define my local host. Let me just define http, then localhost 3000, and we are now listening to this port right here, which is API, come on, API version 1, and then users. Okay, so now if I hit, or it should be a post request right here, because currently we are just listening to the post method right here. Okay, and we also have to send some sort of a data inside there. So for that we're going to be just sending some sort of a data inside the raw, and then we have to click on the JSON. And now let me just provide some sort of a data right here, and I'm going to just pass, let me just zoom in a bit. Oh god damn it, let's just click on that, and here we're going to be just passing the username first of all. So username, and the username will be set to Alex, and then we have to just specify the email for that. So we would have like alex@gmail.com, and we also have to provide some sort of a password for that, and password will be like alex12 or something like that. And now let me just click on the send button, and here let's just check out. Okay, so it's not working. I don't know why, but we are just getting some sort of error. Okay, so 404 not found. What's up? What are we doing? 3000 is okay, but I forgot to include the one right here. We have to just write this version 1, and then we have to click on this send button, and then it's going to give us the username, the email, and also the password right here at the end. Okay, so this is how we are going to be sending the data by using the Postman. And now let's just create our user actually. So now let me just get into that, and we are going to be just removing this code from here, and now let's just create our real user. But before we create a user, first of all we have to validate. So we want to check if we don't have the username, or if we don't have the email, like if the user did not specify the username or the email, or the user did not specify the password. So what do you want to do in that case? We just want to throw new error, like throw error, and we just want to say like please fill all the fields right here. Okay, so if the user does provide all of the input fields, so what do you want to do in that case? We just want to check for already existed users. So we're going to be just writing like const user exist, and it's going to be equals to await and user dot find one, which is mongoose method, and inside there we're going to be just passing the email. Okay, and we're going to be also checking if we already have user already existed. So what do you want to do in that case? You know what, let me just make that as a one-liner, and we're going to be just writing like res.status of 400, and we just have to write a send user already exists, SIST. There we go. Now let me just save that. So at this point we are not creating the user, but now let's just generate our user. So first of all we are going to be just hashing the user password. So hash the user password right here. And now if you want to hash the user password, we're going to have to provide some sort of a salt inside there. So for that we're going to be using await and then bcrypt.js, not JS but just a bcrypt. Did I name it as a bcrypt.js? It shouldn't be a JS, just a bcrypt. Now let me just copy that, and now let me just place it right here as a bcrypt, and we have a method inside there which is a gen salt. So it's going to just generate a salt for us, and then we have to pass the generated salt inside our hashed password. So we have to just write a hashed password, and it's going to be equals to await, and then let's just use our bcrypt one more time, and it should be await. We have to use our bcrypt one more time, and we just have to hash our password by using this hash method. And here we have to specify this password right here, which we are already getting from the user. Okay, so we have to specify the hash password, and we want to provide a salt of this 10 randomly generated some text right here, like I don't know, the numbers, and yeah, it's gonna just generate a salt for us, and we want to provide that salt into a real password. And now the next thing which you have to do is that we have to create a new user. So we are going to be just writing like const new user, and it's going to be equals to new. Then we have to just specify the user model right here, and we have to just write a username which the user is already giving us, and also the email, and also the password. We are not going to be just writing a password, but instead we have to pass our hash password right here. Okay, so now let me just pass this hash password, and that's it. This is how we are going to be creating our user. But now we have to store this user inside our database. So for that, we are going to be using the try and catch block. For the catch, we are going to be just writing like res.status of 400, and underneath that we're going to be also just providing some sort of error like invalid user data or something like that. And for the try block, first of all, we are going to be storing our user inside our database. So for that, we are going to be just using the schema name or the variable name by which we are creating our user, and then we have to just specify the save method. So it's going to just save our user to our database. And now we have to also create a token based on that user. So we are going to be just writing like create token, that function which we already created right here inside the utils file. Here you can see we already defined this function. It is taking the response and also the user ID, and we are now grabbing that right here. So now we have to just specify that. And so what I want to do is that we have to just specify the response and also the new user. So it's going to just give us the ID right here already. So that's a mongoose thing. So we are now providing a specific user new ID right here. So based on that ID, it's going to just create a token for us. Okay, so now underneath that, we just want to show some sort of a message to user like, yeah, the username and everything is totally okay. So we are going to have to just write like res.status, and we have to just write it 201 like the user already created, or the user just created, like the new user created. And we're gonna have to just write the ID of new user, and we have to just get the unique ID from there. We have to define the username and the new user, and then we have to just write a username, and also we have to define the email. We have to just write a new user and then the email, and also finally is admin, admin, and then we have to just write a new user dot is admin. Okay, so now let me just save that, and now let me just go back and let me just say that once again. So the first thing which we are doing is that we are grabbing the credential from the user, and then we are checking that credential and all of that fields. So if the user did not specify any of the field, or if the user missed any of these fields, so we're going to have to just pass this error, please fill all of the input fields. And then we are checking if the user already exists inside our database. So for that, we're going to have to pass the user already existed. If the user provide every single thing and the user is not already existed inside our database, and then we have to just generate the salt, and we have to paste that salt into a real password. So it's going to just make it as a random characters, and then finally based on that random characters and the user data, first of all, we're going to be just providing the user enter the username, then the email, and we're going to be also providing the hash password so that nobody can see that. And finally, we are just saving the user to the database, and we are creating a new token based on that specific user ID. And finally, we are just showing something to the user like, yeah, the user is created or not. Okay, so now what I want to do is that let's just go back. That was a lot. That was a lot of going back. Okay, so now let me just create my user right here, and for that we are going to be going into my MongoDB. You can use the MongoDB compass if you wanted to, but I'm going to be just using my MongoDB. So now let me just drop these already created databases. So Zen movies, and we also have the movies app. Let's just delete that. So movies app, come on. Movies app, and now let me just hit enter right here, and here you can see we don't have any other databases. But now if I click on this button right here, so it's gonna just gives us this preview right here. It is now set to raw, but if I click on the pretty, so it's gonna just make it pretty. I can also click on the visualize, and then click on this visualize response, and then click on the continue. So it's gonna just take a bit of time, and here you can see it's gonna just create a table for us. So we have the user ID, then we have the username, then we have the user email, and also the user is not password admin. Okay, so now let me just show you that inside my real database right here. So now let me just refresh that, and here you can see we have a movies app, we have a users collection inside there. Now let me just click on that, then we have to go to the document, and inside this document we only have one document right here. So we have a uniquely created ID right here, then we have a username, then we have an email, and here you can see the password is totally hashed, and the user is not currently set to an admin, so it is now set to false, and the created date is this date right here. Okay, so yeah, this is how we are going to be creating a new user. Now I want to create a few more users so that we can work with that. So I'm not going to be just clicking on the test, I'm going to just click on the body, and I'm not even going to be just visualizing this. So I'm going to just click on this pretty right here, and now let me just change all of their data. So I'm going to be just creating first of all myself, but before I create myself, I'm gonna have to drag that at the bottom, I guess. And now let me just create myself. So I'm gonna be just creating myself, which is Hossein, baby. And now let me just create Hossein@gmail.com, and we have a Hossein12. Okay, now let me just click on that. So it's gonna just create that Hossein for us. Then we have we already created Alex, but Jordan, and I'm going to just create a Jordan, and also Jordan12. Let's just click on that, and finally we're going to be just creating a few fruits. So mango, and we have mango and mango. And now let's just click on that. Finally, let's just create one for the, I don't know, banana. What am I, oh, you know, not banana, but Sprite. Sprite, like that. Copy that, place that right here. Let's just save that. So now let me just show you all of their users. So I'm going to just refresh that, and here you can see we have all of their users right here. So this is how we are going to be creating a user. But now let's talk about how we're going to be logging in a specific user. So I'm going to go into my user routes. Here we have to just register a new route. So we're going to be just writing like router.post, and then we have to just write an auth inside there and login user. So we're going to be creating this controller right here. We have to first of all grab it, save this file, and then we have to create it right here. So now let me just create my login user, and it's going to be also an asynchronous handler. We have to just pass for a request and the responses as well. And now inside there we're going to be just getting the email and then the password from the user. Then by using that same email and password, we would be able to successfully log in and log out. So you know, let me just write console.log of email and also the password as well. Are we even getting the user email and password or not? So now let me just copy that and place it right here, save my file, and now let me just create another request right here. So add request, and in this case this is going to be the get request, or not a get request, it should also be a post request right here. So now let me just make that as a post request. I'm gonna just go back so you guys can see everything a bit better, and now let me just copy this exactly same thing, and now let me just place it right here. Now in this case, what do you want to do? We just want to write the auth. Okay, so now let me just copy that, and now let me just place the auth. And we also have to send some sort of a data right here. So we are going to be just writing binary raw, and then JSON. And here we just have to specify first of all the user, not a username, but the email. So the email will be alex@gmail.com, and then we have to just specify the password for that Alex. So we're gonna have to just write a password, not password but alex12. Okay, so now let me just click on this send button. So it's gonna just okay, so it's gonna just gives us the email, and we are also getting the password right here, which is totally a-okay. And now we have to save this file. Everything is looking totally a-okay. Based on this email and password, we are going to be logging in the user. But first of all, we have to check whether if we already have the user in the database or not. So we are going to be just writing like exist user, there we go. It's going to be equals to await and then user model, and we're going to be using the mongoose method, which will be the find one, and we are going to be just providing the email. So now let me just log that email right here, or existing email or user. Why am I saying email? Okay, so here if I click on the send button right here, and here you can see it's going to give us all of their data based on that specific user, which means like, yeah, this user is already inside our database. So what do you want to do in that case? We just want to provide our if statement. If you already have the user inside our database, so what do you want to do? We just want to compare their password, whether the user is providing the valid password or not. Okay, so const is password valid. So what do you want to do? We just want to provide await bcrypt, and we have a compare method inside there, and we are going to be comparing this password which the user is providing right here, and also we have to just search for the existing user, and then we have to just search for a specific password right here which is already defined inside our database. So yeah, that's cool. But now the next thing which you want to do is that you want to also check for the valid password. So if the password is, come on, not is password, but is password valid, so what do you want to do in that case? We just want to create a new token. So we're going to be just using create token. We have to provide a response, and then we have to just provide the existing user and set that ID right here. And finally we have to show some message to the user. So we're going to be just showing the user ID, the user email, and I mean like the username and the email, and also whether the user is admin or not. Okay, so if that's not the case, what do you want to do in that case? So like if the user is not authenticated, so what do you want to do in that case? We just want to write, oh no, here I'm gonna cut that from here. Now let me just place it right here, and now we have to just specify res.status, and for the status we are going to be just passing like 401 and then JSON. Okay, and here we just have to pass the message, and the message will be invalid password. There we go. Now let me just save that, and underneath these curly braces we are going to be also defining our else block right here. So res.status of 401 right here as well, and we're going to be just providing the JSON message, and the message will be user not found. Okay, so if the user credentials are invalid, so the user will not found. Okay, so now what I want to do is that I want to do a review. First of all, we are getting the email and the password from the user, and then we are checking if we already have our user based on this email and password, I mean like based on this email. So if we already have the email already available inside our database, then we are checking for the password validations. So if the password is valid, what do you want to do? We just want to create a new token based on that password, and we are now specifying the existing user and ID to that, and finally we are just showing something to the user. So if that's not the case, so we are just providing like invalid password, or if that's not the case, we are just providing like user not found. So now let me just test this out by using the Postman. Now let me just save that, and here we are working with login, or user login would be fine. Okay, so we are now logging this specific user inside. Well, you know, first of all, let me just show you the cookies. Now if I click on that, here we already have that, but now let me just close that from here. You know, I'm gonna just close this entire thing right here. Now let me just go into my login user once again, and now let me just click on these cookies right here, and here you can see we have a 0 cookies right here. But as soon as I pass the email and also the password, and now if I click on this send button right here, it's gonna just show us like this user is now successfully logged in. And now if I click on the cookies, here you can see it's gonna just gives us that JWT cookie which we are already creating right here. Let me just show you that, which we are already creating right here. So we have a JWT cookie right here which we are providing. So we have a response.cookie, so we have a response.cookie, and we're now providing a JWT cookie right here, and this is going to be our value right here. Okay, so yeah, we are now creating our cookie, but now I want to just click on these cookies right here, and here you can also see we are now successfully logging in this specific user. So yeah, we are now setting the cookie, which means like we are now successfully logging in this specific user. So now what I want to do is that I want to close that. Now let me just reopen that once again, and now let me just click on the cookies once again. So here you can see we already deleted that cookie. Now I want to log in some other user, like I don't know, myself or something like that. I'm gonna just log in myself. So we have a Hossein, we also have Hossein12, and now let me just click on this send button one more time. It's gonna just give us that same, not same, but totally different cookie right here. And now let me just click on that, and here you can see it's gonna also give us. So yeah, this is how we are going to be logging in a specific user. Okay, so we are now totally done with this login as well. Now let me take care of the logging out. Okay, so now let me just duplicate that, and instead of writing an auth, we are going to be just writing a log out, and here it should be the log current user. I'm gonna copy that, and let's just place it right here, and we're going to be creating this controller in a few seconds. I'm going to copy this name. Now let me just go ahead and provide it right here, and now let me just create that controller. So we're going to be just creating like logout, not log current user, but log out the current user. I'm going to copy that, or you know, I'm going to copy this entire name. Let's just place it right here, save our file, and I'm going to also place it right here in both of these areas. Save our file. But now we have to provide our asynchronous handler. So we have to just write async handler. We have to provide our async request response, and inside there we're going to be just using our rest.cookie. We're going to be just providing a JWT because we are working with the JWT and we are just providing the empty cookie. Okay, and we are going to be also providing the HTTP only, which will be also set to true, and we are going to be just providing the expiration date. So expires at new date, providing this same second. Finally, we just have to show some sort of a response to the user like, yeah, we are totally logged out. So I'm going to just write like message, and here we just have to write like logged out successfully. There we go. So now let me just save there, and now let me just test this out. So I'm going to just save there, and here you can see we have this JWT right here. But now let me just close there. We are going to be creating yet another request right here. I'm going to just give it the name of like log out. It should be also a post request. And now let me just copy that same thing, and now let me just place it right here, collapse them, and instead of writing auth, we are going to be just writing like log out. Here you can see we already have this JWT right here, but now if I click on that, so it's going to just give us that result right here like logged out successfully. And here you can also see inside the cookies we don't have any cookies right here. Okay, so now let me just save that. Let's just close there. Let me just reopen that once again, and then if I click on this cookies one more time, and here you can see that cookies are totally gone. Okay, so yeah, this is how we are going to be logging out the users. So now let me just show you this entire flow one more time. Okay, so here you can see this is how we are going to be logging in the user login. I'm providing my email and also the password credential. Now let me just click on there. So it's going to just set this cookies, and here you can see we have this cookie. And now if I click on these cookies, so we already have one cookie right here, which is totally okay. And now let me just close there. And now let me just go ahead and go to my logout and click on this cookies right here. So we have this JWT cookie, and now if I click on this send button, we would not see this cookie right here inside this cookie. And if I click on this cookies right here, and here you can see that cookie is totally gone. Okay, so yeah, this is how we're going to be logging out the user. So let me just rename that to user logout or something like that, and rename that to user log out. There we go. Now let's talk about how we are going to be getting all of the users inside our database. So for that, what do you want to do? And yeah, for that we're going to have to first of all import our middlewares, which is the authenticated and the authorized. So we're going to have to first of all import the something from, let's just go ahead and go to not a config but middlewares. Then we have to go to the auth middleware right here, and we're going to be importing our authenticate and also the authorized as an admin. And now we are going to be just creating yet another .get right here because we are getting the users. So in this case the user should be authenticated and also authorized as an admin. So authorized as an admin, then they would be able to see all of the user. The regular user cannot be able to see all of the users. The users should be authenticated and also authorized as an admin, then they would be able to see all of the users. So we're going to be just writing like all the users. Come on, get all users like that. I'm gonna copy that, and now let me just place it right in here, save my file, and now let me just copy this name. Let me just go ahead and create that right here, but first of all we have to register that. And now let me just create that right here. So const get all the users. We're going to be providing our async handler, and we have to just specify the asynchronous request and also the response. And now inside there we're going to be just using a mongoose method. So we're going to be just writing like users aware user.find, and we're going to be getting all of the users. So now let me just write like res.json and users. Save my file, and now let me just test this out. So I'm going to be just creating get all the users. So now let me just write like all users right here, and now let me just close that. And by the way, I have to copy that. I always forget that. So now let me just copy that and place it right here. And here we are not going to be just writing a logout, we are using the get methods. So it's going to give us all of our users right here. And I just way zoomed in, I don't know why, but now let me just zoom in a bit like that. And now let me just click on this send button one more time. So it's going to, okay, not authorized, no token, because we are currently not authorized, like we're not providing our credentials. We have to first of all log in, and we also have to be an admin. So here you can see we are now getting like not authorized, no token, but now we have to be login. Okay, so here you can see this how we are going to be logging in. We are now successfully logging in. We are getting this JWT cookie right here, which is totally okay. But now, come on, how the hell can I close that? But now if I try to get all of the users, it's going to give us a different warning. It's going to say like not authorized as an admin, like you have to be an admin, then you would be able to get all of the users. So now let me just make this Hussein as an admin. I'm going to go ahead and go to my MongoDB. Let me just found myself. So this is a Mango Jordan and this is Hussein right here. Okay, so now let me just make myself as an admin. Let's just remove this false and I'm gonna just set that to true, save my file, and now I am totally an admin. And now if I click on this send button right here, it's gonna give us all of their users right here, because currently I am logged in and I am also an admin, so that's why I can totally see all of the users and all of the users data right here. So yeah, so the admin can see every single thing. So this is how we are going to be getting all of the users, by using this user.find method. Okay, so yeah, now let me just close this one out. Now the next thing which I want to do is that I want to get a specific user profile. So underneath there, we are going to be just creating like router.route, and it should be going into the profile, and we are going to be also changing the profile later. But right now the user should just be authenticated. The user should not be authorized as an admin, but the user should be authenticated. Then we would be able to get the current user profile. So now let me just copy there, and now let me just place that right here, save my file, and now let me just place that right here as well. And now let me just create that. So what I want to do is that I want to create my controller as the asynchronous handler, and we are going to be just also passing the async request and also the response as well. And here inside there, we're going to be first of all getting the user by using the await, and then user find by ID, and here we have to just specify request user and their unique ID right here. Okay, and then what else do we have to do? We have to check if you already have the user or not. Okay, so first of all, let me just show you there. I'm going to just log to the console this user, save my file, and now I'm going to go into the specific user, which is an Alex. I'm going to copy his ID right here. So now let me just test this out. So I'm going to go ahead and go to my Postman and create a new request, and here get specific user. Okay, so let's just copy that, place there, and it should be a get request, and we're not going to be using the auth, but instead we are going to be providing the user ID. So I'm going to copy this user ID one more time, which is an Alex, copy there, and now let me just place it right here, click on the send button. So it's gonna just what's up, and I forgot to include the profile. So now let me just provide a profile and then hit enter right here. Still getting that error. Let's just check it out. So here you can see, let's just copy this profile, and instead of writing users, and let's just place this profile, but it's not working. And the user should be, the method is get, the user should be authenticated, and we're now get all of the user profile. We don't have to provide that specific ID, we just have to provide a users and profile. And now let me just click on the send button right here, and now let me just open my terminal. So here you can see it's going to give us that specific user ID right here. Okay, like the user which is already logged in. Okay, my bad. I was providing a unique ID right here. I was just thinking about something else. So now let me just close that. Now let me just save there. So why are we getting this specific user data? That's because we are logged in as this specific user. That's why we are now getting this specific user credential or this specific user information right here. Okay, so let's just close that. And yeah, that's totally okay. But you know what, get a specific user is totally okay. So yeah, we are now totally able to get the user credentials, and not a credential but the user information right here. And now what I want to do is that let me just remove this console.log from here, and here we have to first of all check if you already have the user. So we just have to write like res.json, and we have to just specify the user ID, and the user ID right here, the username will be just set to the username, and also the email will be set to user.email. Okay, so if that's not the case, if you don't have the user, so what do you want to show to the user? We just want to say like 404 user not found. So throw new error, and I am going to just say like user not found and dot. Okay, so now let me just save that, and let me just test this out. So now first of all, if I click on that, here you can see it's going to give us the user information right here. But if I click on these cookies and remove this cookie from here, And now if I click on this send button right here, so it's going to give us like not authorized, no token. It did not found a token, so that's why we are now getting this no token right here. Okay, so yeah, this is how we are going to be getting a specific user or getting a specific user profile. But now let's talk about how we are going to be updating the user. So we are going to be just writing the dot put method right here, and the user should be authenticated, not authorized as an admin, but just authenticated, and then update the current user profile. Now let me just copy that, save my file, and now let me just place it right here inside a controllers area. Let's just copy that, and I'm going to be just placing it right here. And now let me just create that controller. Let me just go back, and I'm going to be just creating this controller by using the asynchronous handler, and we have to provide our async request response, and inside there we're going to be just getting the user by using the await user find by ID. And let's just provide our request and then the user and then the specific user inside our database. So if we already have the user, so what do you want to do with that user? We just want to get the user and then the username, and it should be coming from the request.body.username. We are going to be specifying that. So if that's not the case, so we just want to stick to the default username, so we just have to write the user and then the username right here. Okay, so if the user already specified some sort of an email, so that email will be coming from the request.body.email. So if that's not the case, so we just want to stick to the older one or the previous one, which is just a regular user email. So inside there we're going to be providing yet another check, which will be if the user request.body, if the user also specify the password, so we just want to provide a salt, and we just want to use await and then bcrypt, and then we have a generate salt. We have to generate the salt, and we have to also hash the password. So we have a hashed password will be now equals to await and then bcrypt, and we have a hash password. We are going to be just providing the request.body.password, which the user will give us. We're going to be also adding a salt to that, and then user.password will be equals to this hashed HASHED password right here. Okay, so now let me just save that. So this is totally okay. So now underneath that we're going to be just updating the users. So I guess underneath this one, yeah, we're going to be just writing like updated user. It's going to be equals to await and then user.save. So we just have to save this updated user, and we also have to show some sort of a message to the user. So we're going to be just showing to the user ID, the email, like the name, the email, and also the password. Not a password, but if the user is admin or not. Okay, so now let me just take care of the else class. So for the else block, so what do you want to do? We just want to write a rest.status of status of 404, and let's just throw new error which will say user not found. Okay, so now let me just save that, and now let's just test this out. Let's just copy that, and I'm going to be creating yet another request right here, and let's just place that right here, and I'm gonna say update user, and it should be a put method. And now let me just go to the body, then go to the binary, not a binary but the raw, and we are going to be providing some sort of raw data right here. Okay, so what do you want to do? We logged in as, oh, we didn't even logged in, we have to be logged in. Okay, so let's just go ahead and log in as someone, Alex maybe. I'm gonna just log in as Alex, and we have the password of Alex12. And now let me just click on this send button. So we are not logging in. What's up? Hash is not defined. Where are we? Oh, we are not getting the hash. Let's just remove that like so. And where are we using when a hash? Now let me just save that, and here you can see everything is okay. Now let me just click on this button one more time, and we are now logging in as an Alex right here, which is totally cool. But now let me just go ahead and provide some sort of a JSON right here. So the first thing which I want to do is that I want to change the Alex name to something else. So let's just zoom in a bit, and we're now logged in as an Alex, but now let me just change the username to something else. So I'm going to be just providing like I don't know, computer. And I also want to change the email as well. So instead of writing alex@gmail.com, I'm going to just change that to computer@gmail.com. And I'm going to also change the password of the Alex. So I'm going to just change that to computer12. Okay, so now let me just first of all show you that. And here you can see we have an Alex name, then we have an alex@gmail.com, and we have this password right here. But now let me just close this one as well, and we have that Alex on the top. And now let me just click on this send button right here. Let's just go back, And let me just show you that. So here you can see the username is now changed to computer, the email is changed to computer@gmail.com, and he is not an admin, so it is now set to false. And now let me just click on the first one once again, and here you can see instead of getting the Alex, we're now getting the computer and also computer@gmail.com and hashed password right here. That was a lot of talking. So yeah, that was it about for the backend of creating the user, updating the user, getting a user specific profile, getting all of the users and all of that kind of stuff, like how we're going to be authenticating and authorizing as an admin, how we're going to be creating a token and all of that. So yeah, that was just a backend part of how we are going to be managing our users. So we are totally done with the backend logic. Now the next thing which you want to do is that we want to use that same logic inside our React component and the UI. Okay, so now let me just go ahead and go to my weak config, and here we have to provide our proxy right here. Underneath that, we're going to be just creating a server, and inside the server we are going to be providing the proxy proxy like that, and the proxy will be first of all for the API. And now let me just provide my HTTP and localhost of 3000. We're going to be, oh god, what the hell did I just do? Let me just retype that once again. So localhost of 3000, and now let me just provide a comma here. I'm gonna copy that same thing, and we're going to be also taking care of the uploads a bit later. But now let me just provide my uploads folder right here, and now let me just provide a proxy for that. Okay, so I just messed it up right here. Let me just place it right here. And this is how we're going to be providing a proxies for our Vite project. So now the next thing which you want to do is that we are going to be creating our folder structure right here. So I'm going to be just creating a let me just zoom in a bit, and I'm going to be just starting from the components, and inside they we're going to be just creating a loader components, loader.jsx. I'm going to take care of that in a few seconds, but now let me just create yet another folder which will be for the pages. Inside these pages we're going to have a few folders, and I'm going to just create first for the auth, and the second one will be for the user. And now let me just collapse that. Now let me just create here another folder which will be for the Redux. So in this case Redux is a bit appropriate name, but in some situation people give it the name of like app, and yeah, you totally get the idea. And now let me just create another component inside this Redux folder which will be for the API. And now let's just create one for the featured or features, and now inside there we're going to be creating one for the auth as well. So that's there. But now let me just create my store inside this Redux folder, and I'm going to just give it the name of like store.js. And now let's just start from the store first of all. And what I want to do is that to create a store, first of all we have to just write a configure store function from where, from the Redux toolkit. Okay, so we are going to be grabbing that. First of all, let me just provide my curly braces right here, and underneath that we're going to be also grabbing our setup listener, setup listener, from where, from our Redux toolkit. And then we have to go into the query, come on, query, and then we have to just write React. Now let me just go back, and now underneath that we're going to be creating our store right here, and we are going to be just calling our configure store function, and inside there we're going to be providing our reducer, and in this case we are not going to be providing any reducers to it. And now let me just export default or store right here, and also the setup listener will be listening to the store.dispatch, something which I'm going to be doing in a few seconds. And you know what, I'm going to also provide my middleware right here for the cache. So middleware will be now equals to the get default middleware, come on, get default middleware, like so. And now what I want to do is that it's going to be set to the get default middleware one more time, and we are going to be calling that, and we are going to be just concatenating our API slice, which we did not create, not right now, but we are going to be creating in a few seconds. Now let me just put my comma, and then we're going to be setting the dev tools to true. Okay, so now let me just go back, and that's every single thing that we need for the store. Okay, so yeah, that's that. But now we have to use the store inside our main component. So now let me just go to my main component, and the first thing we would need is to import a store. Let's just import that right here. Let's just go ahead and go to our store, you know what, one file. Then we have to go to the Redux, then we have to go to the store right here, not API, but let's just write a store.js. and then we also have to import the provider. So I'm going to be just writing an import provider from where? From the React Redux. And the next thing which I want to do is that I'm going to be also using the React router. So I'm going to be just grabbing the router or route. First of all, let's just grab the route, and we're going to also have to grab the router provider and also the create routes from elements. Okay, so we're going to be getting that from the React router, and underneath that we're going to be also getting something called the create browser. Come on, let me just get the create BROWSER browser router from where? From the React and router DOM. So we're going to need all of that stuff. And now let me just also provide a comment for the auth user and also for the restricted user. So restricted user. Now underneath all of them we're going to have to create our router. So we are going to be just writing like const router, and let's just use our create browser router, and it should be an uppercase B. Let's just make that as an uppercase B. I'm going to copy and place it right here, and now we have to use that. And now inside there we're going to have to pass or create routes from element right here. Inside there we're going to have to just pass our route. Okay, so now let me just close that, and it's going to take the path of home, and here we have to pass the element or the component as an app component, which we are, I guess, already grabbing right here. We are already grabbing that, so we are now providing a route right here. So now the next thing which you want to do is that we want to use this. So I'm going to go ahead and copy that, and now let me just remove this app from here. Inside this render method we are going to be using our provider, and we are going to be binding our Redux store, which we are already grabbing, and inside there we are going to be just providing our router provider, and we just have to provide our router which we are already creating up above. Okay, so now let me just save that. And yeah, I guess that's every single thing that we need for now. But now let me just create a few components, or first of all let me just take care of the store, and then also this API slices as well. The first thing which you have to take care of the logging in and the logging out of the user. So we're going to have to go inside this auth, and inside this auth we are going to be creating an auth slice.js. AUTH, come on, AUTH slice.js. And if you want to create a slice, so we're going to have to import the create slice from where? From the Redux toolkit. Okay, so we're going to have to just write a Redux toolkit, so it's going to just import that for us. And now let me just create my slice. So auth slice will be now equals to the create slice, and here inside there we're going to have to provide our name first of all, and the name in this case we are working with the authentication, so we're going to be just providing the auth. And yeah, then we have to provide our initial state. In this case I'm not going to be creating my initial state right here, but what I want to do is that I'm going to copy that and create my initial state outside from there, because in this case we're going to be working with a lot of things. So we're going to have to first of all get the user info by using the local storage, and then we have to just write a get item, and then we're going to be just searching for the user info. If that's the case, what do you want to do? We just want to JSON parse, and then we just want to parse out our local storage and then get item of the user info. Come on, inside a string of a user info. There we go. And if that's not the case, we just want to set that to no. Okay, so now let me just save that, and we are already using that right here. And now the next thing which I want to do is that I want to create my reducers. So now let me just provide my reducers, and inside these reducers the first action which we are going to be creating is the set credential, CREDENTIALS, and we have to provide the state and also the action in this case. So now inside there we're going to be just writing a state of user info will be now equals to the action dot payload, and now underneath that we're going to be setting our data to our local storage. So we're going to be just writing like a local storage dot set item, and inside there we're going to have to pass our user information, and we are going to be just writing like user dot stringify, and we're going to be just passing our action and payload, which we already have inside the action. And we are going to be also providing the expiration date, so I don't want to type it out, so now let me just place that right here. And finally we just have to use our local storage dot set item, and we have to just provide the expiration time, and the expiration time will be this expiration. Come on, let me just copy the name of that, and now let me just place it right here. And now that's it about how we are going to be setting the credentials. But now how we are going to be logging out a specific user. So now let's just create an action for that. So we're going to be just writing like a log out, and it's going to only take the state. And what I want to do is that inside a state we're going to be searching for the user info, and I'm going to just set that to no. and I'm going to be also setting the local storage to totally clear, so it's going to just remove every single thing that we currently have inside our local storage. So now let me just export the set credentials and also this logout actions. I'm going to come to the bottom and I'm going to be using export const, and let's just export our set credentials and also the logout function from the auth slice and then actions with the s. And now I'm going to be also using export default of auth slice and then reducer, and now let's just register that inside our store. So I'm going to go ahead and go to my store right here, and the first thing which I want to do is that I'm going to be just importing my auth reducer from let's just go ahead and go to the feature. Come on, not an API but a features, and inside this feature we have an auth, and inside the auth we have an auth slice right here, and we're going to be importing that. And now let's just use that right here inside the reducers, and I'm going to just say the auth property and the value will be auth reducer. So now let me just save that, and that's totally cool. But now we also have to take care of the API for this authentication. So now we are totally done with that, and what I want to do is that inside this Redux folder, let me just zoom in a bit, I'm going to be creating yet another file. I'm going to give it the name of like constants. You don't have to do that if you don't like this convention, so you don't have to do that, but I'm going to be just extracting my constants and I'm going to be putting that inside this constants file. So I'm going to just hit enter right here, and the first thing which I want to do is that I want to create a constant for the base, base, and URL is going to be equals to totally empty string. And why is that? Because inside our Vite config we are already setting our API to a local host of 3000 right here, so that's why we can totally leave there as an empty string. Now let me just create a constant for the users URL, and it's going to be equals to, first of all, let's just go ahead and go to the API, then the version 1, and then the users. Now let me just save that and close this file. And what I want to do is that I want to create a RTK query right here. So I'm going to go into my API right here. The first thing which I want to do is that I want to create my API slice.js, and inside there we're going to be working with almost all of the RTK query, and inside this file we're going to be making a setup for our RTK query. So I'm going to just say like fetch base query. We're going to have to first of all grab that, then we have to just write a create API, and then we have to grab that from the Redux toolkit, and we're going to be getting that from the query and then the React. I'm going to go back, and underneath that we're going to also need to get our constant right here from let's just go ahead and go to our constants, and we would just need our base, come on, base URL right here. Okay, so now we have to use that. Underneath that we're going to have to provide our base query. Come on, let's just make that as a constant, and then it's going to be equals to the fetch base query, and inside that we're going to be providing our base not base query but base URL, and it's going to be equals to our base URL like that. Now let me just save that, and that's totally cool. But now the next thing which you want to do is that we want to create our API slice. So we're going to be just writing like export and then const API slice will be now equals to the create API, and inside there we are going to be just providing our base query which we are already creating right here. Now let me just copy that, now let me just place it right here, and underneath that we're going to be defining our endpoints. So endpoints, and that endpoints will be coming from a separate file. You don't have to do that if you don't want to do that, but in my case I'm going to be creating a separate file for my endpoints, and we're going to be injecting that endpoints right here inside this file. So yeah, that was just a total setup for the RTK query. Now let's just remove that, and now let me just create another file for my users endpoint. So I'm going to be just creating a file given name of like user.js, and inside there the first thing which I want to do is that I want to get my API slice. From where, let's just go ahead and go to the API, like API slice, and then we would also need to get the users URL from the constants right here. Now let's just use our export const of user API slice, and it's going to be coming from the API slice, and we are going to be injecting our endpoint. Inject the endpoints inside there. Okay, so what are we doing? First of all, what the hell is let's just remove that from here. So what are we doing? Let me just show you that. Here you can see we are providing our empty endpoints right here, and now we are going to be injecting all of our endpoints to this API slice right here. Okay, so now let's just do that. So what I want to do is that I'm going to be passing my endpoints, and inside there, first of all, let me just take care of the logging in the user. So builder.mutation, mutation, because in this case we are changing something. We are posting some data to our database. So for that, we're going to have to just write a query. It's going to take a data. And now let me just use my function right here, and inside there we're going to be providing the URL, and in this case our URL will be coming from the user's URL right here, and we specifically want to go to the auth, so that's why we are now providing the auth. And then we're going to be also providing the method of totally post method. Okay, so now let me just provide a comma here as well, and it should be a method. So now let me just make that as a method, and we're going to be also providing a body, and the body will be set to totally data. Let's just save that. Now let me just create a hook based on this endpoint right here. So I'm going to just write like export const, and we're going to be exporting something from the user API slice. So what are we doing? We're going to be just writing a use, and here you can see we have a user API slice. No, that's not something that we want. We have to just write a use login. What the hell is going on? We're now inside of endpoints. I don't know why, but it is not helping me in this case, but let me just do that manually. So I'm going to just write like use login, mutation, and yeah, I guess that should do it. Use login mutation would be fine. Now let me just save that. And yeah, this is how we're going to be creating our hook based on that. And now let me just use this somewhere, but before I do that, first of all, let me just go to my pages, and inside these pages, now let me just zoom in a bit. Inside these pages, we're going to be creating one file for the home.jsx. I'm going to just write a RAFCE, and I'm going to just leave that the way it is. Okay, so I'm not going to touch that. And now the next thing which I want to do is that I'm going to go ahead and go to my auth, and inside this auth, we are going to be creating our login.jsx right here. Okay, so now let me just use my RAFCE, save my file, and now let me just go ahead and go to my main and register there right here. Okay, so we are doing every single thing that we're supposed to do, but now inside this routes, the first thing which I want to do is that I want to create a route, and I'm going to be just passing the index of true right here in this case. And now let me just provide a path of home right here, and we're going to be also passing the element of home or the component of home. And now let me just close that, and we also have to grab the home. So it's not going to do it for us, but we're going to have to do it manually, I guess. So now let me just import the home from where. Let's just go to my not component but pages, and then we have a home.jsx right here. Save my file, and here you can see it is giving us an error because we have to run npm run full stack. So now if I just write npm run full stack, so it's gonna just run both the front end and also the back end. And now let me just refresh that right here, and it's gonna give us something. Let me just right click on there and click on a force dark, and that's looking cool. But why in the world we're not getting the home? You know, I'm gonna just right click on there and go to the inspect element, and we have nothing inside there. Then let me just go to the console, and we are getting something inside a store. Now let me just go ahead and go to the store, and yeah, I guess I'm gonna have to comment this line out for a few seconds. I'm gonna comment this line out, save our file, and refresh that. So the module query does not provide an export name, setup listener. Let's just comment this line out, and I'm gonna also have to comment this line out as well. Save our file. What the hell is wrong? Let's just uncomment. Oh, I made a setup, but I did not configure it inside my store. That's the only thing I'm doing wrong. So now let me just go to my users, and here you can see we are creating the endpoint, and we are setting almost all of the RTK query, and we are even creating a hook based on that, but we are not registering that inside our store. And now let's just do that. Okay, so what I want to do is that to grab my API slice, let me just hit enter right here, and now let me just place that right here, API slice, and then reduce our path, reducer path, and it's going to be equals to, not equals to, but this is a property, and we have to provide a value of API slice and reducer. Now let me just provide a comma here, save my file, and we also have to remove this colon. From there, save our file. We also have to remove this there was a lot of errors. And now let me just refresh this. So we are now getting the internal server error, which is saying they're missing query. Yeah, so let's just search for that. I'm gonna have to copy that, and let's just search for this specific thing, and we're gonna have to grab that from the query. There we go. So now let's just save that, and we should be getting something, but we are not. Okay, the requested module and does not provide an export name setup listener. It should be listeners with S. And now let me just copy that. Let me just place that right here, save my file and refresh that. Still does not provide a name export store. So I guess I'm gonna have to go to my main, and we are doing something wrong inside a store. I'm going to just remove these curly braces from here. Let's just remove that, save my file. And here you can see we are getting our hello world right here, which is totally cool. But what I want to do is that we are now providing our home component right here. Inside this home component, we are first of all providing our app. We shouldn't be doing that. Let me just provide this, hit enter right here. But now let me just go to my app, and now let's just take care of the app component. The first thing which you want to do is that I'm going to go to the top, and then we are going to be getting the outlet from the React router DOM. So we are going to have to grab the React router DOM. Yeah, we're going to have to just get the outlet first of all. Then we have to get the toast container, because we are going to be also using the toast in this project. So we're going to just write the toast container from the React toastify, and then we have to just grab our CSS. So we're going to be just writing like React toastify, and then let's just go to the dist folder. Then we have to go to the React toastify.css right here underneath there. What I want to do is that I'm going to just remove this h1 from here, and I'm going to be just passing my toast container, and also I'm going to just pass my main, and I'm going to just provide the padding for the y-axis of maybe 3 would be fine. So I'm going to just pass the padding for the y-axis of 3, and we are going to be just providing our outlet right here. So now let me just save that, and we're going to also have to provide our fragments so that we don't get these nasty errors. So now let's just provide that. And here you can see we are now getting the home right here. So that was the entire setup that we have to make. But anyways, we are not totally done with that, but we're gonna also have to create a navigation right here at the bottom. Then we will be able to work with that. So what I want to do is that I'm gonna go ahead and go to my auth, and inside this auth we are going to be creating our navigation.jsx, and navigation. And now let me just use my RAFCE, and here we are going to be importing our navigation right here. So I'm going to just say like underneath there we're going to be grabbing our navigation. Let me just copy that, and underneath this toast container we are going to be just placing there right here, save my file. And here you can see we are getting our navigation right here, which is totally a-okay. And what we have to do is that we have to just design this navigation, and that's going to be a lot of fun. So the first thing which you have to do is that we have to import the useStat, not useStore but useStat from where? From the React.js. And then what do we have to do? We have to grab a lot of font icons from the React icons library, and we're going to be getting that from the AI. I'm not going to waste your time by writing all of them, so I'm going to just place them right in here. Okay, so we're going to be just using all of that, and now underneath that we're going to be also using this one as well. This is also a font which is coming from the MD folder, and we would also need the link from the React router DOM, and we will also need to grab the use navigation as well. I mean like the use navigate, not navigation. Okay, and we will also need the use selector to read the data from the store. So we are going to be just writing the use selector, and also the use dispatch, dispatch, to change the data from the React router, not router but the Redux. And we would also have to get the use login mutation, which we already created. This is our own built-in hook, and then we also have to grab the log out. Okay, so we are going to be getting that from the feature, and then the auth slice. So we are now getting almost every single thing that we need right here. But now let me just create instances of that. So the first thing which I want to do is that we're going to be just grabbing the user info from where? From the use selector, and we're going to be just passing our stat right here, and we're going to be just writing a stat.auth, and underneath that we're going to be just creating a stat. So I'm going to just say like a drop down open. We're going to be creating a drop down menu right here, and then set drop down open, and it's going to be equals to the the use stat, and currently it's going to be set to false. And now underneath that we're going to be just creating a function for toggling that drop down. So toggle drop down in lowercase will be now arrow function, and we're going to be just writing like a set drop down open, and not drop down open. There we go. Now let me just create instances of both the dispatch, the use dispatch, and we are going to be just using the dispatch, and it's going to be equals to this use dispatch, and we are going to be also creating an instance of navigate. So we are going to be just writing a use navigate right here, and then we have to use our own hook, which is const logout API call from where, from the use logout mutation, and we're going to be just using that. And now underneath there, let me just save this file. We have to just write our JSX right here, and there's going to be a lot of JSX. So I guess I'm not going to waste a lot of your time by writing a lot of JSX or a lot of classes rather. So I'm going to just remove this navigation from here, and now let me just provide a class name, and I'm going to just remove that and place these classes right here. So I'm going to just give you a few seconds to stop the video and write all of these classes by yourself, or you can go to my GitHub repository and grab all of these styling right here and grab all of their styling from there, or you can just stop the video and just type it by yourself. Now inside there, what do you want to do? Let me just even save this file, and now inside there, what do you want to do? We are going to be just creating a section, and for this section we are going to be just writing a flex and justify between, and also the items will be set to totally center. And inside there we are going to be just creating two sections. We have a section 1 and section 2. So inside this section 1 we are going to be creating a div. So now let me just create a div, and I'm going to be just placing the class name to there, and we're going to be just placing these class names right here. Okay, so now inside there we're going to be just creating a link, and I'm going to just pass the 2, and it's going to just only go to the home. And now let me just provide some classes to it. And trust me, I'm not going faster because I want to save your time. Now let me just go back and save our file, and here you can see these are the only styling that you have to provide right here for this specific link. And now what I want to do is that I'm going to be just using the AI outline home. Okay, and we have to just specify the classes to it. So we have to just write a margin for the right of 2, margin for the top of 3 rem, and we also have to provide some sort of a size for that. So I'm going to just specify the size of 26, and now underneath that we're going to be also providing a span of total home. And now let me just provide a class name of hidden, and also the nav item name, and also the margin for the top will be set to, let me just provide 3 rem right here. Okay, so now let me just save that, and the use state is not a function, or it's not a return iterable. Okay, we are not even using the use state, so why in the world we are going to be needing that? Oh, I forgot to destructure that. Now let me just save that and refresh that. So here you can see we are getting our navigation right here, and everything is okay. And if I click on that, so it's gonna just brings us to this home right here. Anyway, so that was just a small little silly bug that I just fixed. Now underneath this link we are going to be creating yet another link, and it's gonna go to the movies page, which we did not create, not right now, but we are going to be creating that in a few seconds. Now let me just provide a class names to that, and here you just have to write these class names right here. Okay, so now let me just save that, and I want you to just pause the video and provide these classes to that. And now inside this link we are going to be just writing like md outline, and then their movies right here. We have to just write our classes of margin for the right of 2, margin for the top of 3 rem, and we also have to provide some sort of a size for that. So the size in this case will be also 26 size. And now let's just close that. We're going to be also providing a span of shop in this case. And now let me just provide a class name of the class name of hidden, and also the nav item name, and margin for the top will be set to 3 rem. Okay, so now let me just close that. Let's just close that as well. So now let me just save that, and here you can see we are getting this movies icon right here. If I click on that, so it's gonna just brings us to these movies right here, which we did not create, not right now. So yeah, that's cool. But now let's just take care of the section 2. So I'm going to just hit enter right here. Let me create a div, and I'm gonna just give it the class of relative, and inside this div relative, and inside this div we are going to be creating 2 buttons, or 1 button right here. So when somebody clicks on this button, so we're going to be just passing this drop down function which we already created up above. Now let me just provide a class names of text of totally gray of 800, and also the focus will be set to outline of none. And now inside this button, what do you want to do? We just want to check if you already have the user info. So what do you want to do in that case? let me just hit enter right here. We just want to create a span, and let me just create that span right here manually, and we're gonna have to provide a class names of text of totally white. And now inside there we are going to be just providing the user info dot name, or username rather. And if that's not the case, like if the user did not specify, I mean like if you don't have the users, so then we don't have to provide nothing and just empty fragments. So yeah, that's it. And underneath there I'm going to be placing a bit of code, but I want you to bear with me, and I am going to give you a lot of time to write that code. So now let me just write a user info. So if you already have the user info, and then just do something. If you don't have that, then do another thing. Okay, so now if we have the user info, so we are going to be just placing this svg right here, and you can find this svg in my GitHub repository. So here you can see what we are doing is that we are just passing the entire svg, and we are now passing this class totally dynamically. So if we already have the drop down open, so for that we're going to be just writing the transform and the rotate of 180 degree. And if that's not the case, we are going to be just setting that to empty string, and we are just filling there with no colors. We are not providing, I mean like we are providing a bit of view box to it. You can totally specify icon right here in this case, but in my case I'm not going to be doing that because this is just a simple drop down which I just created right here. Oh, you know, it should be just only one case, it should not be more than that. So now let me just remove that from here and just provide our svg right here, and there you have it. Underneath this button, what do you want to do? We just want to create yet another drop down menu right here. So drop down menu and the user info, and then do something with that. So inside there we're going to be just creating our ul, and for this ul we are going to be defining a lot of classes right here, but their classes will be dynamic. So I'm going to just provide the absolute right here, and the right will be set to totally 0. Margin for the top will be set to 2, the margin for the right will be set to 14, and width will be just totally 10 rems. And I'm going to also specify the space of y-axis will be set to 2, and I'm going to also say the background will be set to totally white, and text will be gray of 600. And inside there we're going to be just rendering if we don't have the user info and is admin. If the user, come on, is admin. So if the user is not an admin in this case, so what do you want to do? We just want to write the top value to 20, and then if the user is admin, so then we just have to write a top of 24. Okay, so now inside there, what do you want to do? Let me just scroll down. Inside there we're going to be just writing like if the user is admin, so is admin, and inside there we're going to be just writing our fragment, and here we just have to specify our li, and let's just provide our link. And for this link it's going to just go to first of all the admin, and then it's going to go to the movies, and then it's going to go to the dashboard, which we did not create, not right now, but we will create that in a few seconds, not in a few seconds but later. Okay, so it's going to be totally block, and also the padding for the x-axis will be set to 4, padding for the y-axis will be set to 2, and when somebody hover there, so we're going to be just changing the background color of that to totally gray of 100, and here it should be just a dashboard. This is going to be only happening for the admin user, not for the regular users. So yeah, that's cool. But now underneath there, what do you want to do? We just want to create li, yet another li right here, and I'm going to just say the li, and inside this li we would have yet another link, and it's going to just go to the profile. Now let me just put a class name to that. It should be block. Padding for the x-axis will be set to 4, padding for the y-axis will be set to 2. When somebody hovers over there, background will be set to totally gray of 100, and inside this link we are going to be just writing a profile. Okay, and then underneath this li we're going to be creating yet another li, and inside this li we're going to be creating a button. When somebody clicks on this button, we're going to be just creating a log out handler, which we did not create, not right now, and we are going to be also providing a classes like block, and width will be set to 4, padding for the x-axis will be 4, padding for the y-axis will be 2, text will be set to totally left, and when somebody hover over there, we are going to be changing the background color to totally 100. For the label we are going to be just writing a log out. Let's just save that. We have to also create that function up above. We have to check if we don't have the user info, and what do you want to do? We just want to provide a li, I mean like a ul, when the user did not logged in, so we are going to be just showing this UI to the user like flex first of all, and inside there we are going to be just writing a li, and we're going to also have to create a link, and it should go to the login page. And now let me just put a few classes right here, and I'm going to just place these classes right here, and you have to do the same. Now inside this link we just have to write our AI outline login, not a home but login, and we have to specify the classes of margin for the right will be set to 2, margin for the top will be just set to 4 pixel, and now let me just provide a size of 26. Let's just close there. Underneath there we're going to be also providing a span, and it should be a login in uppercase. And now here we're going to be just providing a hidden class, and the nav item will be set to name. And the final li which you have to take care of is going to be another li, and we're going to have exactly the same link, but it should go to the register. So now let me just write a register right here, and we are going to be also providing these same classes. So now let me just remove that, and now let me just place these classes right here, and inside this link we are going to be just writing like AI outline user add. Okay, and the size will be set to 26. Let's just close that. And what the hell did I just do? I'm just getting tired a lot. So now let me just write a span, and it should be register, and here we just have to write a class name, not in uppercase but in lowercase. Hidden and nav item will be set to totally the name. Okay, so we also have to close that, save my file, and I guess that's every single thing that we need for now. Here you can see this is how currently our navigation looks like, but I'm going to change the UI a bit later. So if I click on that, so it's going to bring us to the movies, but now if I click on this button right here, so it's going to bring us to a login page. And now if I click on this register button, so it's going to just bring us to this register page right here, which we did not create, not right now. So we are now getting the home right here, which is totally okay. But now the next thing which you want to do is that we wanted to go ahead and go to our main, and inside this main we are going to be registering or making a specific routes for the login component, and we are going to be also creating yet another component which will be the register.jsx, registr.jsx, and we are going to be just using the RAFCE for now. Let's just save there, and we already have our login component right here. And now let me just grab that right here. So I'm going to be using the login. Let's just grab that, and we're going to be also using the register component as well. And now what I want to do is that I want to just place it right here, just create a separate route for that. So I'm going to be just using the route. Let me provide a path for that, and we are going to be going into the login, and as an element we are going to be just passing, or let me just pass my element not element but our login right here. Let's just close that, and let me just close this component as well. Now let me just save that, and what I want to do is that I want to just click on this button right here, so it's going to just brings us to this login, and here you can see we are now getting our login right here, which is totally amazing. But now we also have to register or register component as well. So now let me just duplicate that, and instead of writing a login we are going to be just writing our register, not react down but register, and we are going to be also changing that to register component. So now let me just save that. Let's just refresh that, and now let me just click on this person, and it's gonna just gives us that register component right here, which is totally amazing. So yeah, that's it about how we are going to be grabbing stuff. But now the next thing which you have to do is that we have to create our register component. So we are going to need a few things to grab from our store, and also the stat and all of that. So the first thing we would need is the use stat and also the use effect, because we are going to be using both of them. So now let me just write a link, and also the use location, not this one, LOCATION, and also the use navigate from where, from the React router DOM. Okay, so we're gonna need that, and we would also get the use dispatch and also the use selector to just interact with our stores. Now let me just wrap that inside a curly braces, and we are going to be just grabbing that from the React and Redux. Okay, now underneath that we're gonna also need our loader, which we defined but we did not create that. So we're going to be just grabbing our loader from our components folder. So now let me just go ahead and go to my components folder, and we're going to be grabbing our loader from there. And we're going to be also grabbing our set credential, CREDENTIALS, from where, from, let's just go ahead and go to our feature. I'm going to go ahead and go to my Redux first of all, and then we are going to be going into the features, and inside this feature we have auth, and then we have our auth slice right here. Now let me just provide a curly braces inside there, and now let me just go ahead and go inside there. I'm going to copy that, let me just place that right here, save our file, and finally we're gonna also need the toastify. So I'm going to be using like what the hell did I just do? We're going to be just writing our toast, and we're going to be getting that from the React. Come on, from the React and Toastify. There we go. So now let me just save that. So that's every single thing that we currently need right now. But I want to go ahead and go to my Redux, and inside this Redux we're going to have to go to the API, and then I want to go to the users, and now underneath this login we're going to be defining yet another query, not a query but our endpoint, and I'm going to just write a register, and it's going to be a builder.mutation because we are sending some sort of a data to our database. So that's why it should be mutation, not a query. And we're going to be just writing a query, and we're going to be passing our data, and inside this data we are going to be just passing first of all the URL, and the URL will be just a user's URL which we already defined. And now let me provide my comma, and we're going to be also providing the method of post because we're going to be posting some sort of a data right here in this case. And finally we just have to provide our body. Let me just do that in a lowercase body, and we have to just specify our data which we are already defining or grabbing as a parameter right here. So now we successfully create our endpoint, and now let me just provide a comma here, and if I just use the use keyword, so it's going to give us that use register mutation. So now let me just copy that, save this file, and then let me just go ahead and go to my register component, and now let me just grab that. So I'm going to be just using the import, and we're going to be just grabbing this same hook from where let's just go ahead and go to our Redux. So I'm going to just go to my Redux, and inside there we're going to have to go to the API, then we have to go to our users right here. So now let me just save that, and now the next thing which you have to do is that we have to create a lot of stats. So const first of all for the username, because if you want to create a user we're going to have to get some sort of a name from the user. So it should be set username, rather set user like that, or you know what, it should be in lowercase, so set username or something like that is going to be equals to the use stat, and we're going to be just defining the totally empty string. We would also need to get the email from the user, so we are going to be just writing a set email, and it's going to be also equals to the use stat of totally empty string. And underneath that we're going to be also need one for the password, and set password, and then it's going to be equals to the use stat, and inside there we're going to be just defining our initial state of empty string, and then const for the confirmation password. So const confirm password, and also set confirm password will be now equals to the use stat, and it's going to be equals to totally empty string. We're going to need the dispatch, and it's going to be equals to the use dispatch, and we're going to be just executing that. And then finally we would just need the navigate, and it's going to be equals to or use navigate hook, and now let's just call that. And now underneath that we are going to be grabbing our register hook, or register function rather, from our use register hook. So I'm going to be just using the use register mutation, and then we're going to be just using or array destructuring syntax right here. So I'm going to just write like const, and it's going to be equals to register. We're going to be grabbing our register function, and we are going to be also grabbing the is loading property from there. So underneath that we would also need the user information, so we are going to be getting that from the stat, and we already defined that inside a stat and auth. And now let me just destructure that. So I'm going to be just using the user info, and it's going to be equals to this use selector. And now underneath that we would also need the search. So now let me just use the search. We are going to be destructuring the search from the use location, and now let me just execute that. And we would also need to use our search perimeter, so I'm going to just write a sp for search perimeter, and it's going to be equals to the new URL search params. And now here we are going to be just passing our search which we are already grabbing from the use location. So then we have to just redirect the user, so redirect the user by using the search perimeter, and then we are going to be just providing the get to that, and then redirect the user, or outside from that just redirect the user to the home page. Okay, so now underneath that we're going to be also defining our use effect, and here we just have to provide our arrow function right here. As for the dependency array, we are going to be defining first of all the navigate, and we would also need to define the the redirect, and also the user info as well. And now okay, the spelling is incorrect, navigate. So now let me just copy that, and now let me just place that right here, navigate. There we go. Okay, so now the spelling is totally correct. But now the next thing which you want to do is that we are going to be just searching for the user info. If you already have the user info, so what do you want to do? We just want to navigate the user not like that, but navigate the user to the redirect. Okay, now underneath all of that, we're going to be just defining a lot of JSX right here. So I'm going to just provide a class name of padding for the left of 10 rem. I'm going to change that to something else, like the UI doesn't matter. But yeah, here inside there, we are going to be just writing margin for the right first of all, and it's going to be just, I don't know, 4 rem or something like that. And we're going to be also defining the margin for the top of 5 rem, and inside there we're going to be just using our h1 of text 2xl, and also the font will be semi bold, come on, semi bold, and margin for the bottom will be set to 4, and we're going to be just defining the register. There we go. So now let me just save that, and now let me just refresh that right here, and we are not getting anything. I don't know why, but we are not getting anything at all. So we have a use dispatch, we have a set confirmation password, and nothing is happening. Let's just see our errors, and we have 16 errors. Wow, that's a lot. You know, I'm gonna take care of that because they're just a name conflicts. And let's just refresh that. We're not seeing anything. Let me just go ahead and go to my console, and we are now getting the requested module. Loader.jsx does not provide an name export. Ah, god damn. We have to just import that like so. So now let me just save that and refresh that. And still, how the hell we define our loader component? Let me just go ahead and go to my components. Then we have a loader already. Oh, we did not even specify anything inside there. So now let me just create a loader component right here, save our file and refresh that. And I guess we're gonna have to remove these curly braces from there. And now let me just rename that to a loader and refresh that. And here you can see we are now getting a register right here, which is totally awesome. So yeah, that's cool. We are now making a lot of progress. We are now getting into creating the user. Okay, so what I want to do is that I want to create a form, and inside this form we are not going to be defining the action, and inside this form we are going to be also providing a class name of container first of all, and the width will be 40 rem. And inside this form we are going to be just creating a div with the class of my, and we are going to be just giving it the 2 rems. And inside this div, you know, let's just close it. Let me just close that. And inside this div we are going to be defining our label, label, and we're not going to be providing any HTML, or you know, I am going to be providing the HTML4 of name. And let's just define our classes like block of text small, font will be medium, and text will be totally set to white. And now inside this label we are going to be just defining the name. Now let's just save that, and here you can see we're now getting the name. And now underneath this label, what do you want to do? We are going to be creating our input, and inside this input the type will be set to text, and we are going to be also defining the ID of name right here. And now let me just provide a class name of margin for a top of 1, border, and also rounded, and width will be set to totally full, and also the placeholder will be set to enter name. Okay, and also the value we are going to be defining, which we already declared up above, which will be the username. And on change, when somebody clicks or writes something, not clicks, but when somebody starts to type something inside this input, we are going to be just using our set, not interval, but set username. There we go. And we are going to be just providing the e.target.value inside there. So now let me just save that. And here you can see we are getting our input, but that's looking supremely awful. I don't know why, but that's looking totally awful. Let me just right click on that and disable that. Yeah, that's looking nasty. You know, I'm gonna just provide the padding of 2 to it. So now let's just save that, and that's looking totally amazing. But now let me just take care of this background colors. So now let me just right click on that and disable the dark force. Disable the dark force. Let me just go ahead and go to my index.css file, and we are going to be just defining these classes and these styling right here. So we are just first of all providing a background color of this to our body, and the text color will be totally set to white. And then we're selecting our input field and also our text area, and we're making that totally black. Same for the select an option, we are now making that totally black. So now let me just cut that from here, and let's just preview that. And now let me just right click on that, disable force will look like this, and also undisable will look something like this. So yeah, we are getting there. But now the next thing which you want to do is that we want to just grab that. I'm going to just duplicate that, I don't know, for a few times. I'm gonna just select this div with a class name of margin for the y-axis of 2, and I'm gonna just duplicate that a few times. I'm going to duplicate that first of all for the email, then for the password, then for the confirmed password. Okay, so now let me just go to the top, and here you can see first of all we have the name right here, and then we're going to be changing this value to the email in this case, and now let me just type the email as a label, and I'm going to also change the type to email as well. So now let me just provide the email right here, and we're going to be also providing the email right here as well. And instead of providing the enter your name, we're going to be just defining the enter email and also the email here as well, and then we have to just write a set email. Okay, so now let me just save that. Also, we're going to have to change this one to password, so I'm going to just change the label to password, and we're going to be also changing this one to password as well. The type will be password, and also the name or ID will be also set to password, and enter your password like that, and it should be the email address. Rather, I'm going to just change this label to email AWDRESS. This is a password, and then we have to provide a password confirmation, but here we're going to have to also remove their username and change that to password, and here set password like that, and that's totally cool. But now the final thing which you have to do is that we have to just write confirm password, and also we have to write a confirm, come on, so NFIRM password like that. And now underneath that, we're going to be also providing the password once again, and also we have to just provide a confirm password, and then we have to just write confirm password like that. And now let me just provide a confirm password. Now let me just copy that, or you know what, let's just provide set confirm password right here. Now let me just save that, and here you can see we are now getting the input of name, and also for the email, and also for the password and confirm password. And now the next thing which you want to do is that underneath this div, we are going to be creating our button right here. So I'm going to just create a button, and inside this button we're going to be providing a disable state of loading. If it is loading, then we're going to be just disabling that. Otherwise, we are going to be just providing the type of submit to that, and also the classes, and the classes are a lot, and I'm going to just copy the classes. And now let me just place that right here, save our file, and you can also type there if you wanted to, but here what I want to do is that I want to just write if is loading. So what do you want to do? We just want to write registering ... and if that's not the case, we just want to write a registered. There we go. Okay, so yeah, that's cool. But now underneath this button, what do you want to do? We just want to show our loader. So I just want to write a is loading, and then we have to just write our loader. So loader, and now let me just close that, save our file, and that's cool. But now underneath this form, what do you want to do? We just want to provide a div with a class of margin for the top will be set to totally 4, and now inside there we're going to be providing a paragraph with a class of text totally white. And now inside there already have an account. If you already have an account, then let's just provide an empty space right here. Underneath there we're going to be also providing a link, and it should redirect us to, first of all, let me just write a redirect, REDIRECT, and if it's redirect, so we're going to be just providing the login question mark and redirect. And here we're going to be just rendering or redirect dynamically. So now let me just make that as a template literals, and here we're going to be just providing or redirect. So if that's not the case, we're going to be just going into the login screen. Okay, so now here I'm going to just write login right here, but I'm going to also provide a classes right here. Now let me just place these classes right here, save our file, and here you can see we are now getting our register button, and we are also getting this already have an account, and we are now getting this login right here. Okay, which is totally a-okay and amazing. But finally we are going to be also attaching some sort of an image right here underneath all of these divs, but up above the last one we're going to be just placing this image right here, and you can find this same image in my GitHub repository. And now let me show you how that's gonna look like, and it is looking not okay. Okay, so I'm going to just change the width to, I don't know, maybe 55 or something like that, save our file, and now that's looking totally better. And here you can see we have our data right here, which is totally okay, but we have to attach our event handler to our form. Okay, so inside this form we're going to be attaching our event handler, and the event will be on submit when somebody submit this form. So we're going to be just writing submit handler, come on, handler, and now let's just create our submit handler right here. So we're going to be just writing a submit handler, is going to be equals to the asynchronous function, and we're going to be just providing a e. Now let me just use that e right here. So we're going to be just writing a prevent default right here. So now let's check if our password is not equal to the confirmed password. So what do you want to show to the user? We just want to show the toast dot error right here, and we're going to be just writing like password do not match. And if that's not the case, so we're going to be just writing our try and catch blocks, and inside the catch block we're going to be just writing our err. Let me just make that as a total err, and then we're going to be just writing our console.log of total error, and then we have to just write a toast dot error, and we are going to be just porting our error.data.message. Okay, so now inside the try block, what do you want to do? We just want to get the response, so we're going to be just using await. And now let's just use our register function from the RTK query, and we're going to be providing our username, which the user will provide, and also the email and the password, and we are going to be just using the unwrap at the end. And now underneath that, we're going to be just using a dispatch, and now we also have to provide our set credentials right here, because currently we are now dispatching our store. Okay, so now inside there we're going to be providing every single thing which we are providing inside this res variable. If everything is okay, so we are going to be also navigating to the redirect. Okay, so now underneath that we are going to be just also using the toast.success, and now let's just provide a user successfully registered or create new account or something like that. Now let me just save that, and now let's just try this out. So I'm gonna just reload that, and currently we don't have nothing, or I guess we have a lot of users right here. Now let me just go ahead and go to my users. So we have 5 users right here. Let me just check the last one. Let's just check the last one, and the last one is Sprite. So I'm going to be creating yet another user, so I'm going to just give it the name of, like, I don't know, keyboard or something like that, and keyboard@gmail.com. And as a password, I'm going to be providing a keyboard 12. Come on, let's just retype that, keyboard 12 and keyboard 12. And now let me just click on this register button, and here you can see it's going to just create a new user, and it's going to also set the JSON token inside the cookie. So now let me just show you that, and now let me just go ahead and go to my application right here. And now let me just expand that so you guys can see everything a bit better. Now let me just go ahead and go to my session storage, and not a session storage but a local storage. So here you can see we have our user info, and we have a specific user ID right here, and we also have a user credentials, and then we have an expiration time which will be that much days. Okay, so yeah, we are not only able to successfully register the user, and now let me make sure that we are saving the user to our database. So now let me just, here you can see we currently have 5 users right here, but now let me just refresh that, and here you can see we have a 6 user. And now let me just check this out. We have a keyboard as a name, and then we have a keyboard@gmail.com as an email, and then we have an encrypted password, and the user is not an admin. So yeah, this is how we are going to be registering the user inside our application. So that was it about how we are going to be registering the user. And now let me just take care of the loader, and I'm not going to be wasting your time, but I am going to just place this CSS right here, and you just have to type this CSS, and it's going to give you an amazing loader. And now let's just close it. Okay, so that was it about for the loader, and now let's just take care of the login. Okay, we already defined that. Now let me just show you that. So I'm going to just close that right here, and here you can also see, by the way, we have our name right here, and if I click on the name, so we have a logout handler not defined. We are going to be also taking care of that in a few seconds, but now let me just go ahead and go to my login screen. And you know what, first of all, we're going to have to remove our what do you call it, our cookie right here, then we would be able to log in. So I'm going to just remove every single thing from there. And now if I just refresh my browser, and here you can see it's going to give us that register and also that login. Now let me just click on this login, and here you can see it's going to give us that login. Let's just click on that. So I'm not going to be wasting your time, but I'm going to go ahead and go to my register component, and I'm going to copy every single thing from there, I mean, like from the top. And now let me just place it right here, but instead of writing a use register, we're going to be just using a use login mutation right here. And that's everything we need for now. When we're logging the user, we're going to need the email and the password from the user. So we're going to be creating a state for the email first of all, and it's going to be equals to the use stat, not selector but use stat, and we have to just define it as an empty stat or empty string rather. And we're going to be also getting the password from the user, so set password is going to be equals to the use stat, and we are going to be just providing an empty string inside there. And now let me just create an instance of dispatch, and it's going to be equals to the use dispatch. And now let me just we're not going to be providing anything inside a dispatch, but we are going to be just creating an instance of navigate, navigate, and it's going to be equals to the use navigate. And now let's just execute that. And now let me just grab the login function from my RTK query, which will be the use login mutation. And now inside there we are going to be just getting our login, and we are going to be also destructuring the is loading. Now underneath there we are going to be creating our const user info, and it's going to be equals to the use selector. And now let me just pass my state first of all, and here we're going to be grabbing our state from the state auth. So now underneath that we are going to be doing the same thing. Like first of all we're going to have to grab the search from the use location. So we're going to be just grabbing that from the use location. Then we have to just create our search parameter by using the URL search param, search params, and we are going to be just passing our search inside there. And now let me just provide a redirect, and it's going to be equals to the search parameter, and we are going to be getting the redirect from there. And now let me just use, if that's not the case, we are going to be going into the home. And now underneath that we are going to be just providing our use effect, and we are going to be providing our function inside there. And for the dependency array we're going to be providing our navigate and the redirect, and also the user info inside there. And now inside this use effect we are going to be checking if you already have the user info. So what do you want to do in that case? We just want to navigate to that redirect which we already created up above. So now let me just save that, and now let's just write a lot of JSX. Now let me just remove this login from here, and I'm going to be just creating a section, and I'm going to just give it the class names of, first of all, the padding for the left will be set to 10 rem, and we are going to be also providing a flex and flex of totally wrap. And now inside there we are going to be also defining margin for the right, and it's going to be equals to 4 rem. Okay, so let's just provide our 4 rem right here. Margin for the top will be set to 5 rem. And now inside there we are going to be just defining our h1 of sign in baby and also we have to provide the text of 2xl, and also the font will be semi bold, and then we have to provide margin for the bottom of 4. Now let's just save that, and here you can see we are now getting our sign in button right here, or not a button but a label. And now underneath that we're going to be creating our form right here, and we're not going to be providing any actions to that, but we will provide a classes to it. So we're going to be defining the container, and width will be set to 40 rem. And now inside there we're going to be just creating a div with a class of margin for the y-axis of 2 rem. And now inside there we are going to be creating our label, and inside this label we are going to be providing the email, and also for the classes we are going to be providing the block, and text will be set to totally small, and font will be set to medium like that, and text will be also set to totally wide as well. And here we just have to provide our email address like that. Now let me just save that, and it's going to look something like this. And here you can see we are now getting our email right here. And now what I want to do is that underneath this label we are going to be creating our input, and let me just provide an email as a type. And now I'm going to also provide the ID of email. Let me provide a classes of margin for a top of 1, and padding all around will be set to 2, border and totally rounded, and also width will be set to totally full. And I'm going to be also providing a placeholder to that, and I'm going to just say like enter email or something like that, and I'm going to provide the value of email in this case. And now let me just provide when somebody writes something inside there. So we are going to be just providing the set email, and we are going to be just providing the e.target.value inside there. Now let me just save that, and here you can see we are getting our input field right here, which is totally amazing. But now we have to duplicate that. So I'm going to just select this div, and I'm going to just duplicate that, I don't know, maybe 2 times. You know what, I'm going to just duplicate that 1 time. And now let's just change that from email to password. So I'm going to just write a password in this case, and password, there we go. And also we have to just remove this email from here, email from there, and we have to just write a password right here. And I'm going to also remove this enter email. Instead of writing an enter email, we are going to be just providing an enter password, and I'm going to also provide the password here, and also the set password, there we go. Now let me just save that, and here you can see we are now getting our password as well. Now let me just type something inside there. So that's the password, and that's the email. Yep, that's looking amazing. But now underneath that, underneath this div, we are going to be creating yet another button, and now this button will be disabled, and we are going to be just checking the loading. If it's loading, so this button will be totally disabled. Otherwise we are going to be providing a type of submit. And now let me just provide a classes, and it has a lot of classes. So now let me just copy and place that. So I'm going to just copy that, and now let me just place these classes right here, and I'm going to just save that. Okay, so now inside this button, what do you want to do? We just want to check if it's loading. So we just want to provide a signing, come on, signing, signing in, and then dot dot dot, And if that's not the case, so we're going to be just providing the sign in. Okay, so now let me just save that. And now underneath that, we're going to be also providing a loader. So underneath this button, we are going to be just providing, if it's loading, then we also have to render or loader. Okay, so now let me just close that right here, save our file. And underneath this form, we are going to be creating our div with the class of margin for our top will be set to 4. And then we have to just specify the paragraph of text totally white. And inside there, we are going to be just providing a new custom, come on, custom and then here we just have to provide an empty space. Okay, so now inside there we are going to be also providing a link, and this link will go to, let me just provide a tool right here. First of all, the redirect, come on, redirect. And if it is a redirect, so we just want to provide first of all the register and redirect the user to the specific redirect right here. And if that's not the case, so we are going to be just providing the register. There we go. And as a label, we are going to be just providing the register right here. And I'm going to also provide a few classes right here. So I'm going to just say like text of teal 500, and when somebody hover over there, so we're going to be just providing the underline right here. So now let me just save there. And that was a lot of talking. And here you can see we are getting what signing in and also the new customer right here. And now underneath this div, we are going to be providing our image right here, and you can also copy this same image from my GitHub repository. So now let me just save there. And here you can see we are getting this image once again, which is looking totally awful. So I'm going to make that 55, save our file. And here you can see that's looking a bit better. Now let me just provide my handler to this form. So I'm going to just found my form, and here we're going to be attaching our event handler. When somebody submit this form, so we're going to be just attaching the submit handler. And now let me just copy that from here, and now let's just create that right in here. So const handle submit handler handle submit handler, what the hell. And we are going to be just putting a prevent default, and now let's just save that. And underneath that, we're going to be using our try and catch, and for the catch block, we're going to be providing a toast of error. And if we have some sort of an error, then you know what, let me just change this one to err, and then we are going to be just getting the specific data from there, and then a specific message from that data. And if that's not the case, so we're going to be just providing an error dot total error. And for a try block, we're going to be just defining our response and await of login, and we're going to be providing this email credential and also the password, but this should be an asynchronous function. So async, there we come on, async, there we go. And here I'm going to just unwrap that. So unwrap, and now let's just close that. And we're going to be also dispatching, so set credential, and we're going to be sending all of that credential to our store. And now let me just navigate there to the redirect. Okay, so now let me just save that, and now let's just test this out, baby. And I'm going to just log in as a keyboard, and now let me just provide a keyboard 1-2. Now let me just click on this sign in, and here you can see we are now successfully signed in, and you can also see my name right here. So now let me just take care of the logout and also this navigation right here. So I'm going to go ahead and go to my navigation, and now let me just search for the logout handler. Oh, we are not okay, we are providing one. So let's just click on that. So we are providing our login handler, but we are not creating one. So now let me just copy that from here, go to the top, and now underneath all of that, up above this JSX, we're going to be creating our logout handler. So we're going to be just defining our asynchronous function, and inside there we're going to be just using our try and catch block. And for the error, we're going to be just logging like console.error, this specific error right here. We're not going to be doing anything else in there. And let's just use await and logout API call, which we are already grabbing. And now let me just use the unwrap inside there, and now let's just execute that. Then we're going to be also dispatching our our store by providing this logout function to there. And then we are going to be just navigating to an AVIGATE. We are going to be navigating to the login screen. So now let me just save there. And if I click on that, so it's going to give us the profile, which we did not create. But if I click on this logout, you know, first of all, let me just show you something. I'm going to go ahead and go to my inspect element, and then I'm going to go ahead and go to my application. And here you can see we have our user information right here. Now let me just make it a bit smaller like that. We have our user information right here. As soon as I click on this logout button, and here you can see we are getting an error. Let's just check it out. So we have our logout, and we have unauthorized. And what's up with that? And it took me a while, and I finally found it. What in the world are we doing in here? We are destructuring the logout API call from the use login mutation, and that's not correct. We're gonna have to grab that from the use logout mutation. So I'm going to just go ahead and go to my users first of all, and now let's just create an endpoint for logging out the user. And I'm going to create the underneath this register, and I'm going to just give it the name of like logout, and it's going to be a builder.mutation. And here inside there we're going to be providing a query, and now let's just provide our arrow function right here. And inside this arrow function we're going to be defining first of all the URL, and the URL will go to the user's URL and then specifically to the logout. And then underneath there we're going to be also defining the method of trolley post. Let's just save there. I'm going to copy the name of there, or even I'm going to just provide a comma here and then use logout mutation. I'm going to copy there and save there. Now let me just go ahead and go to my navigation right here. Let me just place it right here, and also I'm going to be grabbing the use logout mutation right here. Now let me just save there, and I'm going to just refresh there once again, and I want to show you that thing once again. So I'm going to go ahead and go to my my application right here, and here you can see we have our user information. But now if I click on that and click on my logout, and here you can see that information is now successfully gone, and we are now getting the login, or it will redirect us to the login page right here. Okay, so yeah, that's looking cool, and now we are totally done with the logging in and logging out. So now let me just try that once again, and in this case I'm going to just log in as an apple@gmail.com, and then we have apple12 or something like, or dot. Let me just click on that. It's going to give us like user not defined, or if I just remove that and let's just empty out every single thing. Now let me just click on that, so it's going to give us that this user is not defined. You can provide more validation than that, but in my case that's going to do it. And now let me just log in a user. So I'm going to just log in myself like Hussein@gmail.com, and we have Hussein12 right here. And now let me just click on a sign in, and here you can see we are now admin, so it's going to give us that dashboard, also the profile, and also the logout. So now if I click on the logout, it's going to bring us to this page right here. Now the next thing which I want to do is that I want to click on this register button, and we want to register that Apple users. So we have Apple, uppercase Apple, then we have apple@gmail.com, and the password will be apple12 and apple, come on, APPLE12. Now let me just click on this register button, and it's going to just successfully register that Apple. Now let me just log out and try there once again. So we have that Apple, and now let me just try the Apple12 and hit enter, and it's gonna log in that specific Apple right here. Okay, so this is how we are going to be creating a user, and this is how we are going to be registering our own users. Now that's cool, but now the next thing which you want to do is that we want to take care of the user profile and also the private route. So what I want to do is that I want to go ahead and go to my auth one more time, and we're going to be creating a separate component for private routes.jsx right here. Okay, so it should be just private route not with the s. And now I'm going to be just defining my RAFC right here. And inside this private route, the first thing which I want to do is that I want to go to the top, and we're going to be grabbing our navigate. Let's just grab our navigate, and also the outlet as well, from the React router and DOM. And underneath that we're going to be using the use selector, the use selector from the React and Redux. And now underneath that we are going to be just grabbing first of all the user information. So we are going to be just using const, and let's just destructure our user info from our use selector, and we're going to be just defining our stat right here, and we are going to be just getting our stat from the auth. And now underneath that, what I want to do, let's just remove these stuff from here, and I'm going to be using my user info. And if you already have the user info, then we are going to be providing our outlet component. And if you don't have the user info, so we are going to be just navigating our user to the login screen. Okay, so now we are going to be just replacing that, and now let's just close that. So this is how we are going to be defining our private route, and now let's just use it inside our main component. Okay, so now what I want to do is that underneath this register, I'm going to be using my route let me just provide a route in uppercase, and path will be totally empty string. And I'm going to also provide my element, and the element will be just my private route. Come on, private, and routes or route. And now let me just close that right here like that. And now inside there we're going to be doing our magic, but first of all let me just copy that from here, and we are going to be placing that right here inside this restricted area. So private route, from where let's just go ahead and go to our pages component. Inside this pages component we have a auth, and inside this auth we have our private routes right here. Now let me just save that, and now inside there we're going to be defining our route for our profile component. So we are going to be creating our profile component right here. I guess we did not create that, so here you can see we have a user, and inside this user we are going to be creating our profile.jsx right here. Now let me just use my RAFC, save that, and now let's just come back to my main, and here we're going to be defining our route, and let me just provide a path to that, and the path will be profile, and we're going to be also providing the elements and the element. And now let me just provide my profile component. Let's just auto grab that, and now let's just save that like so. Save our file, and we're going to be taking care of the profile component in a few seconds, but now we have to check this out. I'm going to just provide, I don't know, maybe Apple, and then we have Apple 12 login. Oh god, APPLE12. Okay, I just forgot the password of that. I'm going to log in with myself, so hosein@gmail.com and hosein12. And here you can see we are now successfully logged in. Now let me just click on that, and now if I click on the profile component, so it will brings us to this profile right here. Okay, so which is totally amazing. And now let me just click on that, and now let me just take care of this profile component. The first thing which I will do is that I'm going to be grabbing first of all my import use effect, and also the use stat as well. And the next thing which I'm going to do is that I'm going to be grabbing my use dispatch and also the use selector. Come on, selector, from where? From the React Redux library. And underneath that we're going to be also getting our toast as well. From where? From our React Toastify. There we go. Okay, so now we are going to be also getting our loader, which we already created, and underneath there we're going to be also getting our set credentials from our features. And now I'm gonna just save my file. Let me just go ahead and go to my users and define our endpoint right here. Okay, so underneath this logout I'm going to define my profile. So profile, and I'm going to be using a builder.mutation because we are sending some sort of a data, and we have to just provide our query. Let me just provide my data inside there, and inside there we're going to be defining our URL, and here we just have to render our user URL, and we specifically want to go to the profile. And now let me just provide a comma here, and the method will be a put method because in this case we are going to be changing our data. And now let me just provide a body, and the body will be that data which we are already grabbing as a parameter right here. Okay, so now let me just provide my use profile mutation, no, not this one, use prof. There we go. So use profile mutation. Now let me just copy that and save this file. Now let me just grab that right here. So I'm going to be grabbing my use profile mutation from from my Redux API and user. So now let me just save that, and now let me just create a lot of stats right here. So const username and also set username is going to be equals to the use stat, and we have to just define our stat right here. Then we have to write our email and set email, and it's going to be equals to the use stat. Come on, use stat, and inside there we're going to be just defining our empty string, and then we have to just write our password, and set password will be now equals to the use stat. One more time, not selector, the use stat, and here we just have to provide our empty string, and then const we have to just define a confirm. So FIRM password like that. Hope the spelling is correct. Set confirm password is going to be also equals to the use stat, and let's just define our empty string right here. CONFIRM password. There we go. Now underneath there we're going to be also getting the user information, so let's just grab that, and we're going to be destructuring the user info, and it's going to be equals to the use selector, and here we just have to provide our stat, and inside this stat we're going to be getting our stat.auth. Now underneath there let's just use our RTK query, and we're going to be destructuring the update profile, and we are going to be also destructuring the is loading like that, and I'm going to just rename that to loading update profile. I'm going to rename my is loading to the loading update profile, and it's going to be equals to the use profile mutation. And now underneath that, we're going to be also defining our use effect, and inside that we're going to be passing our arrow function, and I'm going to be using the set username, and it's going to be equals to the user info. We are now getting the user information right here. And now let me just duplicate, oh god damn, what the hell am I doing? Let's just duplicate that and change their user information to the email right here as a dependency array. We are going to be just providing our what do we call it, the user info dot email, and also the user info dot username. There we go. Now the next thing which you want to do is that we want to create an instance of dispatch, the use dispatch hook, and now let me just execute that. Okay, so that's cool, but finally we have to write a lot of JSX right here. Let me just remove my profile right here, and I'm going to be creating a div with a class of container, and margin for the x-axis will be set to auto, and padding will be 4. Margin for the top will be set to something like 10 rem. Okay, and now let me just close that. And inside this div, we're going to be defining this div right here. I just copied and placed that, and you should do the same. And now let me just close that right here. Okay, so now I'm going to just close that, and inside this div we're going to be creating yet another div, and I'm going to be just using class name of margin for the margin for the, or not margin, but MD screen size will be just width of 1/3. And then here we're going to be just defining our h2 right here. So h2 will be update profile, and now as a classes we're going to be defining like text of 2XL, and font will be semi bold, and also margin for the bottom will be set to 4. Now let me just save that, and here you can see we are now getting our update profile right here. And now underneath that, what do you want to do? We just want to create our form, and I'm not going to be attaching any action to it, so let's just remove that. And inside this form we are going to be just creating a div with a class of margin for the bottom of 4, and now inside there we're going to be just creating a label, and for the label we're not going to be attaching any HTML4 to that, so let's just remove that. And I'm going to be also providing a class name of block, and text will be set to totally white, and margin for the bottom will be set to 2, and it's going to be a name. Okay, so now let me just provide a name right here, save our file. And now underneath that we're going to be creating our input, and for the input the type will be set to text, but the placeholder will say like enter your name, or enter name would be fine. And now I'm going to be also providing a class names of form input, and also padding all around will be set to 4, and totally rounded or small, and also the width will be set to totally full. Okay, we're going to be also providing a value, and the value will be the username. Okay, so outside from there we're going to be also attaching the own change event handler right here when somebody types something inside there. So we're going to be just pushing that to the set username, and we are going to be just defining the e.target.value. Now let me just save that, and here you can see it's going to give us my email, like I logged in as Hussein right here, so that's why we are now getting our hussein@gmail.com. Now let me just refresh that, and we are still getting this email right here. Okay, so that's cool, but I want to duplicate this div right here one more time. Not one more time, but I'm going to be duplicating there for the email, the password, and also for the confirm password. Okay, so let's just go ahead and go to the top. So this is going to be my name, and then we have our email address. So email, if I can write email, ADDRESS like that, and let me just provide an email right here and enter your email. There we go, and everything is totally okay. Let me just provide my email. Let's just provide our set email, right? Come on, not intermediate or something like that, but we have a set email. What are we providing for the email? Let's just go to the top, and set email. Let me just provide a set. Now let me just copy that, go to the bottom, and I just lost it. Okay, there we go. So here you can see we're going to be using our set email right here in this case. And now let's just provide for the password. So we have a password right here, and now let's just remove that and change that as a password and enter your password. So let's just remove that and change that to the password, and here we're going to be also using the password, and this is going to be the set password. There we go, not confirmed, but just a set password. I guess I didn't define that above. So we have the, god damn it, I always forgot this T. So we have a set password right here, and now let me just use that. We have a set email, and then we have a set password right here. Now let me just change that to confirm password. PASSWORD, so CONFIRM, confirm password. And now let's just change this one to the password as well. Then I'm going to just write confirm password or something like that. CONFIRM password. There we go. And let's just change this one to confirm password, and this one to the set confirm password as well. Okay, so CONFIRM, and now let me just copy that from here and go to the top, and we have to update it right here as well. So now let me just save that, and that's looking totally cool. Now underneath this div and up above this form, we're going to be just creating a div with the class of flex, and justify will be set to between. And now inside there, we're going to be just creating a button. Let's just define our button, and inside that button we're going to be defining the type of submit right here. And yeah, I'm going to be just grabbing the classes from my own code. So now let me just copy that, and now let me just place it right here, and here let me just provide my update, save our file, and this is how we are going to be updating our button. And now underneath this div, we are going to be just defining the label of, if we have the loading update profile, then we have to provide our loader. And now let's just close that, save our file, and yeah, I guess that's every single thing that we need for the UI. So we are now getting the email right here. Why are we getting the email right here for the name? We have to be getting our email right here in this input. And now let me just go to the top, and what we are doing is that we have a set username, we have a set email right here. But now let me just go to my there we go. So we have a set email right here in this case, and save our file. And now let me just check this out. So we have a name, and then we have an email right here, which is totally amazing. Now let me just provide a functionality for that, so when somebody changes something inside there, then we will be able to update there. So I'm going to just log out, because this person is an admin and I want to just log in as someone else, like I don't know, maybe Alex would be fine. And I'm going to just write like alex@gmail.com and alex12, and this user is not created. Let's just check out the Alex. I forgot the password of that. And we have Hossein, we have the computer. Let me just log in as a computer. So let's just write computer@gmail.com, and we have a computer12, I guess, and there we have it. Okay, now let me just click on this profile, and it's gonna allow us to change this profile right here. But now the first thing which I want to do is that I want to attach my event handler on this form. On submit, not scroll but submit, we're going to be attaching the form, or not a form handler, submit handler would be fine. Now let me just copy that and create that right here. So now let me just create that right here. I'm going to be creating const submit handler, and it's going to be equals to the asynchronous function. We're going to be just providing our e for the event, and now let me just use my e prevent default and execute that. Now underneath that, we're going to be checking if the password is not equal to the confirmed password. So we are going to be just showing this toast. So toast.error and passwords do not match. Okay, and now underneath that, we're going to be also providing the else clause, and for the else clause we're going to be defining the try and catch blocks. For the catch, we are going to be just writing the error the error and the err. And now let me just use the toast.error, and now let me just define my error, and we are going to be getting the data from there, data, and then we are going to be also getting a specific message from there. And if that's not the case, we just have to write a error dot total error. There we go. Now for the try block, what do you want to do? We just want to const res, and we want to update our profile. And how we are going to be updating our profile? First of all, we are going to be defining the ID. It's going to be coming from the user info, and then that specific ID, and then we are going to be defining the username, and we are going to be also providing the email and also the password which the user will gives us. And now let me just use the unwrap on there. And finally, here we just have to dispatch or store by just providing the set credentials to that. So credentials, and here we have to pass our response, the overall response, and we have to also write a toast.success, and we are going to be just writing a profile updated successfully. Okay, so now let me just save there, and here you can see we have all of the data, and I'm gonna just change there to like, I don't know, maybe mango or something like that, and mango@gmail.com. And I'm gonna also provide a mango12 and mango12 right here. And now if I click on this update button, and it's gonna give us an error. And what's up with that error? Now let me just check this out. we didn't mess up something in this component. Let's just right click on that and go to my inspect element. Then I'm going to go ahead and go to my network, or first of all, let me just check out the console. The server responded with the status of 401 unauthorized. Let me just click on that once again. So we are now getting that from the profile, and we are going into the profile. We are providing the payload of let's just check this out. We're providing the email, we're providing the password, the username. Oh, so we are now getting the error of duplicate key error collection movie app user, and that's because we already created the Mango user. So now let me just try to create some unique user. Now let's just refresh there. And what name should I give it? I don't know. God damn it, I just forgot the name. I'm going to just provide a James, and we have a james@gmail.com, and I'm going to just write like James12, James12, and it should be in lowercase j. And now let me just click on this update button, and it's gonna just give us that profile updated successfully. And we are also getting that James right here. So here you can see we are now getting this James, and this is how we are going to be updating a specific user. So now let me just search there inside my database, and now let me just refresh there. And we have the Apple right here. I'm searching for the James, so I guess that computer was the first one, and we now updated there to the James right here. And yeah, this is how we are going to be updating a specific user, and this is how we are going to be getting a specific user information and updating that. So now let me just log out, and yeah, this is how we are going to be updating a specific user. So that was about for the user management. And now let's talk about how we are going to be making a genres. So I'm going to just close my terminal, and I'm going to be just using the npm run backend in this case, and it's going to just start our backend because currently we are going to be working with the backend. And now let me just go ahead and go to my index, and now we are going to be using app.use. First of all, you want to go to the API like that, then you want to go to the version 1 and then genre, okay, and then genre routes. And now let me just copy that. We're going to be importing that right here, but first of all we have to create that. But before we create that, first of all we have to create a model for that. So I'm going to just create a model, give a name of like genre.js. I'm going to grab my mongoose from the mongoose, and now let me just create my genre schema like that. It's going to be equals to the new mongoose dot, not this one, mongoose, come on, mongoose dot schema. And here inside there we're going to be providing the name, and this name will take the type of string, and also the trim will be set to true, and also it should be required, and it's going to be equals to true. The maximum length which you are going to be providing is length is going to be just 32. And now let me just also make it as unique, and it's going to be set to true. And now finally we're going to be just exporting that by using mongoose.model, and then we have to just write a genre, and here we just have to pass our genre schema. Now let me just save that, and this is how we are going to be creating our genre. Now let me just go ahead and create my routes right here, which will be the genre routes.js. and now inside there, first of all we are going to be importing the express from the Express.js, and then we are going to be creating a const router, and it's going to be equals to express.router. Now underneath there we're going to be getting our controllers, and yeah, that's going to be, and also we would get our middlewares as well. I forgot to show you there. Middlewares, there we go. You know what, let me just get my middlewares right here. So authenticate and also authorize as an admin. So now we are successfully grabbing that. Let's just remove that from the end, and now let me just define my route. So router.route, and when somebody go to that specific route, so we want to just post, and the user should be authenticated and also authorized as an admin, then they would be able to create the genre. So now let me just export that. So export default and router. Okay, so that's cool, but now we have to grab that inside our index file, and I'm going to be getting that. So I'm going to just write a genre routes, GNRS routes, from where, let's just go ahead and go to or routes, not this one, come on, routes. Inside there we have our genre routes right here. I'm gonna copy that, and I'm gonna just make sure that I just provide that right here, save our file, and let me just check, and we don't have any errors. We have error right here because we are not providing this controller right here, so we're gonna have to grab that. But first of all we have to create our controller file, and I'm gonna name that as a genre controller.js. and now inside there, first of all I'm gonna be getting my genre From where? From, let's just go ahead and go to my models, and then we have to go ahead and go to the genre.js, and then we also have to get our asynchronous handler async handler. And now let me just copy that, and here we're going to be just creating the genre. It's going to be equals to this async handler, and we're going to be just passing our asynchronous request response, and inside there we're going to be using our try and catch. For the catch block, we're going to be just passing these errors, and for the try block, first of all, we're going to be destructuring the name. From where? From the request and body, which the user is going to be specifying, or the admin in this case is going to be specifying. And now let me just check if we don't have the name, like if the user did not specify the name, so we just have to return the res.json, and we are going to be just providing some sort of error right here, and name is required. And now underneath there, we're going to be searching for the existing isting genre, and it's going to be equals to the await and genre, and then we have to just use our mongoose method, which will be find one, and we are going to be finding our genre by using this specific name. And if we already have the genre, so existing genre, so we just want to return to the user like res.json, and it is going to be the error. And now let me just pass like already exist, like so. And now underneath that, what do you want to do? We just want to create a new genre, so genre will be now equals to await and then new genre, and here we are going to be just specifying the name, and we have to just save that to our database. And finally, we have to show something to the user so that the user can see that we created something right here. So now let me just save that, and yeah, we have to just export that. I'm gonna copy that and go to the bottom and export our genre right here. Now let me just save that, and I'm gonna go ahead and go to my routes, and here we are gonna have to import that right in here. So we are gonna have to import our genre like so. I'm gonna copy that, but at the end I'm gonna also have to specify this .js right here, and we're already using that. So now let me just save that, and let's just restart npm run backend in this case. So it's gonna just, okay, we have some error. And what's the error? We have the error inside a genre routes. Okay, what are we doing wrong? Create genre. I'm gonna copy that and place it right here, and I guess we are not providing the .js right here, that's why. Let me just provide this .js, and let's just restart that by using the npm run backend. And here you can see everything is working as expected. And now what I want to do is that I want to create a separate folder right here, and create a folder, give a name of like users or users management or something like that. I'm gonna just grab every single thing that I currently have right here. Let me just select all of that and grab that from here, and now let me just put that inside the users management, and let's just close that. Okay, let me just close this one as well. And now inside there, we're going to be creating here another folder. I'm going to give it the name of like genres, and inside there we're going to be just creating a first request, which will be create genre. Okay, so I'm going to just copy the name from there, or URL from there. I'm going to copy that, and now let me just place that right here. In this case, we're now posting the data, so we're going to have to change that to post. Okay, and we are now providing the user. Instead of providing a users, we're going to have to provide a genres. Was that S or just a singular? Okay, it's just a singular. I'm going to have to copy that. And now let me just place it right here, and we have to post some sort of a name right here inside there. And now let me just post some sort of name like movies like The Witcher. It's not a movie, by the way. It's a game, and also what do we call it? Let me just close that right here, and let me just refresh this. We only have the users right here, but once I click on this send button right here, it's going to give us not authorized as an admin. We have to first of all log in as an admin. So the admin is Hossein, so I am going to be just logging in as Hossein right here. Okay, yeah, Hossein12. Now let me just click on that, and we successfully logged in. Let me just show you that we successfully logged in, and this person is an admin. And now if I click on this send button, so it's going to just create this genre for us. And now let me just refresh my database, and here you can see it's going to give us their genres, and inside there we have a document. And now let me just show you that, and here you can see we have this unique genre. So this is how we are going to be creating a unique genre. And now let me just go ahead and update the genre. What I want to do is that I want to write my router.route, and we are going to be going into a specific ID, and here we have to provide some sort of ID, and we are going to be providing the method of put, because in this case we are now, what do we call it, we are now updating our genre. The user should be authenticated and also authorized as an admin. So authorized as an admin, then they would be able to update the genre. Okay, so now let me just copy there, save this file, but I'm gonna also have to paste it right here, save our file. And now let me just create this genre right here, but before I do, I'm gonna have to paste it right here as well. And now let me just create that. So we have a async handler, and we're gonna have to pass for async and request response, and inside there we're going to be passing the try and catch blocks. So try and catch blocks. For the try block, first of all, we're going to be grabbing the name from where, from the request.body. And what else do we have to do? We have to also get the ID from where, from, come on, let me just provide an equal to sign, from the request.params. Okay, so here you can see we are providing this ID right here inside of parameters, and we're going to be destructuring that from this request params. And now we are going to have to search for the ID. So we're going to be just writing a genre, and it's going to be equals to await and then genre dot find one, and inside there we're going to be just placing our ID. It's going to be equals to that ID which we are already getting right here. Okay, so we're now searching for the genre, and now let me just check if we don't have the genre already. So what do you want to show to a user? We just want to return response.status of 404, and then JSON. Here we just have to provide the error of error and genre not found. Okay, so if that's not the case, we are going to be just updating the name of our genre. So genre.name will be now equals to this newly added name, and underneath that we're going to be also updating our database. So for that we're going to be just using updated genre, and it's going to be equals to await and then genre dot save. Okay, now let me just execute that, and finally we have to show something to the user. So we're going to be just writing like response.json and update genre. That's a lot of talking. And for the catch block, we're going to be just placing these console logs. Now let me just save that, and now let me just test this out. But I'm going to copy that and place it right here, update genre, and here you can see we have the witcher name. I'm going to just create a new file, or not a file but request, and now let me just create a request right here. I'm going to just give it a name of like update genre. Let me just copy all of that, let me just place it right here and change that from get to put. So now the first thing which you have to do is that we have to provide a specific genre ID right here, because we are providing that ID right here, and we are getting that ID right here from our params. So now let me just go ahead and go to my database, and now let me just click on that. Let's just click on that. What the hell am I doing? Oh my god, let me just click on that. Now let me just copy that from here, and now let me just place that right here. So we are going to be just updating this specific genre, and I'm going to just change the name of that to like what was that, the name? Yeah, the name, come on, the name, and I'm going to update that to like something else. Okay, so now let me just click on this send button right here. So here you can see our genre is now successfully updated to this something else. So now let me just show you that. Here you can see this is set to 1, and now if I refresh that, it is going to be still set to 1. And now let me just click on that, and here you can see our genre name is now set to something else right here. Okay, so we can just write another one like I don't know, we have different kind of movies like Godfather, and now let's just save that. Click on that send button, so it's gonna just make it as a Godfather. Let's just refresh that, and here you can see it's gonna make it as a Godfather. And yeah, this is how we are going to be updating our genre. Now let me just collapse it right here. I don't want to waste your time. Now let's talk about how we are going to be removing our genre. So for that we're going to be using like router.route, and here we have to route, and here we have to specify the specific ID, and we are going to be using a delete method inside there. The user should be authenticated and also authorized as an admin, and remove genre. Okay, so now let me just copy that from here, and now let me just place that right here, save our file, and now let me just go ahead and register that right in here. Okay, so I'm going to be just creating my remove genre by using the asynchronous handler, and provide our async request and also the response as well. And now inside there we're going to be using our try and catch blocks. So for the try block, or you know, first of all let me just write like console.error, and let me just place this error right here, and also res.status will be set to just 500, and JSON will be set to error, come on, ERROR, and then interval server error or something like that. For the try block, what do you want to do? we just want to get the ID first of all, from where, from the request our params, and also we have to just remove the specific ID. So removed is going to be equals to await, and then we are going to be just using our genre model. So genre, and then we are going to be using like find by ID and delete. So we have this method on mongoose, and we are going to be specifying that specific ID right here. And now what I want to do is that I'm going to be just checking if we don't have removed in this case. What do you want to do? We just want to show to the user like res.status and it's going to be set to 404 not found. Okay, so we have a error, and we're going to be just specifying like genre not found. It should be ERROR rather, and underneath that we're going to be just showing to the user like JSON and removed their genre. So now let me just save that, and this is how we are going to be removing a specific genre. And now what I want to do is that I want to just go ahead and create a new request right here. I'm going to give it the name of like delete genre, and now I'm going to be just copying all of that. Now let me just place it right here and change that to delete. So it is already taking this ID right here, so we're going to have to specify the ID. And now let me just click on that. So here you can see we only have one movie, and now let me just copy the ID of that, and now let me just place this ID right here, save our file, and click on this send button, and here you can see that Godfather is now successfully removed. Now let me just refresh that, and here you can see we have 0 documents, which means like overall genre is totally empty. So now let me just create the Witcher, and I'm gonna be just creating a few more movies like Extraction 2 and Jonathan Wick. So John Wick 4 chapter 4 and also we have different kind of movies, like I kind of just forgot the name, like Spider-Man, and we also have a Spider-Woman we have a Superman, we have a Batman, we have Hosan man. Hosan is just a boy, but very soon he will become a man. And now let me just refresh that. Let me just go ahead and refresh that right here, and here you can see we now successfully created these 7 genres right here. So yeah, this is how we are going to be creating, updating and deleting the genres. Finally, not finally, but we're gonna have to do 2 more things. Now let's just list our genres. I'm gonna go ahead and go to my genres routes and also to these controllers, and here we are going to be just defining like router.route. We're gonna have to go ahead and GNRES like that, and we're going to be getting all of the genres. So I'm going to be using like get, and here we have to just write a list genres. Now let me just copy that, and here we are going to be placing that right here. I'm going to also provide a space here and also there. Let's just save that. Go to our genres controllers. Now let me just register that right here, and now let me just create my controller. Const genre or list genres will be equals to the asynchronous handler, and we're going to be also passing the request response, and inside there we're going to be using our try and catch block, and for the catch we're going to be using like const.log in this case. Come on, const.log of error, and also the return will be set to response.status of 400, and also the JSON will be set to error.message. Okay, and now up above this try block, I mean like inside this try block, we are going to be just getting all of the genres by using await and genre model and using the find method which we already have inside of mongoose, and we're going to be just rendering all of that genres. So now let me just save that. Let me just go ahead and create a new request right here. I'm going to give it the name of like all genres like so, and now let me just copy that. And now let me just place that right here, and in this case we are going to be getting there. Are we even getting there? Let's just see. Yep, we are getting there. So in this case we're going to have to remove this ID from there, and it should be genres with the S. And now let me just click on this send button, and it's going to give us error. And I wasn't expecting this one, to be honest. Okay, so we have a genres. I just misspelled, I guess. I'm going to have to copy there, and now let me just place it right here, and now let me just click on the genres button. Okay, we have to specify the genre first of all, and then we have to provide the genres. Okay, so now let me just provide it once again with S. You can rename that to like all genres or something like that, but in my case S would do it for me. So I'm gonna just click on this send button, and it's gonna give us all of their genres for me. Okay, so we have the Witcher, Extraction, Spider-Man, Spider-Woman, Batman, and all of that. Now let me just save that, and this is how we are going to be getting all of the genres. And now let's talk about how we are going to be reading a specific genre. So I'm gonna go ahead and go to my genres, and inside there or underneath there we're going to be just creating yet another route, for what? For a specific ID, and we are going to be just reading a specific genre. Okay, so I'm going to copy that, and now let me just place that right here, save my file and go to my controller, and now let me just register that right here and create that. So I'm going to create my read genre by using my asynchronous handler. We're going to be providing our async request response, and inside there we're going to be using our try and catch block. For the catch, we're going to be using like error and also return of response status of 400, and also the JSON will be set to error dot message. And inside this try block, what do you want to do? We just want to get the genre, and it's going to be coming from await and genre dot find one method, which is coming from the mongoose, and we are going to be using the id and request our params and then specific id right here, and then we are going to have to just show that to the users. So now let me just save that, and I guess that should do it. I'm going to just go ahead and go to my collection. Let's just create a new request right here, and I'm going to just hide that and specific genre or something like that. I'm going to also have to copy that, and now let me just place that right here. Let's just remove that, and here we are using, we are providing the id in this case. I forgot to do that. So now let me just go ahead and go to I don't know, maybe this specific genre, which is John Wick. I'm gonna copy that, and now let me just place that right here. Okay, so now if I click on this send button, it's gonna give us that specific id or their specific genre. Oh oh my god, what the hell am I doing? I'm providing the movie's name instead of a specific genres. So god damn it, I'm going to just save this file. Now let me just go ahead and remove a specific genre. Oh, you know what? I can do that by using right clicks. Oh my god, that's a big mistake I just made. I'm going to just delete all of them, and that was the final part. But thank god I realized that I made a mistake. I was providing the movie's name instead of a genre's name. Oh my god, let's just remove that. We can provide a sci-fi, we can provide a acting, I mean like romantic, and there are a lot of them. But yeah, for now I am going to be just creating one for, I don't know, oh god, action would be fine. And then we're going to be also creating for adventure. I don't even know how to spell adventure, but yeah, I guess that too would be fine. So yeah, this is how we're going to be creating and updating and deleting and all of that kind of stuff with genres. So that was the backend of genres. So now we are totally done with the genres backend. Now let's just use that inside our front end. So I'm gonna go ahead and go to my front end, then go to my src, then I'm gonna go to my store, I mean like constants in this case, and now let me just create a constant for that. So I'm going to be using like genre url, and it's going to be equals to API first of all, and then the version 1 and genre. There we go. So now let me just save that, and now the next thing which you have to do is that we have to create an API slice for that. So I'm going to be just creating a genre.js, and now inside there the first thing which you have to do is that we have to import our API slice. From where? From our API slice right here. We're gonna also have to import our genre URL, and now let me just copy that. We're going to be just exporting our const genre API slice, and it's going to be equals to the API slice, and then we are going to be injecting our endpoints right here, and here we just have to use our endpoints, and we're going to be just passing our builder. It's going to be equals to our arrow function, and inside there first of all we're going to be creating the endpoint of create genre, and it's going to be equals to builder.mutation, and inside there we're going to be just specifying the query, and it's going to take the new genre, and based on that new genre we are going to be creating a specific new genre. Okay, so it's going to take the URL, and in this case we're going to be just specifying our genre URL. It's not going to go to anywhere, but I'm going to also provide a comma, and method will be totally a post, and then we're going to also have to specify the body of new genre, and there we have it. Okay, so this is how we're going to be creating a genre. And you know what, I'm going to just create all of the endpoints right here for all of their backend. Now let me just show you that. So we have a genres routes right here, so we are going to be just creating all of the endpoints right here. So now let me just do that. So that was for the first one. Now let me just take care of updating the genre, and to update a genre we are going to have to write update genre, and then builder.mutation. Come on, let's just remove that, and update genre is going to be equals to the builder.mutation, because we are changing something inside there. We're going to have to pass our query, and we're going to have to pass the ID and the updated or update genre would be fine. And inside there we are going to be just passing our arrow function. The URL will be equals to, or what do we call a genre URL, and it's going to go to the specific ID. And then we are going to also have to pass our method, and it's going to be equals to the put method. And now let me just provide my body, and it's going to be equals to the update genre. Okay, so we are now totally done with updating the genre. Now let's talk about how we are going to be deleting a specific genre. Okay, so to do that, we're going to have to write a delete genre, and then we have to just write a builder.mutation. And what we want to do is that we are going to be using our query, and we're going to be specifying the ID to that. And inside there, what do you want to do? We just have to specify the URL, and the URL will be our genre URL, and it's gonna go to the specific ID right here in lowercase. Now let me just provide my comma, and then the method will be equals to delete method, because we are just deleting our genre. Now let me just provide my comma here, and now underneath that we're going to be just creating yet another genre for fetch genres, like for all of their genres. So we're going to be just using like query. In this case, we are not going to be doing anything with that, but we are now just querying our product. So I'm going to just write what do we call it, my genre, and it's gonna go into the genres right here. Okay, so I guess that's every single thing that we have to do. So now let me just save that, and yeah, I guess that's every single thing that we need to do for the genres endpoints. Now the last thing which I want to do is that I want to export all of that hooks. So I'm going to be using export const, and we are going to be exporting this genre API slice, and we are going to be exporting all of that hooks, which is use create genre, then we have the use update one, then we have the use delete one, and also we have the use fetch. And now I guess that's it. Save our file, and now we are totally done with all of that genres endpoint and RTK query. And to use that, the first thing which you want to do is that we want to go ahead and go to our pages, and inside these pages we're going to have to create a new folder. I'm going to give it the name of like admin, and inside there we're going to be just creating two components. The first one will be for the admin routes, and it's going to allows us to protect our routes. The next one will be for the genre list.jsx right here. So now let me just use the RFC right here, and I am going to be using there right here in this component as well. Now let me just go ahead and go to my main and register there right here, but I'm going to do that underneath this private routes right here. So I'm going to be just writing like route. I'm going to also provide a path. It's not going to go to anywhere. And now let me just provide my element, and the element will be my admin routes, if I can get that. Was that routes or just route? I forgot the name of that. Okay, it's not going to be a routes, but just a route, a singular. I'm going to also have to just rename that to, let me just select that and rename that to just a specific route. Okay, so I'm going to just close that, and yep, I'm going to take care of that right here. I'm going to copy that. Let me just go to the top and grab that right here. So we're going to be just grabbing our admin route from where? From, let's just go ahead and go to our pages, and inside this page we're going to have to go to the admin, then we have to go to our admin route right here. Okay, so we are now successfully grabbing our admin route. Now inside there we are going to be just defining another route, and the path is going to tag is something, but we're going to also have to provide the element, and the element will be genre list. And now let me just close there and close this one as well. And now for the path, I'm going to be passing my admin, and then movies, and then the genre. Now let me just copy that, and now I am going to go into the top, and now let me just place it right here. From where, let's just go ahead and go to my pages once again, then admin, then we have our genre list, and now we are totally able to do that. So now let me just first of all take care of this admin routes, and then we are going to be jumping into this genre list. So now let me just click on that, and the first thing which I want to do is that I want to get my navigate, or not navigation, what the hell, let me just get my navigate from the React router, and not React router but React router DOM, and we are going to be also getting the outlet from the React router DOM, just a DOM, there we go. And now underneath that we're going to be also getting our use selector from where, from or from or React Redux. Okay, and now we are going to be using that right here. the first thing which you have to do is that we have to grab the user information from our store, which will be the use selector, and we're going to have to pass our stat, and inside there we are going to be using the stat.auth, and we're going to be getting our information from our store. And now the next thing which I want to do is that I want to delete this return statement from there, and I'm going to be just providing my return statement right here. But if you already have the user, and if you have the user information, and if the user is an admin, so what do you want to do in that case? We just want to provide the outlet, and let's just close that. But if the user is not an admin, what do you want to do in that case? We're going to be just navigating that user to the login page. Okay, and then we have to replace the, not relative, but replace there, and let's just close it right here. So this is how we are going to be protecting our admin routes. And now let me just close them. And now the next thing which you want to do is that we want to take care of this genre list, and we're going to have to do a lot of stuff inside there like how we're going to be creating a genre, updating the genre, and all of that. So the first thing which I want to do is that I want to grab a lot of things. So we're going to be just grabbing the use stat stat like that, and then we would also need to grab, or let's just grab, import or something from the Redux toolkit. So let's just go ahead and go to the Redux, then the API, and then the genres. Yeah, I guess the genre would be fine. And we're going to be getting our use create, genre mutation use update, and yeah, also the use come on, let me just put a space in here, and use update genre mutation use delete one is also fine. And we're gonna also have to get the use fetch genre as well. So now let me just save that, and there's all of the hook which we have to grab. And then we also have to grab the toast from where, from the React toastify, because we're going to be also using the toast. And yeah, that's going to be fine. And now we're gonna have to take care of the actual component. Now inside this genre list, what I want to do is that I want to get my I want to get my data, and I want to rename that data to genres. And then we are going to be also using the refetch to refetch our product once again. And then we are going to be grabbing that from use fetch genre query, and underneath that we're going to be just creating a stat for the name, and set name is going to be equal to the use selector, and we're going to be just passing our empty string right here. And then the next thing which you have to do is that we have to just write a selected genre, and then we have to just write a set selected genre stat is going to be equals to the use stat, and we're going to be providing the initial value of null to it. Now let me just create one for the update, or updating updating, updating the name, and set updating the name, and it's going to be equals to the use stat, and we're going to be just providing the empty string. Now let me just provide one for the model, which we're going to be creating in a few seconds. So we have a model visible, and it's going to be equals to set model visibile is going to be equals to or use stat, and we're going to be just passing the initial value of false to it. Okay, so visibile, yep, the spelling is correct. And now we have to use our RTK query, and we're going to have to destructure our functions from there. So we're going to be just destructuring our create genre, create genre, and we are going to be just getting there from the use create genre mutation. And now we are going to be also getting what do we call it, update genre is going to be equals to the use first of all and update genre, and then we have to just get one for the delete genre. It's going to be equals to the use delete genre. And now let me just execute that. Now I'm going to go ahead and go to my JSX area right here, and I'm going to be just placing this div. Okay, and I want you to do the same. So now let me just save that, and I'm providing the styling right here. Now inside there we're going to be just placing this div, and I want you to do the same. And that's because I don't want to write my styling. So now let me just write my h1, and now let me just provide my height h of 12 and genres. And now let me just save that, restart there. So I'm going to be using npm run full stack in this case, and it's going to just start our server on this port. And now let's just click on that, and it's going to just start our server. And now let me just log in as an admin. So I am going to log in as hussein@gmail.com and hussein12. So now let me just click on that. Now I am going to go ahead and go to my dashboard, but before I do, I am going to go ahead and go to my genres and not allowed. Let me just go ahead and go to my main, and we're gonna have to write admin and then genres. I mean like admin movies and then genres. So let's just remove that from here, and now let me just place that and hit enter, and here you can see it's gonna give us that many genres right here, and that's totally cool. And now the next thing which I want to do is that I want to create a separate form component for that specific genre. So I am going to be just passing that right here. So we have a genre form, and we're going to be just passing the value of value, I mean like the value of name, the state which we are already creating up above, and then the set value value is going to be equals to the set value, and we're going to be just also passing the handle submit to that, and the handle submit will be the handle, and we are going to be creating this function in a few seconds, but I'm just wondering, should I create it right now or later? I don't know, man. Oh, this shouldn't be a set value, but instead it should be a set name rather. And now let me just take care of this genre form. I'm gonna go ahead and go to my components, and I'm going to be just defining a new component which will be a genre form.jsx. And now let me just use my RAFC, save my file, and now let me just grab that right in here. Okay, so now let me just auto import that. It's going to just import it right here. So now let me just save this file, and now let me just go ahead and go to my genre form and take care of that. So the first thing which I want to do is that I want to destructure a few things like the value, the set was there a set value or the name? Set value, and also the handle handle submit, and we are going to be also passing the button text as well, but I'm going to just specify the initial value of submit to that. We're going to take care of that a bit later, and we're going to be also passing the handle delete to that as well. Okay, so now let me just save that, and I guess I have to specify the comma. I forgot to do that. Let me just save that. Now inside this return statement, I'm going to be just passing the padding of 3 all around, and then I'm going to just remove that from here. Inside this div, we're going to be creating a form. It's not going to take any actions. It's going to just take only the on submit, and when somebody submit this form, so we're going to be just passing our own, I mean like handle submit button right here, and it's going to take the on submit handler, and we're going to be just passing the handle submit right here, and then the classes will be just space for the y-axis of 3. And now inside this form, we're going to be just passing our input, and the type will be text, but we're going to also have to specify the class name of padding for the y-axis of 3, padding for the x-axis of 4, and also the border rounded totally large, and width will be set to 60 rem. And now let me just close that, and we're going to be also providing the placeholder for that, which will say right genre name. Now let me just save that so that we can see everything a bit better, and we're going to be also passing the value of value to that, and then the on change we're going to be just passing the e, and also it's going to take the set value, and we're going to have to pass the e.target.value right here in this case. And now let me just save that. Underneath this input, what do you have to do? We're going to be just creating yet another div with a class of flex, and I am going to be also providing the justify of between to that. And now inside there, we're going to be just creating a button, and it's going to be a huge button. Let's just remove that, and now let me just copy that button right here, and now let me just place that right here, save our file, and you should do the same. And now underneath this button, what do you have to do? We're going to be just creating a handle delete button, and inside that we're going to have to provide our button right here. So now let me just provide my button. Let's just close that like so, and we're going to be also attaching the on click event handler on there, and handle delete we're going to be just passing that, and it's going to be just responsible for deleting a specific genre. And now let me just provide these styling to it. So now let me just save that, and you should also provide these styling right here as well. And I am going to be also providing this delete right here, and this should be FOCUS. There we go. And I guess that's it, because we are going to be creating a genre, and we're going to be also able to delete a specific genre right here. Okay, so yeah, we are doing every single thing right here, but we have to take care of this handle create genre, and we're gonna do that in a few seconds. But now underneath that, well, you know, let me just take care of that other stuff. because we want to also show the specific genres right here. If we just create there, I don't want to show everything in the console. I want to show every single thing inside the desktop. So I'm going to be just using a div with a class of flex. So now let me just use a flex, and also the flex will be set to wrap, and inside there we are going to be just iterating over the genres if we already have that. So we are going to be just using the map method, and we are going to be just passing over a specific genre, and then we have to just use our div, and inside this div we're going to be also providing a specific key of the genre and ID, a specific genre ID right here. And now let me just close there. I don't know why it didn't close itself, but now inside this div, what do I have to do? I'm going to be creating a button right here, and now let me just close that, and I am going to be providing a lot of CSS. So now let me just save that, and you should provide the same. And now let me just use the on click event handler on there, and we're going to be just passing this what do we call it, this function right here, and it's going to just take the object of set model visibility or visible, and it's going to be set to true. Now let me just save that, and I'm going to be also providing the set selected genre right here. It's going to be also set to genre, and we're going to be also providing the set updating name, and it's going to be equals to the genre dot name, because we are already defining there right in here. Okay, so we are already defining there, and that's why we are now providing that right here. And as a button label, we're going to be just rendering our genre name. Okay, so this is going to be the label of our button, so genre.name, and this is how we are going to be rendering there. Now underneath this div, what do I have to do? I'm going to be just creating a new component for the specific model, and we're going to be providing the attribute of is open, and if it's open, we're going to be passing the model visible right here in this case, and when it's closed, on close, we are going to be just passing our arrow function in this case, and it's going to just take like set model visible, and it's going to be set to false in this case. And now let me just close that like so. Okay, we are going to be just creating there, but inside there we're going to also have to pass our genre form, or yeah, genre form. And now let me just close there, and we're going to be providing a lot of props to it. So the value will be set to updating name, and also the set value will be also set to the value, and then the set updating name will be also taking the value. So now let me just save there, and this is how it looks like for now. But we're going to be also passing the handle submit, and it's going to be taking that handle update genre, and we're going to be creating that in a few seconds, but I want you to bear with me. So update genre, and then we have to also specify the button text of set to update in this case, and underneath there we're going to be also providing the handle delete in this case, and it should be the handle, come on, handle delete genre in this case. Okay, so yeah, that's cool, but we're gonna have to create these three what do you call these three function in a few seconds. We're going to be creating that, but first of all, now let me just create this model component inside my components folder right here. I'm going to create my model.jsx, and now let me just use my RAFCE, save my file, and now let me just grab that right here. So we have a model, and it's going to just auto import that for me, save our file, and now let me just take care of that. The first thing which you have to do is that we have to do our destructuring. So we have the is open, and then we have the on close, and then we also have a children right here. Okay, so now let me just remove that from here. I'm going to also remove these divs, and I'm going to just leave it as a fragments, and inside there is open, and we're going to have to specify some sort of a JSX right here inside there. And what I want to do is that I want to create a div, and it's going to just take the class name of fixed, and also the inset will be set to 0, and also we have a flex, and items will be set to center, justify will be set to center, z index will be set to 50. And now inside there we're going to be just creating yet another div for a separator. So I'm going to be just creating a div with the class of fixed, and inset will be set to 0, and also we have a background of totally black, and opacity will be set to 50. Okay, and now underneath that, what do you want to do? We just want to create another div with a class of absolute, and the top will be just this arbitrary value, which is 40%. Let's just close that, and left will be also set to 20%. Let's just close that. Background will be set to totally white, padding all around will be set to 4, and rounded will be set to totally large. Z index will be set to 10, and text will be set to totally right. Okay, so inside there we're going to be just creating a button. Now let me just create a button, and I'm going to just put a class names of there, like text will be set to totally black, and also the font will be set to semi bold, and how it will be set to text of totally gray of 700. I'm going to be also providing the focus stat on there, and when it's focused the outline will be none, and margin for the right will be set to 2, and for the label, or for the label we're going to be just providing this X right here, and when somebody clicks on there, on click, we're going to be just closing our stat. So now let me just save there, and underneath this button we're going to be just providing our children right here. Okay, now let's just save that, and that was it about for our model. Let's just close that, and now let me just create these functions right here. Okay, so now let me just close this. Let me just comment this line out, this line, and I'm gonna also comment this line out as well. Now let me just save that, and here you can see it's gonna give us this UI right here. So if I click on that, it's gonna open their specific genre. We can update that, we can delete that, we can do a lot of stuff with that. If I click on this action, we can just open and close our model right here. And now let me just take care of creating the genre. So now let me just save that, copy the name of that, and now let me just create my genre right here. I'm gonna just write a const create handle create genre will be now equals to the asynchronous function. It's gonna take the event, and inside there we're going to be just preventing the default. So prevent default default, and now let me just execute that, and we're going to be checking if we don't have the name. So what do you want to do in that case? So we just want to show to the user this toast dot error, and we just want to say that genre name is required. Okay, and we just have to return, then they will be able to specify a new genre name to that. And now let me just use my try and catch block underneath there. Let me provide a console.log for the catch blocks, and now let me take care of const result is going to be equals to the await and create genre, which we are getting from the RTK query, and we're going to have to pass this name right here and just unwrap that. And now underneath there, what do you have to do? We just have to check if you already have the result.error. So what do you want to do in that case? We just want to show this toast to the user like we have some sort of an error which is coming from the result. And now if that's not the case, so what do you want to do? We just want to set the name to totally empty string, and we also have to just write a toast, and then we have to show some sort of a success toast right here. So we just want to show to the user that result.name is created. So it's going to just give us the genre name is created, and then we also have to refetch all of our genre so that we can see the newly created data. So now let me just save that, and it's going to just allow us to create this genre, but we were not able to see that. And to see that, for that we're going to have to create this function which we have right here. So we have a handle update one. So you know what, let me just create a genre right here. So I am going to just say like, I don't know, another action or something like that. And now if I click on this submit button, so it's going to give us that toast, and it's going to also give us that another button right here. But if I click on that, we cannot update that and we cannot delete that. Now let me just create my const handle update genre. It's going to be equals to the asynchronous function, and we're going to have to provide our event. And now let me just use the prevent default, and now underneath there, what do you want to do? We just want to check if we have, if we don't have updating names. So we're going to be just writing a toast.error, and we're going to be just saying like genre name is required, like so, required, and we just have to return it out. And underneath that, we're going to also have to just write our try and catch block, and for the catch block we're going to be just saying this error console.error of error. And for the try block, let me just save that. For the try block, we are going to be just getting the result. So const result will be now equals to the await, and we're going to be using our update genre from the RTK query, and we are going to be just specifying the ID of selected genre and that specific ID. And then we also have to just write a updated genre, and then we have to specifically define that name which we are getting from the updating name, not genre but updating name. What was that? Updating name. Okay, so now let me just put a comma here, and we just have to unwrap that. Okay, and now let me just execute that. Underneath that, we're going to be just checking for the error. So if you have the result.error, so what do you want to do in that case? We just want to show this toast.error to the user. So we have the result.error, and now if that's not the case, so what do you want to do in that case? We just want to show the success message to the user, and we're going to be just saying that result.name is updated. Okay, and now underneath there, what do you want to do? We just want to refetch our data. So refetch our data. And that was a lot of talking. But now let me just empty out all of our stat and visibility, and now let me just place that right here. Okay, so now let me just save that. I'm gonna just refresh my browser, and now let me just click on this another action. I'm gonna just say another adventure. Okay, and now if I click on this update, it's gonna give us that toast, and it's gonna also give us that another adventure right here. So I can totally remove this adventure right here, and I can just write update, and now let me just click on there. It's gonna just update it right here. Now let me just take care of deleting the specific visible. God damn it, I'm gonna have to rename that again and again. So we have model visible, so we're now changing that right here, and we are also changing that right in here. Okay, so now let me just show you that. We're also changing that right here. So now let me just save that and test this out one more time. I'm gonna click on that, and we have another, so I'm gonna just change that to Hossein movies. I'm gonna click on that, so everything is working totally okay. And yeah, that's cool. But now let me just take care of deleting a genre. I'm gonna just uncomment that. Let's just check this out. I'm gonna go ahead and go to my genre form, and you know what, I am going to just change that to OCUS. Save this file. I'm gonna go ahead and create that. Let's just copy that from here, and excuse me, and collapse it right here. Delete genre. What the hell? DELET genre. There we go. I'm gonna have to copy this one first of all, and check out or delete focus FOCUS, and we have a delete. Come on, delete genre, and we are not using that. That's because we did not create this function. Now let me just copy that, and we are going to be just creating that right here. And now let me just place that right here. It's going to be equals to this asynchronous function, and inside there we're going to be using our try and catch block. For the catch, we're going to be copying that, and we're going to be just placing this console.error and these errors right here. And for the try block, what do you want to do? We just want to get the result first of all, const result, and it's going to be coming from the event and delete genre, which we just corrected a few seconds ago. And we're going to have to provide our selected genre and then their specific ID inside there. And let's just unwrap that, and we're going to have to check for the errors first of all. So if you have some sort of error like result.error, so we're going to be using the toast.error right here and the result.error. Okay, so now outside from that, if that's not the case, so we're going to be using our toast.success, and then we have to just specify the result.name is deleted. So is deleted, deleted or deleted, and we're gonna also have to refetch or the refetch, and now let's just execute that, and set selected genre will be now set to totally null, and then we have a set model method or visible will be now set to totally false. So now let me just save there. Let me just click on this Hossein, and now if I click on this specific genre, so it's gonna just delete it right here. So if I check out my database, so now let me just go ahead and go to my MongoDB, right click on there and click on refresh. So it's gonna give us that genres, and here you can see we only have these two genres right here. Now let me just delete them as well. Click on delete, and also click on delete as well. Refresh there and refresh this database. So this is how we're going to be just removing every single thing from our database. And yeah, what I want to do is that I want to create a few genres. So we have action, we have romance, we have comedy, comedy. I guess that's how you spell comedy. I don't even know how to spell comedy. And then we have adventure. I forgot the name, but now let me just change that to adventure. And yeah, I guess that would be fine. And now let me just refresh there. So it's going to give us that 4 genres right here. So yeah, that was it about for the genres in this MERN project. We are now totally done with the genres. So now let me just close all of these files, and I'm going to go ahead and go to my backend folder. So I'm going to collapse that. Now let me just go ahead and go to my backend, and we're going to be first of all creating a model. So I'm going to just give it the name of like movie.js, and inside there, first of all, you would need the mongoose from the mongoose, and then we are going to be destructuring the object ID from where? From the mongoose. Come on, mongoose. MongoDB. So we are going to be destructuring our object ID, and now underneath that we're going to be creating our movie schema right here. It's going to be equals to the new mongoose dot schema, and inside there, what do you want to do? Our movie will have some sort of a name, so the name will be type of string and also totally required. And also we're going to be taking care of the image, which we're going to be doing in a few seconds, but it should also be a type of string. And then we have to take care of the year, and now let me just provide a type of number in this case, and also this should be required too. And now underneath that we're going to be also taking care of the genre, and we are going to be going into the object ID, and now we're going to be providing a reference to our genre model which we have already created right here. Okay, so now let me just provide required, and it should be required. And now underneath that, what do we have to do? We're going to be providing our detail, and the detail will be type of string, and also totally required will be now set to true. Let me just provide a cast, and the cast will be array of objects, so type of string. And now inside there we're going to be also providing reviews, and for the reviews we are going to be just creating this review schema in a few seconds, but I want you to just bear with me for a few seconds. So now underneath that, let me just also provide the number of reviews on a specific movie. So then we're going to be providing a type of not string but number to that, and also required will be set to true, and the default value we're going to be specifying 0, and it should be required. There we go. Now let me just provide a comma, and created add will be equals to the type of date, and then the default date will be just date dot now. Okay, we are not going to be executing there. Now underneath there, let me just provide my timestamps, and it should be true. Now let me just save there, and now let me just take care of this review schema. So I'm going to just create that right here, and I'm going to just give it the name of like review, review schema, and it's going to be equals to mongoose dot schema. And inside there we're going to have to provide the name first of all, and the name will be the type of string, and also totally required will be set to true. Underneath there we're going to be also providing a rating for the review, so I'm going to just say the type of number, and also required to true. And now underneath there, let me just provide a comment, and the type will be set to string, and also the required will be set to true as well. Now underneath there, we're going to be also providing a specific user, like who is writing this specific review. So we're going to be just writing a type of mongoose, and then schema, and then types. Let me just get my types, and then the object ID. And now underneath that, we're going to be providing the required of true, and also the reference will be set to user. Timestamps will be now set to true. And now let me just save that, and this is how we're going to be creating both of our schemas. So now let me just export that right here. I'm going to be using export movie, and it's going to be equals to mongoose.model, and here we're going to be just passing our movie. Let's just go back, and now let me just provide my movie schema. CHEMA, and now let me just export, or it should be const, and now let me just export that right here. So export default of movie. Okay, so movie, there we go. Now let me just save that, and we are now totally done with the schema right in here. Now let me just add a route for myself, and now here we are going to be just using like app.use, and first of all we're going to be going into the API, then the version 1, and then okay, now let me just pass my movies routes, or movies route would be fine. Let me just copy this, save this file, and now let me just create the file right here. I'm gonna just name it the movies routes.js, and now inside there, first of all, let me just grab my express from express, and also let me just create an instance of a router. So we're going to be using express dot, what the hell? And now let me just execute that. We're going to be importing our controllers and also the middlewares as well. And you know what, I'm going to just import my authenticate and also authorizes an admin middleware right here. And you know what, we're going to be also creating yet another middleware. So I'm going to go ahead and go to my middlewares, and I'm going to be creating my middleware of what do we call it, the check id.js. And now inside there, first of all, we're going to be importing something from the mongoose, and that something will be is valid object id. Okay, so we're going to be grabbing that, and now let me just create my middleware right here. Come on, we can't even create a function. What the hell is wrong? Let me just create my function right here, and I'm going to just give it the name of like check ID. It's going to take the request and also the response, and we're going to be also providing a next to it because this middleware. And now we're going to be checking if we don't have the is valid object. We're going to be specifying our request our params and then ID. And if that's not the case, so what do you want to do? We just want to show to the user like res.status of 404. Underneath that, we just have to throw new error, and we would say come on, error, and we would say that invalid object of, and then let's just pass our request our params.id right here. And now finally we just have to use our next and provide our middleware right here. And now let me just export that, export default of check ID, and now let me just save that. And here we have to use that. I'm going to close this file, and we're going to have to grab that right here. So I'm going to be using check ID from where? From, let's just go ahead and go to our middlewares right here, and then we have to grab that from the check ID.js. Yeah, we also have to specify the .js right here because it's gonna just throw us an error. Now let me just save that, and I'm gonna go back, and the first thing which you want to do is that we want to create our public routes. So we have a public routes, then we are going to be creating a restricted routes as well, and we're going to be also creating a routes for the admin specifically. Okay, so now let me just create a public routes like those routes which will be accessible for all of the users. So now let me just create a router.get, and we're going to be specifying all movies, and here we just have to specify the get all movies. Let me just copy that from here, and we're going to be destructuring that, but first of all we have to create our controllers, and I'm going to just create the name of like movie controller.js. and now inside there, the first thing which you would do is that we would grab our movie from let's just go ahead and go to our model. Where is our model? And now inside that, we're going to be grabbing our model from our model right here. Okay, so the first thing which you have to do is that I just made a mistake. I'm not going to be providing my, I'm going to just comment this line out for a second, because first of all we have to create something, then we would be able to access that. So now let me just save that right here. Like only the admin would be able to create a new movie, so we're going to be just using like router.post. And now let me just provide a create movie, and first of all the user should be authenticated and then authorized as an admin, then they would be able to create a movie. Okay, MOVIE. Now let me just copy that from here, save my file, and let me just go ahead and create that right here. And to create a movie, it is totally simple. So we're going to be just creating our create movie. Let's just pass our asynchronous, async function request and response, and then inside there we're going to be just using our try and catch block. And for the catch block, we're going to be just providing like res.status of 500 and also the .json. And now let me just pass my error, and here we're going to be using the error.message MESSAGE. And now let me just create a new movie, and it's going to be equals to the new movie schema, and we're going to our model we're going to be providing our request our body, and then we have to just provide a saved movie, and it's going to be equals to the await. And let's just save that new movie to our database by using this save method, which will be coming from Mongoose. And then we have to use our response.json, and let's just provide our save save movie. Oh my god, saved movie. There we go. Okay, so now let me just save that, and finally we have to export that. So we are going to be using export create movie, and now let me just copy that, save that right here. Let me just go ahead and go to my movies controller, movies routes, and we're going to be grabbing our controller right here. From where we are going to be grabbing that from, let's just go ahead and go to our controllers, and we're going to be grabbing that from the movies controller. Okay, so now let me just pass my movies control, create movie, and we're going to be also passing that right here, which we are already doing there. But finally we have to export default or router. Okay, so now let me just save that, and we also have to grab the inside this index. So we're going to be just grabbing that right here. So we have a movies routes from, let's just go ahead and go to our routes, and inside there we have a movies routes right here. So now let me just save that. We're going to be using npm run backend, and now let me just hit enter, and we are indeed getting an error inside a movie controller. So let's just go ahead and go to our movie controllers, and I just messed up something. No, nothing. So we have some error right. Okay, yeah, we are grabbing that right here. What's wrong? Oh, here you can see we are not providing the .js. So now let me just press that and let's just restart our npm run backend one more. Come on, npm run backend. There we go. So it's gonna just restart our backend. And now let me just test that in my postman, and let's just close all of them right here. And now let me just take care of the movies. So we're going to be just creating a new folder. I'm gonna just give it the name of movies detail, or movies will be fine rather, and we are going to be just creating our new request right here inside there, and I'm going to just give it the name of like create movie. There we go. And let's just close this one, and we're going to be just grabbing our link from there. And now let me just place it right here. Let me just put my post method right here, and in this case we're going to have to go to the movies. Let me just see. We are going to be going into the movies right here, and then we have to specifically specify the create movie right here. Okay, so let's just write a create movie, and now let me just go ahead and go to my body. Let me just click on the raw, and it is already set to a JSON. So we are going to be just providing a few things for the movie. Let me just go ahead and go to my movie. So it is taking the name, the image, the year, and genre, detail, cast, reviews, new reviews, and also the created ad. So, you know, first of all, let me just provide a name. So I'm going to just provide the name of extraction 2 or something like that. Now let me just click on the send button. So it's going to just give us like movie validation path detail is required, genre is required, and also the year is required. So we're going to also have to provide that. So now let me just provide all of them. So the next one we have is the image. So we're going to be just specifying the random image right here. Let me just provide like image.png, which we don't have right here, but we are just providing that for the string. And now let me just provide the year, and the year, I don't know when this movie was released, but I'm going to just provide a 2024 or 23 would be fine. And now we have to also provide a genre, and then for the genre we are going to have to specifically specify our genre. Let me just go to my MongoDB. Let me just open there. Let me just go to my genres, and I'm going to just go ahead and go to this action one right here. Let me just copy that, and we're going to be just providing there right here. Okay, so let's just close there, and that was required. So now we are totally providing that. Now the next one we have is a detail, and we are now going to be providing some sort of a detail right here, like detail, and it was the best action movie ever or something like that. Let me just provide a comma, and then we have to provide a cast, and the cast will be I don't know, John Doe and Alex. Now let me just provide what else, a review. So I'm going to just leave the review right here. We will provide the later, but not right now. So yeah, I'm going to just leave the review right now. Let me just provide a number of, or you know, we're not going to be providing a number of review, and everything else should be fine. Now let me just close that. Let me just remove that from here, go back, let's just zoom in a bit. So we are now providing all of that data right here. Now let me just click on this send button, and here you can see that movie is now successfully created right here. So we have extraction 2, we have the image, year, the genre, detail, cast, and every single thing right here. So yeah, let me just see if you already have the movie, and I'm going to just refresh that, and it's going to give us that movies right here. We only have one movie right here. And now let me just check this out. We have the ID, we have the movie name, we have the image, then we have the year, genre, detail, and also the cast. And we're not providing the rest of the stuff, so it's gonna just take the default one right here. Okay, so yeah, this is how we are going to be creating the movie. Now let me just go back. Let's just close this one. The next thing which you have to take care of is get all movies, but first of all we're going to have to create a lot of movies, then we would be able to see all of them. So I'm going to just provide like, I don't know, transformers, and then I don't know, maybe 2025 or something like that. And it's gonna be also an action movie, and I'm gonna just leave the rest of them totally the same. And now let me just change that to like John Wick or something, and let's just provide them. And here you can see we only have 3 movies right here. So now let me just uncomment this line of code. Let me just copy that from here. Let me just go to the top and provide that right here. Copy that, save this file. Let me just go ahead and go to my controllers, and I'm gonna just collapse that. And now let me just register that right here, and now let me just create my controller. So I'm gonna be just giving it the name of like get all movies. It's gonna be equals to the async, and now let me just provide a request response. And now inside there we are going to be just using our try and catch block. For the catch block we're going to be using like res.status of 500, and now let me just provide a JSON. and the error will be the error dot message right here. Okay, so it should be ERROR like so. And for the try block, what do you want to do? You just want to use our mongoose method, which will be just use the model and then the find method on there, and we're not going to be providing anything to that. And now let me just use a restart status of movies right here. Okay, so now let me just save them, and now let me just test this out. So I'm going to just save this file, and now I'm gonna just create a new request right here. I'm gonna just give it the name of like get, or all movies right here. Okay, so now let me just copy that, and now let me place that right here, and we're going to be using the get request in this case. And instead of typing a create movie, let me just close that. We are going to be just passing the movies. So we're going to be passing all movies, and now let me just hit enter right here. So it's going to give us all of the movies right here inside our database. So yeah, this is how we're going to be getting all of the movies. And now let me just save this file. Let's just I'm not gonna close that. And now let me just take care of a specific movie. So for that, we are going to be just creating a router.get, and we are going to be going into specific movie, and then we are going to be providing an ID for that specific movie. Get specific movie, and now let me just copy that from here, and I'm going to just place that right here. Okay, now let me just save this file. Let's just copy that, and now let me just let me just close this file. Let me just register that right here and register there, and I'm going to be creating that route right here. It's going to be equals to the async request response, and now inside there we are going to be using our try and catch block. For the catch, we are going to be using a restart status of 500 and provide our JSON, and for the JSON we are going to be providing the error of error message. For the try block, we are going to be destructuring our ID from the request.params, and now underneath that we are going to be also getting our specific movie, and it's going to be equals to await and movie dot find by ID, and we are going to be passing our ID right here in this case. And then we are going to be checking if we don't have the specific movie, then we are going to be just returning, let me just return the response dot status of 404, and then JSON, let me just provide my message, and the message will be movie not found. Okay, so now let me just save that, and also we are going to be showing something to the user. So we are going to be using like res.json and specific movie. Now let me just save that, and now let me just try this out. So I'm going to go ahead and go to transformers. So I'm going to copy that, and now let me just go ahead and create my new request right here. Let's just collapse that, and I'm going to just give it the name of like specific movie or something like that. And I'm going to go ahead and copy that. Let me just place it right here, and we're not going to be providing the all movies but a specific movie, which was this. Let me just show you there, which was specific movie, and then we are going to be providing our ID right here. Okay, so then we have to specify our ID. So in this case we are going to be providing our ID from our MongoDB, and in this case we're going to be providing the ID of this John Wick. And now let me just copy them and place it right here and click on this send button. So it's going to give us that specific movie, which was John Wick. Okay, so this is how we are going to be getting a specific movie by using the ID. So now let's talk about how we are going to be updating our movie. So we are going to be using a router.put, and now let's just provide our endpoint of update movie, and we're going to be providing a specific ID right here in this case. And now we have to, and the user should be authenticated and also authorized as an admin. So authorize as an admin, and then they would be able to update the movie. So now let me just copy that from here, and now let me just register that right here, save our file, and now let me just create that right here, put a comma, and also the update movie. And now let me just create my update movie, and it's going to be equals to async and request response. And now inside there we are going to be using our try and catch block. For the catch block, we're going to be using like res.status of 500 and also the JSON. So now let me just provide a JSON of error and also the error dot message in this case. And now for the try block, what do you want to do? We just want to destructure first of all our ID from our request our params, and also we have to just get the updated movie, and it's going to be equals to await. And let's just go ahead and use our model, and we're going to be using like find by ID and update, this method which is coming from the mongoose. First of all, we are going to be providing our ID, then the request.body, like how we are going to be updating our data, and then we're going to be using the new to true. Now we're going to be checking if we don't have the updated movie, or updated movie. There we go. So what do you want to do in that case? We're going to be just returning the response.status, and we will say 404, and then let's just provide our JSON response and message, and for the message we will say like movie not found. Okay, and now underneath there, finally we're going to be just sending to the user like updated movie. And now let me just save that. So what I want to do is that I want to test this out, so I'm gonna go ahead and copy this update movie from it. And now let me just go ahead and create a new request right here. I'm gonna just give it the name of update movie. And now let me just change that to put, and I'm gonna copy all of that. Now let me just place it right here, and instead of writing a specific movie, I'm gonna just say like update, and I want to update a specific movie, which will be, I don't know, maybe instead of our transformers, I'm gonna just give it the name of like something else. Oh, I'm gonna have to copy that. And now let me just place it right here, and let me just go to the body, and I'm going to just update the movie name in this case. So I'm going to just say like the name, and the name will be like, I don't know, which kind of name should I provide? Godfather would be fine. And now let me just click on the send button. So here you can see everything else will be totally the same, and only the name is totally changed right here. Okay, so if you want to change the image or the year or the genre, you can totally do that, but in my case I want to just show you how we are going to be changing the name of the movie. If you want to change the other stuff, so you can just provide like I don't know, you can provide the image first of all, and then you can say like let's just go ahead and my image.png or jpg or something like that, and here you can see it's going to also update there for you. So now let me just save that, and this is how we're going to be updating our movie. Now let's just close this out, and now let me just take care of the movie review. So we're going to be just using like router.post, and we're going to be providing the specific movie id and then reviews. And now the user should be authenticated, not authorized as an admin. Like not only the admin will be able to provide the review, everyone can provide the review for a specific movie. And check id, which we are already grabbing, and then we have to also provide the movie review, okay, review. And now let me just copy that from here. Let me just place that right here, save this file, and let's just collapse that, and I'm going to be just placing that right in here. Okay, and now let me just create that. And to create that, first of all, we are going to be just writing our movie review, and it's going to be equals to the asynchronous request response. And now inside that, we are going to be using our try and catch block. And for the try block, first of all, let me just take care of the try block. We're going to be just restructuring the rating and also the comment from where, from the request.body. Okay, and then we would also have to just use our movie, not movies, but just a movie, and await one movie, and then find by id. And we are going to be providing request.params and a specific id, okay, which we are already taking in this case. Not here, yeah, there we go, which we are already taking in this case. And now the next thing which you want to do is that we want to check the movie if we have the movie. So what do you want to do in that case? We are going to be using like already reviewed. So if the movie is already reviewed, so what do you want to do in that case? We just want to use our movie.reviews .find and revieed, I guess, yeah, already reviewed. And for this find method, we are going to be passing our callback function, and we are going to be just checking like if rating the user to string, we're going to be converting that to string is triple equal to the request.user. Come on, let me just use the user and the specific user id, and we're going to be also converting that to string as well. Now let me just save that, and underneath that we're going to be just checking if the movie is already reviewed. So what do you want to do in that case? We just want to send to the user like response.status of 400, and now underneath that we're going to be just throwing a new error to the user, which will say like movie already reviewed. I don't know how to spell this, reviewed, reviewed. I guess this is how you spell it. And now underneath that, what do you want to do? We just want to create our review. So we are going to be just writing a review, and it's going to be equals to the name, like the specific username who is doing or who is writing that review, and then we have to provide the rating. And for the rating, we're going to be converting that to number. And let me just provide a rating inside there, and then we have to just provide a comment and also the user. So we would say like request.user dot specific id. Okay, so this is how we are going to be creating a review. And now underneath that, let me just push that to our movies. So we're going to be using like movie.reviews, reviews, and then let's just push our review, which we just created right here up above. And now underneath that, we're going to be also using our movie.number of reviews will be be now equals to movie.reviews.length. Okay, so we are going to be incrementing there or decrementing there by using this line of code. Let me also take care of the rating as well. So we are going to be using like movie rating. It's going to be equal to the movie.reviews, reviews like that. And we are going to be using a reduce method. Reduce, first of all, we are going to be providing the accumulator and then the item name, and we are going to be just using like item.rating plus accumulator, and then here we have to just specify the 0, and then we are going to be dividing them by movie.reviews and then length. Okay, so now let me just save that, and it should be length, and now let me just save that to our database. So for that we are going to be using like await and then movie.save to the database, and now underneath that we are going to be using like res.status of 201, and then we have to use our .json. Let me just provide my message to that message and review added by the user. So if that's not the case, so what do you want to do? We just want to send to the user like 404 and then throw a new error of movie not found. Okay, and for the catch block, what do you want to do? We just want to use our console.error, and we just want to set the error. We're going to be passing the error and also the response.status of 400, and then JSON will be set to, or you know, like error and error just dot message. There we go. So now let me just save that, and we are already exporting that, and we are already grabbing that right here. Everything is okay. So now let me just test this out, and I'm gonna just create a new request right here, and now I'm going to just give it the name of like movie review, or a review movie would be fine. And now let me just copy all of that. Now let me just place that right here, and I'm gonna just change there to post. In this case, it is now first of all requiring the ID, and then we have to specify the reviews in this case. So now let me just remove that, and also the update movie as well. So first of all, we're gonna have to provide a specific movie ID so that we would be able to review that specific movie. So here you can see our reviews are now set to 0, and we are not providing any review to that. So what I want to do is that I want to grab this specific movie ID from there. Let me just copy that from here. Let me just put that right here, and now let me just add the reviews at the end. So was that reviews or just a review? Yep, that's a review. So now let's just provide a review for that. So I'm gonna go ahead and go to my raw, and here we just have to specify a new review right here. Let me just zoom in a bit, and we have to just say that review, and first of all I want to make sure that I am logged in. And let me just click on the cookie, and yeah, we are already logged in. So I'm going to just say the reviews. We are going to be providing that for this review, so I'm going to copy that, and now let me just place it right here, and I'm going to just say like one of the best movie or action movies so far, or something like that. And now if I click on this send button right here, so here you can see review.0 rating, guess number fail. And I just debug my application and found 2 mistakes. We are now taking or destructuring the rating and also the comment, and here we can see we are now providing a reviews right here. Now let me just change that to comment, and then we are gonna also provide the reviews right here. So what's that? No, not reviews but rating. And now let me just provide a rating of like, I don't know, maybe 2 would be fine, or 5 would be fine rather. Now let me just click on this send button, and here you can see message and review added right here in this case. And now let me just go ahead and check this out, but first of all I'm gonna have to close this one, and now let me just reopen that, and now let me just go to the bottom, and here you can see we have the rating of 5, and we have the comment of one of the best action movies so far. So yeah, this is how we're going to be adding a comment to our specific movie. So now let me just comment, or not comment, but now let me just collapse it right here. And now let's talk about how we are going to be deleting a specific movie. And to do that, first of all, we're going to have to go ahead and go to our admin, and we're going to be just providing a router.delete method. And for this delete, we're going to be just providing a delete movie, and we would also need to provide a specific movie ID, and the user should be authenticated and also authorized as an admin, and then they would be able to delete a movie. Now let me just copy that and save my file, but I'm going to also have to provide that right here, save our file. And now let me just register there right here, and also let's just create that right in here. So now let me just create my delete movie, and it's going to be equals to the async function request response. And also inside there we're going to be just using our try and catch block. For the catch block we would just say like response.status of 500, and also the JSON would be set to the error, and we're going to be just passing the error dot message. Okay, so now for the try block, what do you want to do? We just want to just destructure the specific ID of the movie, and it is going to be coming from the request dot params, and we are going to be just using the delete movie, and it's going to be equals to the await and movie scheme or model, whatever you want to call that. And we are going to be using the mongoose method, which will be find by ID and delete, not update, find by ID and delete. There we go. And now let me just pass my specific ID right here inside there, and now let me just check if we don't have the delete movie. So what do you want to do? We just want to return to the user the response dot status of 404 and movie not found. So let me just use the JSON, and message will be equals to movie, come on, movie not found in this case. And now underneath this F statement, we're going to be using our rest.json, and now let me just pass the message of movie deleted successful, come on, successfully successfully. And now let me just save that, and now let's just try this out. Okay, so we are going to be just using this delete movie, copy there, and now let me just create a new route right here. I'm going to just give it the name of like delete movie. Let me just change the name of that to delete movie right here in this case. And now let me just place something like that. Let me just remove the reviews, and also there we're going to be using our delete movie. And now let me just provide a specific movie which you want to delete. Okay, so we have the Godfather, and I want to remove that movie, so I'm going to just copy the ID from there, and now let me just place that ID right here. Let me just change that to delete and say bye bye to the Godfather. And here you can see we're now getting the movie deleted successfully. And now let me just save this one and save this one, and this is how we are going to be deleting. Here you can see we have 3 movies, and now if I refresh that, so it's going to only give us that 2 movies. Okay, so this is how we are going to be deleting a specific movie. So now let me take care of deleting a movie review or the comment, whatever you want to call that. So we're going to be just using like review and delete, not review but router.delete, and we're going to be just passing the delete comment in this case, and the user should be authenticated and also authorizes an admin, then they will be able to delete the comment. Okay, so now let me just copy that from here, and now let me just place it right here, save this file, and now let me just go ahead and collapse it right here. Let me just place that right here, and now let's just create that right in here. So I'm going to just say const delete comment, and it's going to be equals to the request response. And now inside there we're going to be using our try and catch block. We're going to take care of the catch in a few seconds, but now we have to destructure the movie ID and also the review ID as well. Okay, so we're going to be just using the request.body, and now we have to just use like movie, and it's going to be equals to the await and movie dot find by ID, and provide our movie ID right here in this case. Let's just remove that empty space from there, and now let me just check if you don't have the movie. So what do you want to show to the user? We just want to say the response and also the status of 404 movie not found. So we're going to be just using like message and then movie not found. Now underneath there, what do you want to do? We just want to get the review index in this case, and it's going to be coming from the movie and then the reviews. Let me just show you that. I'm going to go ahead and click on this one right here. So we have this movie entire object, and we have this reviews inside there, and then inside this review, so what do you want to do? We just want to use our find index method, and inside there we're going to be just passing our arrow function. It's going to take the review and then the review and a specific ID which we have for that specific movie, and we're going to be converting that to string, and if it's equal to the review ID, so we're going to be just removing that. And if that's not the case, so what do you want to do in that case? We just want to use our if statement one more time and review, come on, review index which we have right here, triple equals to -1. If it gives us -1, so what do you want to do in that case? We're going to be using like response.status, and we are going to be just providing that come on let me just provide a message right, and we would say like comment not found. And now underneath that we're going to be just checking like movie and reviews dot splice, and we're going to be just providing our review index, come on, not ID but review index in this case, and also 1 to it. Okay, so we are now splicing our comment, and then we have to just increment or decrement our number of reviews. So we're going to be just writing our number of reviews, and it's going to be equals to the movie and then reviews and then the dot length. And now underneath there, oh what the hell Now underneath that, what do you want to do? We just want to take care of the movie rating. So movie.rating is going to be equals to, or not movie rating, but yeah, movie rating will be now equals to the movie dot reviews dot length is greater than 0. If that's the case, let me just provide the length, length. If that's the case, so what do you want to do? We just want to provide a movie dot reviews right here in this case, and then we are going to be using the reduce method, and we are going to be providing our accumulator and also the item itself. And now inside there, we are going to be using the item dot rating plus the accumulator, and we are going to be passing 0. And now let's just divide that by movie and then reviews the dot dot length, and then finally we are going to be just providing a 0 if that's not the case. And the final thing which we have to do is that we have to save our comment to the database. So we're going to be using like movie.save, and here let's just use that. And now I'm going to be also using the res.json and provide our message to that, and I'm going to just say like comment deleted successfully. There we go. And yeah, that was it. But now let me just also take care of the what do we call it, the catch statement. And I'm gonna just say console dot error of error in this case, and underneath that we're going to be using like response dot status of 500. And now let me just provide a JSON right here, and we're going to be providing the error and error message if you have one. So now let me just save that, and we are going to be testing this out in a few seconds, but we are going to have to provide the movie ID and also the review ID in this case. So now let me just close that, and you know what, first of all let me just go ahead and create a new request right here, and I'm going to give it the name of delete comment. So delete review would be fine rather. And now let me just change that to delete method, and I'm going to also copy that from here. Let me just place that right here. And what are we doing is that first of all we are now providing the we are just using this delete comment right here. Now let me just copy that from here. Let's just remove all of that, and we are going to be just providing a delete comment in this case. Now let me just click on the body, and inside this body we are going to be just providing first of all the movie ID and then the review ID. So now let me just go ahead and go to there. So in this case, if I want to remove, okay, so we only have review for this specific movie, which is extraction. So now let me just show you that we only review this movie. So the first thing which you want to do is that we want to get the specific movie ID. So we have that ID right here. So I'm going to copy that from here, and now we are going to be just using the movie ID right here. So movie ID, and now let me just paste that right here. Let me just place it right here, and now let me just also provide the review ID right here in this case. So the review ID is this ID right here. So we have this user ID, and we also have this movie, or not movie but review ID right here. Now let me just copy that, and I'm gonna just say review ID, and now let me just place my review ID right here in this case. So it's gonna just remove this comment and also this entire review right here. Okay, so now if I click on this send button, so it's gonna just give us like comment deleted successfully. Now let me just close that, and now let me just reopen that once again, and here you can see the reviews are 0. The reviews are totally gone. Okay, so that was for the extraction. And now let me just also show you that John Wick, and we don't have no reviews inside that. So this is how we are going to be removing a specific comment. Okay, so that's that. Now let me just take care of the RTK query specific endpoints. So I'm going to just create a comment right here, and I'm going to just give it like RTK query endpoints or something like, oh, you know what, we don't have to do that. Now let me just write a router.get, and we're going to be getting the latest movies. So we will say like new movies, but first of all we'll also have to provide this slash right here, and then I'm gonna just say like get new movies right here, movies. And now let me just copy that from here, and now let me just place it right in here, save this file, and now let me just register that. And now underneath that, what do you want to do? We're going to be using our get new movies and async request response. And now inside there we're going to be using our try and catch block. For the catch block we would say like response.status of 500, and now let me just provide my JSON of error and also error.message. And for the try block, what do you want to do? We just want to use our new movies. It's going to be equals to await and then the movie dot find. And now let me just sort that by what? by the created at, and now let me just provide the -0, so it's gonna give us the latest movies. And now let me just also limit that to 10 movies. So you can just limit that to like how many movies that you like, but in my case I'm gonna just limit that to 10. And now let me just use the rest.json, and now let me just provide my new movies inside there. Save my file, and now let's just create an endpoint, or not an endpoint, but now let me just test this out. I'm gonna save this file, and I'm going to remove all of them from here so that we can see everything a bit better. And now let me just go ahead and create a new request right here. I'm gonna give it the name of like new movies or something like that. And now I'm going to copy that from here, and now let me just place that right here. And we are going to be using the get. So now let me just show you the endpoint once again. We are going to be sending a request to this new movies. So now let me just copy that, and now let me just place it right here. And as soon as I click on this send button, so it's going to give us only the latest movie right here. So the latest movie was John Wick, and then it's going to also give us that extraction too. And you know what, let me just create a new movie. Oh, you know what, that's it. That's it. You can create a new movie and then you can see the result. But here you can see it is now giving us the new movie right here. So yeah, that's that. Now let me just take care of the top movies. So I'm going to just say like router.get, and then we are going to be just providing the top movies in this case, and get top movies. And now let me just copy that from here, and now let me just place it right here, save my file. And now I'm going to also register that here, and now let me just create the controller right here. I'm gonna just say like get top movies and async request response. And now inside that we are going to be using our try and catch block. For the catch we are going to be using like press.status of 500, and then the JSON, let me just provide my error, and also the error.message. And now for the try block, what do you want to do? We just want to use like const top rated movies, and it's going to be equals to the await, and then movies, or not movies but just a movie, and find. Okay, so then we're going to be sorting that by using the number, the number of reviews, and then we're going to be just providing the -1 right here. And then let's just limit that to 10 movies, and we're going to be just sending that to the user. So we will say the top rated movies. Save this file, but first of all we're going to have to just review specific movie, and then we will be able to see that specific movie. So what I want to do is that I want to go ahead and go to my review movies, and I'm going to just review a specific movie. So I'm going to just refresh that from here, and we want to review this extraction 2 movie right here. So I'm going to just copy that, and now let me just place it right here, and then I'm going to just give it the review of 2, and I'm going to just remove that from here, and I'm going to just say yeah, it was cool cool movie or something like that. And now let me just click on the send button, so it's going to give us that movie edit, like that review edit right here. Let me just reopen that, and it's going to give us that specific review made by Hussein. Now let me just close that, and now let me just test this get top movies out. So here you can see we already reviewed one of our movie, so it's going to give us that extraction on the top. So now let me just go to that, and that was for the new movie. And now let me just take care of the top rated movies. So I'm gonna just create a new request. I'm gonna give it the name of like top rated movies or something like that, and I'm gonna go ahead and copy that. And now let me just place it right here, and I'm going to just say that this is going to be the top movies. So I'm gonna just copy that, place it right here, and now let me just click on that. So it's going to give us their top movie, which was extraction. Why is that? Because only for this movie we have some sort of a review right here, not for this one and not for the rest of them. So we have only reviewed this specific movie, so that's why we are now getting this extraction on the top. So this is how we are going to be getting the top rated movies. And now finally we're gonna have to take care of the random movies. So I'm going to go ahead and go to, yeah, that's fine, go to my movies routes, and I'm gonna just say like router.get, and in this case we are going to be using like random movies. And now get random movies, let me just copy that from here, and now let me just place it right here, save our file, and now let me just register that here. And I'm gonna also create that right here. So const this movie, provide a request response to that, and let's just use our arrow function. And now I'm going to be using the try and catch block. For the catch block we will say like response.status of 500, and then the .json, and we will say the error of error message. and also we are going to be just providing a const random movie, and it's going to be equals to the await, and we are going to be getting the movie and then the aggregate function aggregate. We're going to be using our aggregate function, and it shouldn't be a movies but just a movie. And now we are going to be just providing first of all the sample, and then we're going to be providing the size, and the size will be 10 in this case. So we're going to be just getting a random movies, and then we are going to be just writing a res.json, and let's just provide our random movies in this case. So now let me just save there, and now let me just test this out. So I'm going to go ahead and copy there random movies, and now let me just test this out. So I'm going to just create a new request right here, add request, and I'm going to just say like random movies. And now let me just copy that from here. Let's just place there, and now instead of writing a top, I'm gonna just change that to random. Okay, so now let me just click on the send button. So it's gonna just gives us that John Wick, and then it's gonna gives us that extraction. But if I click on that once again, and here you can see it's going to give us that extraction, and then it's going to give us that John Wick. But if you have a lot of movies, so it's going to just give you a random movie inside from that what do you call it, from that entire database. So now let me just save that, and I guess that was it about for all of the backend of the movies. Now we are able to create a movie, get all of the movies, get a specific movie, update a movie, review a movie, delete a movie, delete a comment from a movie, get new movies, get top movies, and random movies as well. So that was the entire flow of the backend of the movies. So now let me just take care of the front end. So that was about the random movies, and now let's talk about the image upload. So for that we are going to be creating a route right here. So we're going to have to provide the version 1 and then upload. And now let me just provide my upload routes right here. I'm going to copy that, save my file, and then I'm going to go ahead and go to my routes, and here we are going to be creating a route of upload routes.js. Now let me just show you that. I'm going to hit enter right here, and the first thing we would need is a path from path, and then we would also need the Express.js from the Express.js, and we would also need the multer. So now let's just grab that, and now what I want to do is that we're going to be creating a router, and it's going to be just the instance of Express and router. And now let's just execute that. Now underneath that, let's create our storage. So I'm going to be creating my storage, storage, and it's going to be equals to the multer.disk storage right here. This is a method on the multer. Now let me just provide my destination of request and file, and also the callback function. And now inside there, what I want to do is that for the callback function, we're not going to be providing anything for the first parameter, and for the next parameter we're going to be providing the uploads folder, which we're going to be creating right here inside our root. So now let me just create a folder of upload or uploads with S. I'm going to just create that, and now what I want to do is that underneath these curly braces, I'm going to be writing my file name, and it's going to be equals to request and also the file and the callback function. And now inside there, we are going to be just creating our extension name. So ext name is going to be equals to the path.extension name. This is the method which we have on the Node.js, and we're going to be just grabbing the file and original name. Okay, so now underneath that, we're going to be passing our callback function. For the first parameter, we're not going to be providing anything to that. For the second parameter, we are going to be providing the file dot field name, and then we're going to be just providing the dash. And here for the uniqueness, we're going to be just providing a date.now, and then finally we just have to add our extension name. Okay, so that's, now let's just save our file. So that was it for the storage, and now let's just take care of the file filter. So I'm going to be just creating a function. I'm going to give the name of like file filter, and it's going to be taking the request and the file and the callback function as well. And now inside there, we're going to have to first of all take care of the file types, and it's going to be not like that, but file types in lowercase, and it should be the JPEG and also the PNG and also the WEBP, and that's a different file formats. And then we have to write a MIME type, MIME types, and it's going to be equals to the images or image, and then we can also provide the type of JPE question mark G, and then we can also use the image, and let's just provide what do we call it, the PNG as well, and we can also provide the MIME type of WEBP. Okay, so now let me just close that, and I guess we're missing something. I don't know why, but it feels a bit off. So you know what, let me just close that right here, and there we go. So that's that. Now the next thing which you want to do is that we still want to get our what do we call it, or extension. So now let me just grab that from here, and now let me just place there. And what else do I have to do is that I'm going to be just typing the MIME type, not with s but just MIME type. Okay, so just a singular. And now let me just paste my file and then MIME type. Come on, MIME, and then type. There we go. Now underneath there, what do we have to do? We are going to be just writing a file types, and then we have a test. Okay, so we are going to be testing the extension name, and let me just write it, and the MIME types in this case, and we're going to be also testing the MIME what do we call MIME type as well. Now inside there, we're going to be also creating our callback function. Now let me just pass my null and also the true, and then for the else clause, what I want to do, I'm going to be passing my callback function and new error. And now in this case, I'm going to be just passing the error of images only. And now let me just pass my file right, false right here in this case. Now let me just save this file, and underneath this function we're going to be creating our upload. It's going to be equals to the multer. And now let me just provide the storage and also the file types, or not a file type but a file filter. And now let me just take care of uploading a single image. So I'm going to just write like const upload single image, and it's going to be equals to upload.single. And now let me just pass my image right here inside there. So underneath there, we're going to be just providing our method of post. On this endpoint, we're going to be posting our image, and let me just provide my request and also the response. And now what I want to do is that we're going to be using upload single image, which we just created up above. And now let me just provide my request response and also the error as well. And now inside this error function, we're going to be checking if we have some sort of error. Then what do you want to show to user? We just want to show that response.status of 400 to the message, and then we have to just write a error of message, that specific error message. And if that's not the case, so we're going to be checking for the request.file, and inside there we are going to be sending the response of status of 200. And now let me just send my JSON my object, and we're going to be sending the message of image uploaded. Come on, uploaded successfully. There we go. Now let me just provide my image, and we are going to be providing our image of, first of all, we are going to be providing this random path, which will be request.file.path. And now let me just save that. Okay, so now if that's not the case, what do you want to do in that case? So we are going to be just sending this response like send.status of 400. And now let me just send the error message right here. So we're going to be sending the message of no image file provided. There we go. Okay, so now let me just save that, and everything is looking totally okay, and we don't have any errors right here. So finally, now let me just export my router. So I'm going to be just writing export default of router right here. So now let me just save that, and now we're totally done with this file. Now let me just close that, and we have to grab that right here. So I'm going to just remove that. Okay, so it's not going to give me the autocomplete, so I'm going to just grab that manually. So now let me just write import upload routes, and then let's just go ahead and go to our routes, and then we have to go to the upload routes.js right here. We are going to be first of all getting the directory name. So we are going to be using like their name, and it's going to be equals to path.resolve. And now let me just execute them, and now we are going to be making that static. So we are going to be using like app.use, and for this uploads folder, what do you want to do? We are going to be using like express.static, and then we have to just use a path.join, and here we just have to provide our directory name, and then we have to add this uploads folder inside this. So uploads, there we go. And now let me just save that, and that's everything we need to do for, what do we call it, for the image upload. There we go. Now let me just close these, and what I want to do is that I want to create yet another what do we call it, yet another request. And now inside that request, we are going to be testing our file upload. And now let me just give it the name of like file or image upload. And now let me just make that as a post request. I'm going to just copy that, and now let me just place it right here. And for the API, we are going to be using this API, so I'm going to just copy that, and we're not going to be providing the version ones and all of that. Let's just remove that. We're going to be providing the upload and provide something right here. So what I want to do is that I'm going to just click on the body, and then I'm going to just click on the form data, and now let me just provide like some sort of an image right here, and the image will be some sort of a file. So now let me just click on that, add new file from your local machine. I'm going to click on that, and then I'm going to just go to my images, and I am going to just add this image right here. Click on the open, and now let me just click on this send button right here. So here you can see it's going to give us that image is now successfully uploaded. And now let's just test this out. and here you can see inside this uploads folder we have our image right here, which is Jonathan Wick. And shout out to this website. I just grabbed this image from that website. Now let me just test another image. So I'm gonna just go ahead and remove that. Let's just remove that from here. Let me just close that, and let me just add another image right here, and I'm gonna just add the Spider-Man. Let me just add that and click on the send button. So here you can see it's gonna add this another image to my folder right here, which is the Spider-Man. Okay, so yeah, this is how we are going to be adding images by using Node.js. We are now totally done with the backend functionality. Now let's go ahead and go to our front end, and I'm gonna go ahead and go to my src, then the Redux, and then the constants. And now let me just create my constant right here, and we're going to be creating a constant first of all for the movies. So we will just write a movie URL, and it's going to be equals to the API and then version 1 of movies. And the next one which we are going to be also creating is for the upload URL. It's going to be equals to, first of all, let's just go ahead and go to the API, then version 1, and then upload. Now let me just save that. Let's just close it right here, and I want you to get ready yourself for creating a lot of endpoints. So we're going to be just creating a movies.js file inside this API. And now the first thing which you have to do is that we have to grab our API slice. Let's just grab them manually, and now let's go ahead and go to our API slice. And now underneath that we're going to also need the movie URL and also the upload, come on, upload, god damn it, upload upload URL. There we go. And now underneath there, what do we have to do? Let's just go back. We just have to export our const of movies API slice, and it's going to be equal to the API slice. And now let me just inject my endpoints right here. Now let me just save that, and inside there we're going to have to pass our object, and now inside this object we're going to be defining our endpoints. So now for the endpoints we are going to be providing the builder, and now inside there let me just provide my get all movies, and it's going to be equals to the builder dot query. And now let's just provide our query right here inside there. And now inside this arrow function we're going to be providing first of all our movie URL, and then we have to provide our all all movies in lowercase. Now let's just close that and provide a comma here, and that was our first endpoint. Now let me just go back and let's just create a movie. Okay, so we are going to be creating an endpoint for that. So to create a movie, for that we are going to be using the create movie. Let me just pass my builder dot mutation, and inside there we are going to be passing our query. Let me just pass my query, and we're going to be also providing the new movie, and it's going to be inside. Let me just put that inside, and we're going to be providing the URL first of all, and the URL will be the movie URL, and we're going to be specifically go to the create movie. And now let me just provide a comma here, and now let me just provide the method of post. So we're going to be posting that, and we would also need to provide some sort of a body, and inside the body we're going to be providing our new movie. So that was it about for creating the movie. Now let's just take care of updating the movie. So to do that, first of all we're going to be using the update movie, and we're going to be passing the builder.mutation because we are changing something inside there, and we have to just specify the query, and we have to provide the ID and also the updated movie as well. Okay, so now inside there we are going to be just passing our arrow function, and first of all we have to provide our URL, and for the URL we are going to be first of all providing our movie URL, and then we are going to be going into the update movie, come on, in lowercase, update and movie, and then we have to specify their specific ID of the movie, and then we have to specify the method, and I'm going to be just passing the method of put to it, and then finally we have to provide the body of update movie, or it should be updated movie rather. Now let me just provide a comma here. Now underneath that, what do we have to do? We are going to be creating yet another endpoint for update movie review, REVIEW. And now let me just provide my builder, not this one, but builder.mutation. And for the mutation, we're going to be passing the query, and inside there we're going to be passing the ID, the rating, and also the comment. And we are going to be providing the URL first of all. So for the URL, we're going to be passing the movie URL, and then we're going to be also providing a specific ID inside there, and then finally our reviews. There we go. Now underneath that we're going to also provide the method of post because we're now posting our data. And now let me just provide the body, and inside the body we're going to be providing the rating, ID, and also the comment. Okay, so now let me just save that, and I just want to make sure that this is a put method, and yeah, it is. Now underneath there we're going to be providing yet another endpoint for deleting the comment. Okay, so now let me just provide my builder.mutation, and inside this mutation we're going to be providing the query, and it's going to take the movie ID and also the review ID as well. Okay, so now inside there we are going to be providing our URL, and the URL will be the movie URL, and also we're going to have to pass the delete comment, and now underneath that we're going to be providing the method of delete to it because we are deleting something, so the method will be deleted. So now let me just provide my movie ID and also my review ID as well. Now let me just save that. Let me just create an endpoint for deleting the entire movie. So we're going to be using like delete movie, and it's going to be a builder.mutation, and now inside there we're going to be passing the query, and for the query it's going to take the ID, and based on their specific ID we're going to be deleting our movie. So now let me just provide my movie URL. Come on, movie URL, there we go. And we also have to provide the delete movie, and then we are going to be deleting the specific movie by this specific ID. Okay, so now let me just provide a comma, and the method should be a delete because we are deleting a movie, so we have to provide the method of delete to it. Now underneath that we're going to be also adding what do we call it, we're going to be also adding endpoint for get specific movie. Okay, so we're going to be using a builder.query in this case because we are only fetching some sort of data, we are not mutating that data. And now let me just specify the ID inside them, and then we have to specify the arrow function, and I'm going to be passing my movie URL, and then inside there we're going to be defining our specific movie and then the ID of that specific movie. Okay, so now let me just save there. Underneath this endpoint we have to create yet another endpoint. Now underneath there we're going to be defining yet another endpoint for upload image, and now let me just take care of this. We're going to be using like builder.mutation, and now inside there we're going to be providing the query of arrow function of form data. Okay, so now inside there let me just pass my data and also my arrow function. We're going to be defining our URL, and the URL will take the upload URL, and it's not going to take anything else than that. And now let me just provide my method of totally post, and then also we have to define our body, and the body will be that form data. Okay, so now we're totally done with that. Now let me just provide my comma here. Now underneath there we're going to be creating an endpoint for get new movie, or movies rather, and we're going to be just using like builder.mutation, not mutation, but in this case we're now getting some sort of data, so we have to use the query. And now if you want to query that, for that we're going to be using this arrow function, and we're going to be using the endpoint of the movie URL first of all, and then we have to just write a new movies. There we go. Okay, so now let me just, I'm not going to duplicate that. Let me just provide a comma here, and let's just remove that from here. And now the next thing which you want to do is that you want to get the top movies, and we're going to be using like builder.query, and we are going to be using almost the same function as the previous one. So now let me just add my arrow function inside there, and we are going to be using like my movie URL, and then we want to go to the top movies. There we go. Okay, so now let me just duplicate this one. What the hell? And now let me just put a comma here, and I'm gonna just change the name of that to like get random movies. Now let me just change this top and change that to random movies right here. So now let me just save that, and that was a lot of endpoint right here, but we did that. Now let me just create a hooks based on these endpoints, and then we're going to be using that inside our component. So now let me just use the export const, and now let me just grab that from the movies API slice. Okay, so now inside there, first of all, we're going to be exporting the use get all movies, then we're going to be also exporting the use create movie mutation, and then also the use update movie mutation, then also use add movie review, and use delete comment, and also the use get specific movie query, and also the use upload image mutation. And now let me just provide a comma and use get new movies, and let me just save that, and I'm gonna just provide my comment right here. This is going to be for the dashboard. Well, I'm not going to provide their dashboard right here because we can use it in other places if we wanted to. So use get top movies, and also the use get random movies as well. So yeah, that was all of the endpoint we have to create, and also that was a lot of hooks. Okay, so that was a long journey, but we did that. So that's totally done. Now the next thing which you have to do is that we have to create a movie. So for that we're gonna have to go ahead and go to our pages, and inside these pages we're going to be going into the admin, and inside this admin we're going to be creating our or create come on, let me just remove this cursor. We're going to be creating our create movie.jsx. So now let me just write my RAFC inside there. Let me just save there, and we're gonna have to go ahead and go to the main and register there right here. Okay, so now let me just duplicate there, and instead of writing this genre, I'm gonna just write a create right here, and I'm going to just remove there and change that to create movie, and it's gonna auto import there for me. Let me just go back, and now let me just save there, and I'm going to copy that from here. Let me just copy that entire thing from here, and I'm going to place it right here. But first of all, I'm going to have to just stop my server, and I'm going to be using the npm run full stack in this case, not just a backend but the full stack, and it's going to run my front end and also my backend. So now let me just place it right here, and I'm going to be just placing there, hit enter, and here you can see it's gonna just gives us, first of all, we have to log in as an admin. I forgot to do that, so now let me just log in as an admin, and I'm going to just write Hussein12, and it's gonna log in as an admin right here. Now the next thing which you have to do is that we have to place this endpoint right here, and now let me just hit enter, and here you can see it's gonna give us that create movie right here, okay, which is totally amazing. So yeah, what I want to do is that I'm gonna go ahead and go to my create movie, and now let's just take care of that. And the first thing which I want to do is that I want to grab my use effect and also the use stat, and the next thing which I want to grab is the use navigate from the React router DOM in this case. So React router DOM, let's just close that, and we are going to be also importing a few hooks from our RTK query, which will be something, but I'm going to show you that in a few seconds. Let me just go ahead and go to my Redux, then let me just go to my API, and then movies, and now inside there we are going to be just grabbing two. So we are going to be grabbing like use create mutation, create movie mutation, and then use upload image mutation right here. So that's that. Now let me just also get all of the movies. So for that, we are going to be getting that from same path. Let's just go ahead and go to the Redux, then the API, and we're going to be getting the genre, not the movies but the genre, and I'm going to be just using like use fetch genres query right here. So it's going to give us all of their genres. And now let me just import my toast from where, from the React Toastify. Okay, so now let me just save that, and that's everything we need for now. And now let me just create an instance of my navigate. So const navigate, and it's going to be equals to the use navigate. And now let me just execute that, navigate, which is totally correct. And now let me just create my stat for the movie. So we're going to be just writing like movie data, and then we have a set movie data, there we go, and we're going to be using the use stat. And now let me just provide my object. First of all, we are going to be providing the name of the movie, then the year, and the initial value will be set to 0, then the detail will be also set to DETAIL. But now let me just check my my model, and let me just check, was that a detail or a details? Okay, that was just a detail. Now let me just copy that, and let me just place it right here, and that was correct. And now let me just provide the cast, and the cast was an empty object, empty array rather. And now let me provide my rating of 0, and also the image will be totally null, and also the genre will be set to empty string. Now let me just also create a stat for the selected image. So I'm going to just say like selected image, and also set selected image will be now equals to the use stat, and we're going to be just providing the null inside there. And now underneath there, we're going to be destructuring something from our RTK query endpoints, and we're going to be destructuring there first of all from the use create movie, and we are going to be first of all destructuring our create movie, and then not in uppercase but in lowercase. So we have a create movie, and then we're going to be doing a nested destructuring. So we're going to be destructuring the is loading, and we're going to be renaming that to is creating movie. So we are now renaming that. And now let me just also destructure the error, and also I'm going to just rename that to like movie error detail or something like that. And yeah, you can give it any name you like, but in my case that's totally fine. And now let me just destructure something from the use upload image mutation, and we're going to be destructuring first of all the upload upload image, and then we would also do a nested destructuring of is loading, and then we have to just give it some sort of a name. So I'm going to just give it a name of like is uploading image, and then also for the error we're going to be also providing the name of like upload image error ERROR details. There we go. Okay, so now underneath there, what do you want to do? We just want to fetch all of our genres. So we are going to be destructuring that from the from the use fetch genres query, and now let me just fetch them, and we are going to be just getting the data. I'm going to rename that to genres, and also we are going to be fetching our is loading, and we are going to be renaming that to like is loading genres. Okay, so now underneath that we are going to be using the use effect to get all of the genres in the first render. Let me just put my arrow function inside there, and here for the dependency array we are going to be just porting our genres, and inside there we are going to be checking if we have the genres. So what do you want to do in that case? We just want to set movie data, and here we're going to be just passing our previous stat or previous data right here. And now inside there, what do you want to do? We just want to provide our previous data, first of all, previous data, and then we are going to be providing, or we are going to be mutating our genre, and we are going to be just setting that to like genres. And here we're going to be taking the first index, and if we have that, we're going to be just getting the ID from there. And if that's not the case, we're going to be just setting that to empty string. Okay, so that's there. Now let me just save that, and I'm going to just place the styling right here, and you should do the same. Now inside there we're going to be creating our form. Let's just remove this action from there, and now inside this form we're going to be just creating our paragraph, and I'm going to just say like create movie. I'm going to also provide the styling to it. So now let me just save there, and let's just check this out. And here you can see we are now getting our create movie right here, which is totally amazing. Now underneath there we're going to be creating our div with the class is of margin for the bottom of 4, and now inside there we're going to be providing our label, and for the label we're not going to be providing any HTML4, but we will provide some sort of a class to it. So I'm going to just provide a class of block to it, and now inside there we're going to be just providing the name, and let me just also provide my input inside there. Type will be set to text, and now inside there we're going to be also providing the name to it, and the name will be a name, and I'm going to also provide the value of movie data dot name. Let me just also attach the event handler on there. So I'm going to just pass the handle change event handler right here, and which we did not create by the way, but we will create there in a few seconds. And now let me just attach some classes to it. So pairing for the x-axis will be set to 2, and pairing for the y-axis will be set to 1, and width will be totally full. So now let me just save there and comment this line out for a second. Save there, and here you can see we are now getting our name right here, and that's looking totally amazing. You can change the UI if you wanted to, but in my case that's gonna do it. Let me just copy this div and duplicate there a few times. So first of all, we're going to be duplicating there for the year, then for the detail, then for the genre, and one time for the cast. And I guess that's going to do it. So I'm going to go to the top, and first of all we have a name, and now the next one we have is year. So I'm going to just type the year right here. I'm going to also change the type of number, and also let me just provide year in this case. And inside the movie data we're going to be just providing our year, and we also have a handle change right here for this one as well, and we're not going to be changing anything inside there. Now the next one we have is a detail. So now let me just change that to detail uppercase D, and then tails in lowercase, and I'm going to be just removing this input field from here. And now let me just provide my text area, and inside this text area we are going to be providing for the name as a detail, and for the ID we are not going to be providing any IDs to it, and we are not going to be providing any rows and columns inside there. Okay, so now let me just provide the value, and the value will be like movie data, and then we have our detail right here inside there. Now let me just attach my own change event handler on there, and we're going to be passing our handle change event handler, which we did not create yet. Okay, so now let me just copy some styling from here, and let me just place it right here. God damn it, let's just cut that from here. And let me just place it right here, save my file, and comment this line out. Okay, so that's that. Instead of writing this name, let's just remove this name, and I'm going to just provide a cast of comma separated, separated, and let's just provide our separator right here, and everything else should be the same. But let me just provide for the name of cast, and then we have a movies data, and then cast, and we are going to be just providing the join method on there, and let's just provide a comma and space. Okay, so that's that, and we're going to be also attaching our event handler, but now let me just remove that from here, and we're going to be attaching the event. And now let me just use my set movies data, and here we're going to be first of all providing the movie. Let me just use my spread operator, and now let me just provide my movie data. First of all, we're going to be providing that, and then we're going to be just changing the cast to the event.target.value, and now let me just split all of that, and we're going to be splitting that. And now let me just provide a comma and space. So that's everything that you have to do. Let's just take care of the genre. So let me just write a genre, and also we have to just remove this entire input field right here. I'm going to just remove this entire input field, and I'm going to just change that to select. And inside this select, we're going to be providing the name of genre to it, and for the ID, we're not going to be providing the ID. We're going to be providing the value, and the value will be movie data dot genre. And now inside there, we're going to be also providing the on change event handler on there, and that same handle change event handler, which we're going to be creating in a few seconds. Okay, so yeah, let me just copy that entire thing from there, and now let me just place it right here, and that's gonna do it. But now let me just save there. I'm gonna comment this line out for a second, like so. And now inside this select statement, what do you want to do? We just want to check for is loading genre. If it has this genre right here, we're going to be passing our option. Let me just pass my option right here and close there. Okay, and we're going to be just saying like loading genres dot dot dot. Okay, so if that's not the case, what do you want to do in that case? We're going to be just iterating over through all of the genres that we currently have by using the map method. And let me just provide my genre name, and now inside there we're going to be just passing our arrow function, and that's looking awful. Let's just remove that. So we have our genre, and yeah, you know what, let me just close that. That's looking totally awful. Let's just remove that, and let me just try that once again. Iterate over through all of the genres by using the map method, and we are going to be also passing the genre. And inside there, what do you want to do? You just want to attach our option. So now let me just attach my option, and I'm going to be attaching the key first of all, and the key will be my genre, and then their specific ID from that genre. And then we are going to be also providing the value right here, and the value will be genre, and then their specific ID from their genre. Okay, so then we have to also write a genre dot name, and now let me just save that. Okay, so that's every single thing that we have to take care of right now. But you know what, underneath this select and also this label and also this div, but inside this form, and let me just create a div with a class of margin for the bottom will be set to 4, and we're going to be just passing the label of. We're not going to be providing any HTML4 to that, but we will provide a styling to that. So for the styling, we're going to be checking if you don't have the selected image, then what do you want to do? We just want to attach the border of 1 pixel solid. Come on, solid, and then 888. Come on, 88. Come on, 888. There we go. And also let me just provide a comma here. I'm going to be also passing the border radius, BORDR RADUS, and for the border radius we're going to be passing the 5 pixel border, and also we're going to be adding the padding of 8 pixel. Okay, that's not the case. What do you want to do in that case? So now inside there we're going to be adding the styling right here, just a border of 0 and the border radius of 0, and padding will be also set to 0. Okay, so yeah, that's cool. But now inside this label, we are going to be rendering our image and also their input. So we are going to be checking if we don't have the selected image, and we just want to show that upload. Come on, upload image. Come on, let me just type image right here, and underneath that we're going to be just providing our input, and the type will be just set to file. And now we are going to be also accepting all of the images. So now let me just add image and every single image, and on change we're going to be just typing our handle handle image change, which we're going to be creating in a few seconds. And now let me just add a bit of styling to it. Display will be now set to not selected image, and if that's not the case, so we are going to be just writing a none, and if that is the case, we are going to be setting that to block. Okay, so now let me just save there, and now let me just comment this line out. We are going to be creating that in a few seconds, but it will take a bit of time. Now underneath this label and also this div, we are going to be creating our button. So now let me just finally create my button right here, and we are going to be providing the type first of all, and the type will be set to button, and we're going to be also attaching the on click event handler on there, and handle create movie in this case. And now let me just add these classes. So I'm gonna just copy that, and now let me just place that right here, and you should do the same. Let me just comment this line out. We're going to be also attaching the disable stat as well, and if that is not creating a movie, so what do you want to do in that case? Or is uploading the image. Okay, so if that's the case, so now inside there we're going to be just attaching or is creating a movie, or is uploading the image, and if that's the case, so we're going to be just saying like creating ... And if that's not the case, so we're going to be just saying like create movie in this case. Okay, so yeah, now let me just save that, and that was it about for this entire UI. And that's a lot of coding and a lot of explanation of every single line. And yeah, now let me just check this out, and here you can see we have the UI right here. You can totally definitely change the UI if you wanted to, but currently we have every single thing that we currently need right here. So now let me just finally attach the functionality, and first of all we're going to be just starting from what do we call it, creating a movie, but we are going to be starting from the handle change. Now I'm going to just uncomment that, and let me just see, we have this handle change right here. Now let me just uncomment this line out as well. Now let me just select the hit Control D one more time. Let me just select this handle change one more time and hit Control D. We have yet another, let me just select that, hit Control D, so we have yet another handle change right here. Let's just uncomment that, and let me just hit Control D one more time, and yeah, we are now totally done with that. But now let me just copy that, and let's just create our handle change up above these JSX right here. Okay, so we're going to be just creating like const handle change, and we're going to be just passing the event object inside there, and we're going to be destructuring two things from the event.target object. Okay, so we're going to be just destructuring first of all the name and also the value from there. Okay, so now underneath there, what do you want to do? We have to first of all provide the equal to sign right here. Now underneath there, what do you want to do? We just want to check if name is triple equal to the genre. Then what do you want to do in that case? We just want to first of all tag the selected genre, and come on, GENRE, come on, selected genre, and it's going to be equals to the genres dot find method, and we're going to be passing our genre in this case, and here we are going to be just checking like genre dot name is triple equal to the value. Okay, so then it's going to give us that selected genre. We can totally log there, you can totally log there if you wanted to, but I'm not going to, and you guys already know all of that stuff, so that's why I'm going a bit fast. Now let me just add my set movie data, and here inside there we are going to be just providing the previous data for the previous state. And now let me just pass my arrow function inside there. Come on, arrow function, there we go. And now first of all we're going to be just adding our previous data, and then inside, come on, previous data, let me just copy the preview data from there, and now let me just place it right here. But then we are going to be mutating our state or changing our state by using the genre. If the selected genre, so what do you want to do in there? We are going to be just providing like selected genre. Let me just add a genre and then the specific ID from there. And if that's not the case, we're going to be just setting that to empty string. Okay, so that's there. Now let me just save this file, but something is not okay, and that's because we forgot to include the curly braces. Let me just add a curly brace there, and let's just add it right here, save our file. Let me just copy that and place that one more time. What the hell am I doing? And that was for the if statement, but now for the else statement, what do you want to do in that case? We're going to be adding the set movie data. Let me just add my previous data one more time, and now let me just pass my arrow function inside there, and let's just add our previous data, and we're going to be just adding the name and value to that name. Okay, so that's that, and we are now totally done with this function. Now let me just save that, and we are not going to be testing that right here because it will create a movie for us without any specific data, and it's going to just give us an error. Now let me just take care of the image and also the create movie function. So now let me just take care of that. I'm going to just collapse it right here for a few seconds. Image change, so we have that handle image change in one area, which you can see right here. Now let me just copy the name, and let me just go to the top, and here we're going to be just creating that function right here. Okay, so underneath this function we're going to be creating our handle image change. So now let me just create that, and this is totally simple function. You will see that. So first of all we need the file, and we're going to be getting that file by using e.target.files, and we only need the first one, and then we're going to be just changing our set selected image, and we're going to be just passing our file inside there. And that was it about this function, baby. That was it. And now let me just take care of this handle create movie. So we have that in one place, and now let me just click on that, and here you can see we have that. Let me just uncomment that, save my file and copy that. Let me just go to the top one more time, and let me just create their function right here, and this is going to be the big one. Okay, so underneath this function, let me just collapse that right here. We're going to be creating or handle create movie. So now let me just create like const handle create movie, and it's going to be asynchronous function, async function. And now let me just add my arrow function inside there. We're going to be also attaching the try and catch block, but we have to check for a lot of different things. So I'm going to just remove that and hit enter right here. And now let me just place it right here. So first of all, we are checking if we don't have the movie name, the year, detail, the cast, or the selected movie. So what do you want to do in that case? We're going to be just finding the toast. So we would just say like toast.error, and we would just say like please fill all required fields. Okay, so then we're going to be just returning that. And if that's not the case, let me just save that. If that's not the case, what do you want to do? We're going to be creating a variable with the name of like uploaded 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 image path, and it's going to be currently set to no. Okay, and now the next thing which you want to do is that we want to check if the movie is selected or if you have the selected image. So what do you want to do in that case? We're going to be just creating our form data. It's going to be a new form data. Okay, and this is a constructor, and now we have to append data inside this form. So we're going to be using our form data, not this one but form data, and we're going to be appending our image first of all, and the image will be this selected image. So now underneath that, we're going to be just making another variable, so which will be upload image response, and it's going to be equals to the response, there we go, and it's going to be equals to await and then upload image. And now let me just provide a form data inside there. Okay, so now underneath that, we're going to be just checking that if we have the upload image response. Let me just even copy that from here, and now let me just place it right here. So if we have the upload image response and then we have a data inside there, so what do you want to do in there? We're going to be just setting our uploaded image path, which we just created, and we just set that to null. Let me just show you there. I'm gonna copy there, and now let me just place it right here, and it's gonna be equals to the upload image response. Oh my god, there's a lot of long variables right here. So now let me just get the data from there and then the image inside there. Okay, so if that's not the case, what do you want to do in that case? Console.error, and we would just say like failed to upload, come on, failed failed to upload image. And now let me just add my upload image error detail right here. Okay, and also we would just say like toast.error. So if you have some sort of error, so we're going to be just saying like failed to upload image right here. Okay, and now finally we just also have to return that so that it will not execute no more. And finally we just have to take care of creating a movie. We're going to be just calling our create movie function, and we just have to specify first of all our movie data, and then also we have to set the image and then the upload image path. Let me just show you that. I'm gonna copy that from here. Now let me just place it right here, save my file, and then we have to navigate our user to, let me just write navigate to this admin, and then movies, then dash list, which we're going to be creating later, but we did not have that, not right now. Okay, so now the next thing which I want to do is that I wanted to place that right here. We're going to be also emptying out our input field, even though we don't have to do that, but I am going to do that. I don't know if you come back to the same page and if you have a cache, so that will be already erased. And finally, let me just write my toast.success, and here we're going to be just adding like movie added or added to database right here. Okay, so now if that's not the case, and if we are inside a catch block, we're going to be first of all providing our console.error, and now let me just provide like failed to create movie, and I'm going to also provide a separate right here, and then we are going to be just passing our create movie error detail, which we are getting from the RTK query, and also we are going to be just passing our toast.error, and the toast error will say like failed to create movie. And now let me just render my movie, there we go. Let me just render the create movie create movie detail error detail. If we have that, we are going to be just getting the message from there, and finger crossed. that was all the thing that we have to do for just creating the movie. And now let me just test this out. So I'm gonna just refresh that. And now currently let me just check my database right here. I'm gonna go ahead and go to my MongoDB, and we have only 2 movies inside there. And finger crossed, first of all we're going to be just creating a movie of I don't know, Black Adam would be fine. Let me just add this image, and I'm gonna just say like Black Adam, and I don't know when this movie was released, so I'm gonna just add like 2023. Amazing movie of The Rock or something. And the cast was Hosein, because I was the Black Adam, and John and also, come on John, oh my god, John, and then Alex. And now let me just add some sort of a genre right here. Let me just select that, and I'm going to just add that inside the romance. That was a romantic movie. Oh my god, let me just add that right here, and let me just click on this create movie right here. So it's gonna just create one movie, and then it's gonna just brings us to this movie list right here, which is a good sign, but we did not create that right here, not right now. Let me just check my database, right click on there and refresh there, and the movie was not created. I don't know why. And I just found out that I made a mistake right here. Let's just remove that, and let's just also remove that. And now let me just go ahead and create a new movie. Let's just close that. And what I want to do is I want to create a new movie, Black Adam, and it was released I guess in 2023. And one of the best superhero hero movie ever or something like that. Let me just add Rock and Hosein or something like that. And now let me just click on this genre, click on the romance, and click on the image, and let me just add my Black Adam image and click on this create button, and it's gonna just create that movie for us. And now let me just check this out. Here you can see we have these 2 movies right here. Now let me just right click on that and click on the refresh. So we have now 3 movies. So now let me just check this out. Let me just click on this one. So here you can see we have a Black Adam, we have the image, we have the year, genre, and we also have the cast and the detail. The number of review we have 0. And yeah, that was it about how we are going to be creating a new movie. We are not totally done with the movie creation process. Now the next thing which you have to do is that we have to create another component, and I'm going to just give it the name of like admin movies list.jsx, and inside there we're going to be using our RFC. Now let me just go ahead and go to my main and register that right here, and I'm going to remove this this genre list, and I'm going to just provide my admin movie list right here, and it's going to auto import that for me. And now let me just remove this genre from here, and also this movies, and I'm going to just replace that with movies and then dash list. So now let me just save that, and let's just test this out. So here you can see it's going to just give us that admin movie list right here. And why is that? When we successfully create our movie, it's going to redirect the user to this movie list right here. Okay, so now let me just take care of that. So the first thing we would need is the link. So I'm going to just grab my link from the React router DOM. Now we would also need to use our RTK hook. So for that, I'm going to just go ahead and go to, first of all, my Redux, and then I'm going to go ahead and go to my API, and then movies right here. And we're going to be just grabbing this hook right here, which will be the use get all movies query. Now let me just grab that, and now let me just create an instance of that. Oh yeah, we are going to be creating the instance of that, but we would also have to destructure the data right here. So we're going to be just destructuring the data, and I'm going to just rename this data to movies. Okay, so now we are totally done with that. And now let me just remove this label from this JSX, and we're going to be first of all creating a container. Now let me just provide a class name of container, and margin for the x-axis will be set to 9 rem. And now inside there, we are going to be just creating a div with a class of flex and also the flex of column. And for the medium screen, what do you want to do? We just want to set that to, let me just write a medium screen and flex row. We are going to be also creating yet another div with a class of padding all around will be set to 3. And inside there, we're going to be just also creating margin for the left, and also it's going to be just set to 2 rem. And now let me just provide a text of totally extra large, and font will be set to totally bold, and the height will be just set to 12. And inside there, I'm going to just say like all movies, and here let me just pass my movies if you have that. we're going to be grabbing the movies link, like how many movies we currently have. So now, and here you can see it's going to give us there 3 movies right here. Now underneath this div, we're going to be creating yet another div, and I'm going to be just placing these classes right here. And inside this div, we're going to be iterating over through all of the movies. And now let me just iterate over through there by using the map method, and we're going to be just passing our movie right here in this case. And now inside there, first of all, we're going to be creating our link, and now let's just close there. Let me pass my key, and the key will be just set to movie and a specific movie ID. And now let me just provide a 2, so it will go to, first of all, let me just write my backticks, and it's gonna go to the admin, then the movies, then the update. And now let me just pass my movie, then dot specific movie, like specific movie ID. And then inside there, or you know what, first of all, let me just provide these classes right here. Let's just save there, and these are going to be the classes for this link. And now inside there, we're going to be just creating yet another div with a class of flex. And now inside this flex, we're going to be creating yet another div with the key of let me just pass my movie and then a specific movie ID. Let me also place these classes right here. Now let me just save there, and inside this div, let me just put that right here. Inside this div, we're going to be creating our image, and for the image src, like for the source, we're going to be providing our movie.image, and for the alternative text, we're going to be providing our movie.name. Okay, and also I'm going to be just placing the class name of width will be set to totally full, and also height will be set to 48. There we go, and object will be also set to totally cover. And now let me just save there. And here you can see for these 2 movies, we don't have the images, but we do have the names. But for this movie, we added the image, so that's why we can see that. Okay, and this is also a link, so if I click on there, it's gonna bring us to that specific movie, and we're gonna take care of that a bit later. Underneath this image, we're going to be creating yet another div, and I'm going to be placing these classes right here for the styling. And inside this div, we are going to be creating yet another div, and I'm going to just give you the class name of font will be set to totally bold, and text will be set to extra large, and margin for the bottom will be set to 2. Okay, and here we are going to be just rendering the movie.name, and now let me just save that. And now underneath this div, what do you want to do? We just want to add a paragraph, and for this paragraph, we are going to be attaching the class name of text totally gray. Let me just pass the gray of 700, and also text will be set to base. And now inside there, we are going to be just passing the movie.detail detail let me just save there. And underneath there, what do you want to do? We're going to be creating yet another div, and let me just place the class name of margin for the top will be set to 2 rem, and also margin for the bottom will be set to 1 rem. Okay, so now let's just close there. And now inside there, we're going to be creating our link, and this link will go to that specific movie. So I'm going to just pass first of all my admin, then I'm going to just pass the movies, then update, and it's going to just allows us to update a specific movie. So we're going to be just passing the movie and then ID. Okay, so now inside there, or you know, let me just also add the classes, and now let me just place these classes right here. Let me just save that, and it's going to just say that update movie. Now let me just save that, and here you can see this how we are going to be getting our UI, and that's looking better. But you can change the UI like however you want, but I'm going to just delete these 2 movies right here. So let's just go ahead and go to my database, and then we have the extraction 2 and John Wick. So now let me just remove these movies. Let's just remove that, and I'm gonna also remove this movie as well. Let's just leave this black arrow right here. Let me just refresh that. So it's gonna just give us this movie right here, which is totally looking cool. And yeah, that was it about the admin movies. And next we're going to be taking care of, I guess, all the comments. I'm not sure, but we are going to be taking care of something. So that was it about the admin movie list. So now we are totally done with the admin movie list. Now the next thing which you have to do is that we have to take care of update movies. So I'm going to be just creating a component. I'm going to just give it the name of like update movie.js or movie.jsx right here. And I'm going to be using my RAFC. Now let me just save that. And what I want to do is that I want to register that right here. So now let me just duplicate that, and we're going to just placing like update movie, and it's going to auto import that for us. And now let me just remove that from here, and I'm going to be passing my movies and then update and specific movie. So now let me just save that, and now let me just go ahead and check this out. So if I click on this specific movie, so it's going to just give us that update movie right here, which is something that we want. So I'm going to go ahead and go to my component, and we're going to be grabbing a lot of things. The first thing which you have to grab is the use effect, and we would also need to grab the use state as well. Now underneath that we would also need to get the use params and also the use navigate as well, and we are going to be grabbing that from the React router DOM, and we are going to be also importing our hook from the RTK query, which we have like use get specific movie query and use update movie mutation, use upload image mutation, and use delete movie mutation. Now underneath there we are going to be also importing, let's just remove that from here, we are going to be also importing the toast from the React Toastify. Okay, so now let me just save that, and now inside this update movie, what do you want to do? We just want to destructure the ID from the use params, and now let me just create the instance of that use navigate and store the inside of navigate. And now let me just create my state. We already created this state, so now let me just place it right here. So we have a movie data, and we also have a set movie data, and inside there we have a name, year, detail, cast, rating, and also the image. Okay, so that's that. Now the next thing which you have to do is that we have to also make a state for the selected image and also the set select image as well, and we're going to be grabbing that from the use state. And now let me just pass my null initial value, and now we are going to be destructuring the data, and we're going to be changing the name of that data to the initial 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 movie data, and it's going to be coming from the use get specific movie query, and we are going to be passing a specific ID to that specific movie. So now let me just use the use effects so that we can see something when the component first renders. So now let me just provide the dependency array, and for the dependency array we are going to be just providing the initial movie data, and inside there we're going to be just checking if we have the initial movie data. What do you want to do in that case? We're going to be just setting our movie data to the initial movie data right here. Okay, so that's that. Now let me just save this file. So now underneath that we are going to be just destructuring a lot of things from the use update mutation or movie mutation, and now inside there we are going to be just passing the update movie, and let me just provide the is loading, and we are going to be just renaming that to something like is updating movie would be fine. Okay, so now we are going to be just destructuring there. Now the next thing which you have to do is that we also have to destructure something from the use upload image mutation, and we're not going to be passing anything to that, but we're going to be just destructuring the upload 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 image, and we are going to be just also destructuring the is loading, and let me just rename that to like is uploading image and also the error. Okay, so we're going to be just passing the upload, let me just pass the upload image error details, or details would be fine. Now let me just save that, and it's gonna look a bit horrible, so now let me just go back, and that's totally different thing. So now I'm going to also destructure my deletion, so let me just zoom in a bit once again, and I'm going to be just destructuring them. But first of all we have to use the use delete movie mutation, and then we're going to be just destructuring the delete movie right here. Come on, delete movie, there we go. Let me place my styling right here, and inside there we're going to be creating a form, and we're not going to be providing any action to that. And inside this form we are going to be creating a paragraph which will say the update movie right here. And now let me just place these classes right here. Now let me just save that, and let's just refresh that, and here you can see we are not getting anything. But now let me just right click on that and go to my inspect element. Let's just go to the console, and we are getting the error. It is saying the requested module src movie does not provide an export name, use delete movie mutation. Why not? Let me just go to the top. Movies does not provide the use delete movie mutation, use delete. Yeah, we do have the use delete comment, but we are already defining or used delete. I guess we're not exporting that. Let me just check. So let me just type the use once again, use delete, and we have a movie mutation right here. Now let me just provide a comma, save this file, and now let me just refresh that, and here you can see we are now getting the movie right here, updated movie rather. So we are now getting there, which is totally cool. But now let's just take care of the JSX right here. So now underneath this paragraph we are going to be creating our div with the class of margin for the bottom will be set to 4, and now inside there we're going to be just providing the label of let's just remove that HTML4, and now let me provide a class name of block to it, and inside there we're going to be providing the name and also the input field. So this input field will have the type of text, but we are going to be also providing the name of name as well, and also the value will be set to the movie data, and then we have to specifically specify the name, and then the on change property we're going to be passing the handle change. Okay, something which we are going to be creating in a few seconds, but now let me just provide a bit of styling to it. So border and padding for the x-axis will be set to 2, padding for the y-axis will be set to 1, and width will be set to totally full. So now let me just save there. Let's just comment this line out, save our file, and here you can see we are now getting our black atom right here, and which is looking totally okay. But now let me just duplicate this line of code maybe 3 times. So this is going to be 1, 2 and 3. Now let me just take care of the first one. So we have a name, but now let's just change this name to year. So I'm going to just change that to year. Let's just provide a year right here, and the type will be set to number, and also this is going to be set to year. And from the movie data, we're not going to be taking the name, but in this case we're going to be providing the year, and I guess the rest of them will be totally the same. But now let me just change that to detail, and we're not going to be providing any input to that. So now let's just remove that from here. We're going to be providing our text area, and let's just provide a name of detail to it. And for the ID, we're not going to be providing any ID and columns and rows, so let's just remove that. And now we are going to be also providing the value, and the value will be movie data dot detail. There we go. And now let me also provide the on change handler on there. So handle change, which we are going to be commenting in a few seconds. Now let me just copy the same styling from there. Let's just copy that from here, and now let me just place that right here, save my file. And now let me just comment this line out, and inside this text area what I want to do, and we're not going to be closing our text area like that, but now let me just close them manually. So now let me just save this file, and that's that. And finally let's just take care of the cast. So we would have a cast, and then the comma separated cast, SEPARATED, and now underneath that we're going to be just passing the cast, and then we have to specifically provide the cast and then the join. And now let's just split that by using the comma. And now what I want to do, I'm gonna just uncomment that. Let me just remove that from here. Let me just pass my event object to that, and the set movies data, and we are going to be first of all providing all of the movies. So let's just remove that movie data, and now let me just change the cast, and the cast will be e.target dot value, and now let's just split that by using this comma, and there we go. Okay, so now let me just save that, and underneath this label and div we are going to be defining our classes, like that same styling once again. So now let me just go back, and now let me just place this styling right here. So here you can see we are now providing their div, and we are now providing their classes to it, and then we have a label, and we're now providing this inline styling to that. And if we don't have the selected image, so then we are providing these classes, but if we have that, so then we are providing these classes right here. Okay, now inside they were now providing if we have the selected image, so we're going to be just saying like upload image, and otherwise we're going to be just taking care of the handle image upload. So now let me just save that, and that's exactly what you have to type. Okay, so I'm just copying and placing there because I already written this code, and I'm rewriting there once again, so I don't want to waste your time and not mine. So now let me just save that, and underneath this div what do I have to do? I can totally copy the button as well, but you know what, let me just retype that. So I'm going to be just placing the button, and now let me just provide the type of button to it. I'm going to also provide the on click handler to that, and then we have a handle update movie, and we are going to be providing that in a few seconds. But now let me just provide a bit of classes to it, and then outside from there we are going to be also attaching the disable stat on there. If we have the is updating movie, or we have the is upload movie right here. So now let me just save that, and inside there inside the label of this button what do you want to do? We just want to check if we have is updating movie, or we have the is uploading movie right here. This should be uploading, so is uploading movie. So what do you want to do in that case? We just want to check if we have the updating dot, or we are going to be attaching the update movie. There we go. Okay, and now underneath this button we're going to be creating yet another button, and I'm going to just provide the type of button to it, and also the on click event handler will say the handle delete handle delete movie right here, and we're going to be also attaching these same classes. So now let me just copy that, and now let me just place it right here, and the disable stat will say the is updating movie or the is uploading movie. Okay, and now here inside there we are going to be just passing the is updating movie or the is uploading movie. And so we are going to be just passing like either the deleting, come on, deleting or we are going to be just passing like delete movie, delete movie as a label. So now let me just save that, and now let me just comment this line out, save our file, and here you can see we are now getting all of the movie detail, but we're gonna have to provide a bit of more classes to that. So now let me just place these classes to these classes right here. So now let me just save that, and here you can see we are now getting this red button right here. They are not doing anything because we're not attaching any event listener on there. And yeah, that's the UI. But now let me just take care of the functionality. I'm gonna go to the top, and first of all we're going to be just defining the handle change functions. We have this handle change function in 3 areas. So now let me just uncomment that. Now let me just click on there once again. So we have that right here. Now let me just uncomment there here, and now let me just uncomment there right here at the final stage. Now let me just go to the top and create this same function which we are defining for all of their components. So we are going to be just providing first of all the handle change. It's going to take the event, and now inside there what do you want to do? We just want to grab the name and also the value from where, from the era target. Okay, and now underneath there we're going to be just defining like set movie data, and let's just provide our previous data right here. And inside there, let's just remove that from here, and inside there we're going to be providing our previous data, so prev data. And now let me just provide my name, and let's just define a specific value for that. Okay, so now let me just save that, and that's it about for this function. Now let me just take care of the handle image change, and I'm going to just search for that. So we have the instance of that in one place, and now let me just uncomment that, and I'm gonna go to the top once again, and now let me just create this function right here underneath this handle change. Now let me just create that function, and this one is going to be totally simple. So we're going to be just creating like the function name, and now let me just provide our event object, and inside there we're going to be just providing the file, and that will be the era target dot files, and we're going to be getting the first one. And now underneath there we're going to be using like set selected image, and we're going to be providing the type of file. Okay, so that's that. Now let me just search for the handle update movie, and here you can see we have the instance of that. Now let me just uncomment there, go to the top, and let's just go to the top once again, and we're going to be creating this function right here at the top of this JSX. So we're going to be just creating like handle update movie, and this is going to be the asynchronous function. And now inside there we are going to be using our try and catch block. For the catch block we are going to be taking care of that in a few seconds, but first of all we are going to be just checking if we already have these properties. So let's just remove that and hit enter right here, and let's just check if you don't have the name or the year or the detail or the case. So what do you want to do in that case? We just want to throw some sort of a toast. So we are going to be just saying like toast.error, and now let me just define like please fill in all required fields. Okay, and now underneath there we're going to be just returning that, or you know what, that's exactly the same logic as the create movie. So I'm going to go ahead and go to there, and we have that exact same logic of how handle change, not this one, you know what, there's a bit of difference. So you know, let me just remove that from here, and underneath these curly braces what do you want to do? First of all we're going to be defining like uploaded 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 image path, and it's going to be equals to the movie data dot image. Okay, so now let's just close that, and now let's just search for the selected image, and now inside there we're going to be just creating our form data, and it's going to be equals to the new form data which we're going to be creating by using this new form data. And now underneath there what do you want to do? We just want to append our image, so form data, and let's just append our image in there. Okay, and the image will be that selected image. Okay, so now underneath there we're going to be defining our upload image response. It's going to be equals to the await and then upload image. And now let me just paste my form data inside there. Now underneath there we're going to be just checking if we have the upload image response, and then inside there we're going to be just searching for that data. Then what do you want to do? We just want to check for the uploaded, not this one but the uploaded image path, and it's going to be equals to the uploaded not uploaded but upload image response, and we are going to be getting the data dot image. So we're going to be just setting that to the data image. And now if that's not the case, so what do you want to do? You just want to pass the log and also the toast of this error right here. Now underneath this if and else statement, what do you want to do? We are going to be just creating, or not creating but updating our movie. So await and then update movie, and now let's just pass our id of id, and also the update updated movie will be now equals to let's just first of all define our all of the movies. So movie data, and then we have to just write an image and then uploaded image path in this case. And if everything is totally successful, then we want to navigate our user to the movies. Okay, so we're going to be just taking care of that in a few seconds, but now let me just take care of the error. And now we are going to be just attaching this error right here. Okay, so now let me just save that. And the final thing which you have to take care of, this handle delete movie. Let me just go ahead and search for that, and let me just uncomment this line of code, and then we want to go to the top. Let me just copy the name of that. Let me just go to the top, and here you can see underneath this function we're going to be just creating our handle delete function. So now let's just do that. So we have a cons handle delete movie, and it's going to be also asynchronous function. And inside this function, what do you want to do? Let's just provide our try and catch block, and for the catch block I'm going to just provide these logs. I'm going to just define this console.error and also this error of toast. And for the try block, what do you want to do? We just want to try the toast.success, and now let's just provide like movie deleted successfully. There we go. And now underneath that we're going to be attaching the delete movie right here. And now let me just pass the id inside there. And finally we have to just navigate our user to that specific movies page which we're going to be creating in a few seconds. So now let me just save that. And that was a lot of explanation. So what I want to do is that I want to test this out. So here you can see we have only one movie, which is a Black Adam movie. So now let me just change that to like White Adam or something like that. Let me just change that to White Adam, and it is going to be releasing in 2025. And one of the awful movies so far or something like that. Instead of writing the rock paper scissors, I'm gonna just paste like John and Jordan and Peterson or something like that. And let me just also change the image of that to like this saw X, but this is a White Adam. So now let me just click on this movie button, I mean like the update movie, but now let me just right click on that and go to my inspect element, and then I'm gonna go ahead and go to my security, and let's just search if we don't have any error. Okay, so let's just go back and click on this update movie, and here you can see everything is now successfully updated. And now let me just show you that. Okay, so now let me just go ahead and go to my database, and let's just refresh that. Let me just go ahead, and here you can see we're now getting the White Adam, we're getting the image, and we're also getting the year, and also the detail and the cast and every single thing. So yeah, the updation or the update is totally working. But now let me just delete this movie from the database. So I'm gonna just go ahead and delete that. But you know what, first of all let me just create another movie. So I'm gonna just go to a dashboard. Oh, we did not create a dashboard. So now let me just go ahead and go to my main, and thank God I came here. I accidentally removed what do you call it, the create movie right here. I guess we did that. Let me just see. Here you can see we already created that, but I don't know, I accidentally deleted that. So now let me just grab that right here once again. So I'm going to copy that, and now let me just grab that right here. So import create movie. Let's just go ahead and go to our not component but pages. Go to the pages, and then we have to go to the admin. Then we would be able to create a new movie. So now let me just save that. First of all, you want to create a movie, but now let me just grab all of that from here, and now let me just place that right here and remove that slash, and now let me just hit enter, and now we can totally create a movie. So now let me just click on this upload image, and I'm gonna just paste this John Wick and provide a name for that like John Wick, and I don't know when this was released, so I'm gonna just paste like 2018 or something like that. And best action movie so far by Jonathan, or John Wick would be fine. And now let me just provide a John and Wick, and for the genre we're going to be adding that to the adventure or something like that. And now let me just create that movie. Okay, so we have now two movies right here, and we can totally update that. And you know what, let me just delete one of the movies. So like in this case, I'm gonna just remove this white atom. Now let me just click on there. Let me just right click on there and go to my network panel once again, because I don't want to take my chances. And now let me just click on this delete button, and yeah, that is totally working, and the movie is now successfully deleted. Let me just show you that, and let's just refresh that, and here you can see we only have that John Wick movie. And what was that? White Adam is now successfully gone. Okay, so yeah, this is how we're going to be creating a movie, updating a movie, and deleting a movie. So yeah, here you can see we only have this John Wick right here, which is totally looking awesome. I just went to the IMDb and I grabbed the same actual information about these specific movies. So I just created a few movies, and I want you to do the same. Okay, so you can find the images in my GitHub repository. You can also find the description and also a title and all of that kind of stuff in my GitHub repository. So what I want to do is that we're going to be focusing on the home first of all. So now let me just remove that, and now let me just go ahead and go to my home, and here you can see we are now at home, which is totally amazing. But now we're going to have to split that into a few components. So I'm going to be just creating a folder, and I'm going to just give it the name of like movies. And now inside there, I'm going to be creating my header first of all. So header.jsx. Now let me just use my RAFC, save my file, and now let me just grab that right here. So I'm going to be just grabbing my header. Let's just copy that. Let's just remove these divs, and I'm going to just make that as a React fragments. And now inside there, we're going to be passing our header. Now let me just save that. And here you can see we're now getting our header right here instead of the home. So that's cool. Now let me just go ahead and go to my header component, and inside there we're going to be writing a lot of JSX. So you can find all of that JSX in my GitHub repository, because I'm not planning to type all of that JSX. So I'm going to just copy and paste a lot of things. So now let me just go ahead and go to my Redux, and you know what, not like that. Let me just go ahead and go to my Redux like that. Then we have to go to the API and then the movies. Okay, so we are going to be grabbing the use get new movies, and now let me just grab them. And we would also have to grab our link, and now let me just grab my link from where. Let me just go ahead and write React router and then DOM, and we are going to be grabbing that by using these curly braces. Okay, so now let me just save that. What do you want to do? We just want to grab the data, and we are going to be grabbing that from use get new movies query. Okay, so now inside this header JSX, now let's just remove that, and now let me just style that by using these classes. And now inside there we're going to be creating yet another nav, and now let me just style that as well. And I want you to provide the same styling as I'm doing right here. And now let me just provide a link, and now it's gonna go to, let me just go to the home screen, and we're going to be providing these classes. And now let me just add these classes right here, and it's gonna just go to the home. So now if I save my file, and now let me just check this out, and here you can see we're now getting this home button, and when I hover my mouse over to that, so it's gonna give us that kind of teal color or something like that. And the UI doesn't matter, you can change the UI like however you want. And now the next thing which I want to do is that I want to grab that and duplicate that. Instead of going to the home, I'm gonna go to the movies, and then let's just change that to like browse, browse, browse movies. And now let's just save that, and here you can see we're also getting the browse movies as well, which is also looking totally okay. Now underneath this nav, we're going to be creating yet another div. So now let me just create my div right here, and now let me just style that by using these CSS classes or CSS classes. And inside there we're going to be passing our component, which we're going to be creating in a few seconds, and we're going to be also providing a data which we are already grabbing from the RTK query. So now let me just create this slider util. I'm going to copy that, and then I'm going to go to my components, and inside this component we are going to be creating our slider util.jsx. Okay, and now let me just use my RAFC, save my file. And here what I want to do is that I'm going to also save this file, but first of all let me just import that right here. So it's gonna auto import it for me, and now let me just save that. And now let's just work with this slider util, and here you can see this how it looks like currently we have these buttons, and we also have our slider right here. So now let me just take care of these sliders. So the first thing which I want to do is that I wanted to grab my slider. So let me just grab my, let's just import my slider from where, from the React and Silk. Okay, and the next thing which you want to do is that we are going to be also importing the CSS. So Silk, SLICK CAROUSEL, and now let's just go ahead and go to the SLICK and then silk.css. Come on, .css, there we go. And we are going to be also importing the theme. So we have a silk, or let me just remove that from here and duplicate that. And then I'm going to go ahead and go to my silk-theme.css in this case. Okay, so yeah, that's looking cool. Now let me just save that, and now let's just use our slider. So what I want to do is that I want to first of all provide a settings. So now inside there on settings for my carousel, so now let me just provide dots, and dots will be set to true, and we're going to be also providing the infinite, like scroll infinitely, infinite, and it's going to be set to true. And now let me just provide a speed to that, and speed will be just 500, and also the slides to show will be now set to 4, and slides to scroll, scroll will be set to 2 as well. Okay, so that's there. And now let me just take care of my JSX right here. So now let me just remove that, and now in this case let me just remove that, and I'm going to also remove that from here, and instead I'm going to be using my slider. And now let me just provide my dot of settings, like all of that settings which you are already grabbing or already creating. So now let me just copy and paste that right here, and now inside there I'm going to also provide a slider, not slice bar. Why am I providing a slice? I mean slider. Let's just copy that and place that right here, and inside the slider we're going to be just iterating over through all of that data. If we have the data, then we're going to be iterating over through all of that data. Let me just pass my movie, and then inside there we're going to be creating yet another component which will be the movie card, and let's just provide our key to that, and I'm going to be just passing my movie.id. Okay, so now let me just provide a movie, and movie will be set to movie. And now let's just close that, but first of all we're going to also have to grab that right here. Let's just destructure that data, and we're going to be passing that data right here, and we are going to be iterating over through that data, and based on that data we are going to be creating this component. So now let me just take care of this movie card component, and I'm going to just go ahead and go to my movies once again, and now let me just create my movie card.jsx, and now inside there we're going to be using our RAFC server file, and now let's just import that right here. Okay, so now let me just import the server file, and here you can see we are now getting our carousel, and we are also getting these movies right here, which is totally looking okay. So yeah, that's cool. But now let me just take care of the movie cards. The first thing we would do is that we're going to be grabbing our link from the React router DOM, and now let me just also destructure that movie which we are already specifying right here as a prop, and now we are going to be using that. So now let's just remove this movie card from here, and we're going to be passing the key of the movie and their specific movie ID. And now let me just provide the classes of relative, relative, and group. Also margin will be all around, will be set to rem. And now inside this div we're going to be creating our link, and it should go to the specific movie. So let's just go ahead and go to the movies, and then the specific movie.id. Okay, so now inside there I'm going to be also placing my image. So now let me just add the image, and now inside this image for the source we're going to be passing our movie.image, and then for the alternative text we're going to be passing the movie.name. And now for the classes I'm going to be placing these classes right here. I don't know why it is giving me this error. Movie name is missing in the prop. Oh, that's because we did not specify the prop validation. We don't have to do that no more in the React 18. We're not going to do that. Okay, so now underneath this link, what do you want to do? I'm going to be placing this paragraph, and it has a lot of styling right here, but inside that we are going to be just providing our movie name. Okay, so that's exactly what we have to do. And now let's just save that, and once we save that, and here you can see it's going to give us all of their movies right here. I can click here on these small dots, and it's going to just give us their slider, or I can just click on this button, or just click on this button right here. Okay, so it's gonna just give us that amazing slider, and we can browse through the movies, or we can go to the home. Okay, so yeah, that was the first header component. And now let me just take care of what do we call it, the movies container. So what I want to do is that I'm going to be just placing a section, and now let me just provide a bit of classes to it. So margin for the top will be set to 10 rem, and inside this section we're going to be just placing our movies container page. And now let's just close that, and we're going to be creating this component in a few seconds. And now let me just do that, and inside this movies folder we're going to be creating this movies container page.jsx. and now let me just write my RAFC inside there, save my file, and now let's just auto grab that. And now let me just hit enter, so it's gonna just grab that right here for me, save my file, and here you can see we're now getting our movies container page. Now let me just hide that, And here you can see that's looking a bit better. And now the next thing which I want to do is that I want to take care of this component. So now let me just grab my use state first of all, not store but state from the React.js. And now let me just also grab a lot of hooks. So you know what, I'm gonna just copy that and now let me just place it right here. So we only need the use get new movies query, the get top movies and random movies right here. So that's that, and we would also need to grab our genre. So let's just import something from, let's just go ahead and go to the Redux and then go to our API and then genre. Okay, so we're going to be grabbing our use fetch genre query, and now let me just save that. Underneath that, we're going to be just importing our slider util from our component and slider util. Now let me just use my RTK query hooks. So for that, we're going to be destructuring our data from the use get new movies, and now let me just execute that. We're going to be also destructuring this data once again, and I'm going to just rename that to top movies, and it's going to be coming from the use get top movies query. And now let me just also destructure the data, and it's going to be coming from the genres, and now we are going to be getting there from the use fetch genre query. And also let's just get the data, rename that to like random movies. It's going to be coming from the use get random movies query right here. And now let me just execute that. And now underneath that, we're going to be just creating a state for the selected genre and also for the set selected genre, and it's going to be equals to the use state. And now let me just pass my null initial value to that. Now let me just save that, and now let's just take care of this JSX. Now let me just remove that, and now let me just provide a lot of classes to that. Okay, now a lot of you will say like, Hussein, you're just copying and placing that. You should also do the same, because I already written this code and you don't have to just rewrite that again and again, because this is just a UI, not a logics, so you don't have to write your UI from scratch. So I already did that. Just thank me and write that or copy that. Okay, so now let me just place this these classes right here. Now let me just save that, and inside this navigation we're going to be iterating over through all of our genres, and we are going to be just using the map method to iterate over through that. And for each genre we are going to be passing our G, and for each genre we are going to be just creating a button. And now let's just close that. Now let me just pass my key, and the key will be genre.id, that specific genre. And now I'm going to be passing the styling right here. So we have all of these default styling, but here in this case we are now checking if we have the selected genre is equal to genre id, then we're going to be passing our background color of 200. If that's not the case, so we're going to be just passing nothing. Okay, so that's that. And when somebody clicks on that, what do you have to do on that case? And now let me just write my own click event handler, and we're going to be just passing our handle genre. In a few seconds we're going to be creating that. And now let me just pass my genre id inside there. And for the label of this button, we are going to be just creating our genre name. Okay, so now let's just save that. And now let me just go ahead and go back. Let's just comment this line out, and underneath this navigation we're going to be creating a section. Now let me just create a section, and I'm going to be just placing these classes right here. And now inside that we're going to be creating yet another div, and inside this div let me just pass these classes. And now inside there we're going to be just creating our h1 and choose for you. And for this h1 we are going to be just providing a class name of margin for the bottom of 5. And now underneath there we're going to be just using our slider util. And now let me just provide a data of this random movies, and there we have it. Okay, so now let me just save that. And now underneath this section I'm going to just duplicate there for a few times. So should I do that or not? You know what, I'm not going to duplicate that. I'm going to be creating a div, and inside this div now let me just provide a bit of classes to it. So I'm going to be just passing like width of totally full. And also on the large screen, what do you want to do? We just want to add the width of 100 rem, and then we are going to be also providing the margin for the bottom will be now set to 8. And inside there we are going to be just passing our h1 of top movies. And now let me just pass my class name of margin for the bottom will be now set to 5. And now underneath that we are going to be also providing our slider. And now let me just pass the data, and the data will be top movies in this case. And now let's just close that. Okay, so now underneath there I'm going to just duplicate this one more time like that, and everything is totally cool. But now here let me just pass my choose movie, and now let me just provide my slider util, and we're going to be just passing the data of fill filtered filter movies, which we're going to be creating in a few seconds. So yeah, I'm gonna just save this file, and first of all let me just take care of this one. Or you know what, first of all let me just take care of this handle genre click. So now let me just create that functions right here. So I'm going to be just creating this handle genre click, and we're going to be just passing our genre id, and now it's going to take the arrow function set selected genre, and we're going to be just passing our genre id in this case. Okay, so that's that. Now let me just take care of this filtered movies. Okay, so now we are going to be just creating this filtered movies, and it's going to be set to, if we have the data, then we are going to be just filtering that data, and I'm going to be just passing the movie, like a specific movie, and if the selected genre is triple equals to null, or the movie dot genre, come on, not id but genre, is triple equals to the selected genre. So it's gonna just gives us that filtered movie. So now let me just save that, and we are now totally done with this component as well. So now let me just try this out, and here you can see it's gonna gives us this UI, but that's not something that I want. I don't know, where did I misspell something, or what did I do wrong? We have our div, then we have our navigation, and here you can see I just made a mistake. I'm gonna cut this section from here, and now underneath this div we're going to be just passing our section right here, or you know, on the top of this div. Now let me just save that. First of all, it's going to give us that choose for you. These are going to be the random movies. So if I just refresh that, and here you can see it's going to give us Spider-Man in this case, and now let me just refresh that once again, and in this case it's going to give us that Transformers, and now let me just refresh that once again, so it's going to give us that Saw. Okay, so these are going to be totally different, I mean like random movies. Then we have a top movies, so these are going to be just the top movies, and then we have choose movies right here. Like we can also choose them by using these genres. So I can just click on the action, so it's going to just only gives us the action movies. I can click on the adventure, so I'm going to just click, so it's going to just give us that adventure movies right here, and I can just click on these genres, and it's going to give us that different movies. Okay, so yeah, we are totally done with this first home, or you can say the header and the home, whatever you want to call that. And we can also use these small sliders, or we can also use this slider as well. So we are now totally done with the home screen, and now let me just take care of the browse movies. Okay, so what I want to do is that I'm going to just review that from here and also from here, and now let me just go ahead and go to my movies once again. Let me just zoom in a bit, and now let me just create a component of all movies.jsx, and I'm going to be just writing like rfc, save my file, and now let me just go ahead and go to my main, and now let's just register that right here underneath this home. Now let me just register that, so I'm going to be just passing the route, and then the path will be, let's just go ahead and go to the, not the movie, yeah, go to the movies, and then let's just pass our element, and the element will just take all movies, and now let's just close that like so. And now let me just save that, and we have to grab them manually, so let's just import that. So now let me just save that, and here you can see we're now getting that all movies instead of that error. Okay, so that's totally resolved. And now the next thing which I want to do is that I'm gonna go ahead and go to my all movies, and we are gonna have to write a lot of stuff. Okay, so the first thing we would need is the use get all movies query, and we would also need the use fetch genre queries, and we're gonna also import a lot more than that. So use get new movies, get new movies query, and use get top query, top movies query, and also the use get random ones as well. Now let me just remove this curly braces, save our file, and now let me just also import my movie card as well. Now let me just save that. I'm going to be also importing my use effect and also my use selector, but we also have to register that inside our store. But you know what, let me just import that right here. I'm going to be using my use dispatch, DISPATCH, and it's going to be coming from, let's just write or React Redux. Okay, so now let me just save that. Now here you can see I have my banner picture. I'm going to cut that from here, and now let me just go ahead and go to my front end, and inside this front end I'm going to go ahead and go to my src, and now let me just create a separate folder which will be the assets. I'm going to just place my banner right here, and now let me just check this out. So here you can see we have our assets, ASSETS, and we have this banner picture right here. Let me just show you that, And what I want to do is that I want to grab that right here. So now let me just import that. So I'm going to be using import banner from where? From, let's just go ahead and go to our assets, and then inside this asset we have a banner.jpg. Okay, so we need that. Now let me just save that, and now let's just take care of the Redux side. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and go to my Redux, and inside there we are going to be introducing a new feature which will be movies. Okay, so now let me just create a new folder. I'm going to just give it a name of like movies, and inside this movies folder we are going to be creating a new movies slice.js file right here. Okay, and the first thing which I have to do is that I'm going to be grabbing my create slice, god damn it, so create slice from where? From, let's just go ahead and go to the Redux toolkit, and we're going to be grabbing or create slice from there. And now let me just create my movie slice, and it's going to be equal to the create slice function. And now inside there, first of all, we have to give it some sort of a name. So in this case, I'm going to be just giving it the name of like movies. Now the next thing which you have to do is that we have to specify the initial state, and for the initial state we are going to be just passing our movies movies filter, and it's going to be equals to this object. And then we have to specify first of all the search term, and the search term will be set to empty string. And now let me just remove that from here. And now the next thing which you want to do is that we want to also take care of the selected genre, and it's going to be also set to empty string. And then we have a selected year, selected year. And now let me just add that right here, and also the selected sort as well, and it's going to be equals to this array. Okay, so now underneath that, let me just add my filter movies. Filter movies will be now equals to this array, and we can also just write a movie years, and it's going to be equals to this array as well. And now let me just use my unique year, and it's going to be equals to this array as well. So now let me just save that, and that was it about for our initial state. And now let me just take care of the reducer and actions. And inside this reducer, let me just pass my reducers right here. And inside this reducer, the first action which I'm going to be introducing is the set movies filter, and it's going to take the state and also the action as well. And now inside there, I'm going to be using the state dot movies filter. Okay, it's going to be equals to dot 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 and state first of all, and we're going to be grabbing our movies filter, and then we have to provide our dot 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 of action dot payload, like all of the filter movies and also the payload as well. Okay, so that's then. Now underneath that, we're going to be also creating set filtered movies as well. So set filtered movies, and it's going to be equals to the state and also the action. And now inside there, we're going to be using our state.filtered filtered filter movies, and it's going to be coming from the action.payload. Okay, and now underneath there, we are going to be just also creating a set movie year or years with plural, and we're going to be passing the state and also the action. And now let me just provide my state.movie or movie years, and it's going to be equals to the action.payload. There we go. And yeah, that's cool. But now let me just finally provide my last action, which will be set unique set unique years. Okay, and set unique years will be state and also the action. And inside there, we're going to be just getting our state and then their unique years from there is going to be equals to the action dot payload. Okay, so now let me just save that, and finally we have to export all of these actions from this slice right here. And now let me just place that right here. So we are now exporting the set movies filter, the set filter movies, and also the set movie year, and also the set unique year. And now underneath that, let's just use our export default of movies slice, and we are going to be just exporting the reducer. And now let me just save my file, and now we have to go to our store and register that. Let's just grab our movies reducer, and we are going to be grabbing that from reducer. Then we have to go to the feature, then we have to go to the movies, then we have to go to the movie slice. Okay, and now let's just register that right here underneath this auth. I'm going to be just introducing that by using the movies and then the movies reducer like this one. And now let me just provide my comma. Let me just save this file, and there you have it. That's it about the Redux side. Let's just close that, and now we're going to be importing all of their actions right here. And now let me just place it right here. So we're now importing all of their actions from this specific file. So now let me just go ahead and go to that. We're now exporting that right here. and now in this file we are importing that. So that's that. Now the first thing which I want to do is that I want to create an instance of that use dispatch. So I'm going to be using like disp@tch, and it's going to be equals to use dispatch, and now let me just execute that. Now we are going to be also destructuring our data. Let's just destructure that from where? From the use get all movies query right here. And now let me just also destructure my data, and let's just rename that to genres, and we are going to be fetching that from our use get, or not get, but use fetch genres query right here. Underneath that we are going to be also destructuring our movie once again, and we are going to be just renaming that to new movies. It's going to be coming from the use get new movies in this case. And now let me just also destructure my data once again, and then we have a random movies right here, and we're going to be just destructuring that from the random use get random movies. And now let me just execute that. Now let me just create a stat for my filter movies. So now let me just provide my movies filter, and also we have a filtered movies as well, and it's going to be equals to the use selector, and we're going to be just getting that from the stat, and we have our stat dot movies right here inside there. And now underneath that, let's just create our movie years, and it's going to be equals to the data. If we have the data, then we're going to be just iterating over through the movies, and then let's just provide a specific movie inside there. And now let me just pass my movie year. Okay, and now underneath that, let's just pass our unique years, and it's going to be equals to the array dot from. And now here we have to just use the new set, because it is a data structure. It's going to only give us a unique movies right here. In this case, it's going to just remove their duplication, and we totally want that. Okay, so now let's just save that. And that was a lot of logic. Okay, so now the next thing which I want to do is that I want to first of all dispatch my action by using my use effect. So use effect, and inside this use effect we're going to be just providing our arrow function, and for the dependency array we're going to be passing our data and also our dispatch, so disp@tch in this case. And now inside there, let's just dispatch first of all our set filter movies, and we're going to be passing our data or the empty string. Okay, and now let me just dispatch my set movie years, and now let's just execute that. I'm going to be passing my movie years, and now underneath that, let's just dispatch that one more time, and then set unique years. Okay, so now let me just pass my unique years in this case and save that. Okay, so that's that. Now let me just go ahead and go to my JSX and remove that, and I'm going to be providing these classes right here. Now inside there, let me just pass my React fragments, and inside there, let me just create my section, and inside this section, let's just create a div, and inside this div, I'm going to be providing these what do we call it these Tailwind CSS classes, and also this inline class of just adding a banner to it, which we are already grabbing from the assets folder. Here you can see we have this banner right here, and now we are providing that as an inline CSS. So now let me just save that, and inside this div, now let me just add yet another div for the CSS class. So here you can see we have these classes right here. I'm going to save that, and now underneath that, let me just create yet another div, and I'm going to be passing these class names to it, and let's just pass that. And now inside this div, let's just create our h1, and I'm going to just provide a class names of like text add pixel, like add excel, like 8% extra large. And now let me just provide a font of totally bold, and margin for the bottom will be set to 4. And now let me just provide the movies hub. Underneath that, let's just provide our paragraph, and I'm going to be providing my class names to it. So we have a text of 2xl, and now inside there, let me just pass this slogan right here, save my file, and let's just check this out. And we are now getting the set movie year is not defined. So let's just check this out, and it shouldn't be movies but just a movie. Let's just remove that, and now let me just save that. And here you can see it's going to give us that amazing look right here, which is amazing. Now let me just close that, and let's just go back to our topic. So now underneath this paragraph, we're going to be creating another section, and I'm going to just pass the class name of absolute to that, and the bottom will be just set to 5 rem, and it is negative bottom. And now inside there, let me just provide my input field, and Then inside there, we're going to be providing a class name of, first of all, the width will be set to totally 100%. And now we also have to provide the height of 5 frame to it, and the border, then we have to pass our padding for the x-axis of 10, and then outline will be set to totally none and totally rounded. Okay, so now let's just save there, and we are now getting this input field right here, which is not looking that cool, but we will take care of that a bit later. And now let me just add my placeholder. So we have a placeholder of search movie. Now underneath this placeholder, let me just paste my value, and it is going to be the movies filter dot search term, term. There we go. And now let me just also pass my own change handler to that, which we are going to be creating in a few seconds. So we have a handle search change, and I'm going to just comment this line out. So let's just save that. Now underneath this section, or not a section, but underneath this input field, we are going to be creating a section, and I'm going to be just adding these classes to it. Let me just add these classes, and now inside there we would have first of all our select. So now let me just pass my select. It's not going to take any name and ID, so I'm going to just remove that. It's going to be taking the class name of border, and also padding will be all around set to 2, and let's just provide a rounded. Text will be set to totally black, and I'm going to be also providing the value of movies filter dot selected 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 genre. And then outside from there, I'm going to be providing the own change event handler on that, chang. Come on, yeah, there we go. And now let me just provide my event, and now I'm going to be providing my handle genre click, which we are going to be creating in a few seconds. So we have a handle genre click event.target.value inside there. Okay, so now let me just save there, and I'm going to just comment this line out. And now inside this select, we're going to be passing our option. Let's just pass our option, and for the value we are not going to be providing anything to that. Then we have our genres. So now underneath this option, let's just iterate over through all of our genres, and now let's just get a map. And now let me just provide my genre to it, and inside there we are going to be just passing our option once again. So let's just pass our option and close that. I'm going to be also providing the key of that specific genre ID right here, and also the value will be that specific genre and ID. Okay, so now inside there, let me just add my genre dot name. Let's just save there, and here you can see it's going to just make our input field a bit bigger, and it's going to also give us all of their genres which I currently have. Okay, so we took care of that. Now the next thing which I want to do is that underneath this select, we're going to be creating yet another select. So let's just create select, and it is not going to be taking any name or ID, but it will take that same CSS classes. So I'm going to just copy that, and I'm going to just place that right here. And now let me just provide my value, and the value will be the movies filter dot selected selected year in this case. And now let me just pass my own change event handler, and we're going to be just passing the event and also the handle year, year change. And now let me just pass my e.target.value in this case. And so now inside this select, we're going to be passing our option, and now let me just pass my year in this case, and for the value which will be totally empty string. And now let me just iterate over through all of my unique years, and then let's just iterate over through there. Let me just pass my year inside there. Let's just pass each of the option for each of the year. Okay, so for the key, we're going to be just passing our year, and now let me just also pass the year for the value as well. And for this label, we're going to be just also passing our unique year. Okay, so let's just save our file, and now let me just comment this line out, save my file, and here you can see it's going to give us that year, and we have all of their years right here. Okay, and they are totally unique, and we don't have any duplicates inside there. And I guess I'm going to also add the margin for the left right here. Okay, so now let me just save them. It's going to give us a bit of spacing right here in this case. Okay, so that's done. Now underneath this select, what do you want to do? We just want to create our final select, and now let me just create that. Let's just remove our name and also the ID from there. We are going to be just attaching that same classes. So I'm going to just copy and place that right here. And now let me just add my value, and for the value let me just pass my movie filter, and then we are going to be just selecting our selected sort. Okay, so let's just use our selected selected sort. And now for the on change, we're going to be just passing our event and also this handle sort change something which we are going to be creating in a few seconds. So e.target.value, let's just save that, comment this line out, and now inside this select we are going to be just passing our option. So now let me just pass my option of with the value of nothing, but we have a sort by, and then I'm going to just duplicate that a few times right here. And now the next one we have is a new movies, movies, and also we have a top movies, and we also have the random movies as well. So now let me just save that, and it's going to give us this input field right here. So we have a new movie, we have the top movie, and we also have the random movies. Okay, so yeah, we are not totally done with that, but now let me just create these these functions. So now let me just start from this first one, which is a handle search change. So I'm going to copy that, and now let me just create that right here. And what I want to do is that I'm going to be just passing my const handle search change, and it's going to be equals to the event. And now inside that, let's just dispatch or set movies filter, not years but set movies filter. And inside that, let's just pass our search term, and this search term will be equals to the e.target and then that specific value. Now underneath that, let's just filter our movies. So I'm going to be using like const filtered movies, and it's going to be equals to the data.filter. And now let me just attach my movie inside that, and movie.name.to lowercase. So we're going to be converting our name to our lowercase, and it shouldn't be movies but just movie, singular movie. Let me just also attach the includes method on there. If it includes the e.target.value.to lowercase, and now let's just execute that. So it's going to only give us that filtered movies. Okay, and now let's just dispatch or store by providing or set filtered movies. And now let me just provide my filtered movies. Okay, so now let me just save that, and we would not able to see anything, not right now, because currently we don't have any data right here. So you know what, let me just take care of that. And what I want to do is that underneath this section and div, I'm going to be creating yet another section, and let's just attach a bit of styling to that. Let me just place the styling, and for the section I'm going to just provide a filtered movies. And now if we have that, then we're going to be iterating over through that. So now let me just attach my movie inside there. Let me just provide my movie card which you already created, and for the key, let me just pass my movie ID, and I'm gonna also pass my movie as a movie. And now let's just close that. So I'm gonna just save that, and here you can see it's gonna give us all of their movies right here. But if I just search for a specific movie, like I don't know, maybe a Spider-Man, so I'm going to just type like a spider, and it's gonna give us their Spider-Man right here. So now let's just close that. And if I just search for like Black Adam, so I'm going to just write a B and we only have one movie right here inside our database by using the B word. So that's why we have our Black Adam right here. So if I just search for a Transformers, TRANS, so it's going to give us that Transformers right here. So let's just go ahead and take care of what do we call it, this handle genre click. Okay, so now let me just copy that, and I'm gonna go to the top, and now let me just take care of that. And this one is quite simple and easy. So what I want to do is that I'm going to just pass my genre click, and it's going to take the genre ID. And now let me just pass my arrow function, and inside there I'm going to be using my filter, filter by genre. And now let me just pass my data.filter, and we're going to be filtering through all of the movies, like their data. And now let me just get my movie dot genre is triple equals to the genre ID. So we only need that specific movie. So I'm gonna just write like dispatch and set filtered movies. And now let me just pass my filter by genre. So now let me just save that, and now let me just refresh that. So it's gonna give us all of their movies. But if I click on this genre, and if I select like I don't know, maybe the action, so it's gonna only give us their action movies. And if I click on the comedy, so it's gonna only give us that comedy. This is not a comedy movie, but I just put that inside a comedy category or genre, so that's why we're now getting that. So now let me just click on the adventure, so it's gonna give us that adventure movie. If I click on the horror, it's not gonna give us anything because we don't have any horror movies. If I click on the romance And watch what happened. It's gonna give us that Saw movie because I already put the, in the romance. But anyways, you get the idea. So here you can see it's gonna give us all of their action movies. Now let me just take care of this one, which is called the handle here. So I'm gonna copy the name of that, and now let me just go to the top and create that right here. And let's just create our handle year change, and it's gonna take the year. And now let me just pass my arrow function right here and const filtered or filter by year. It's going to be equals to the data dot filter, and I'm going to be just passing my movie, and movie dot year is triple equals to, and now we have to convert this year from the string to a number. So to do that, we can either use the number constructor or we can just use a plus right here. Okay, so now let me just pass that as a dispatch, and let's just use our set filtered movies, and now let me just pass my filter by year. So now let me just save that. Let's just refresh that, and now if I click on the year, if I click on the 2004, so it's going to give us there Jonathan Wick, and then we have a 2009, and we can just click on that, and it's going to give us all of that movies based on a specific year right here. Okay, so yeah, that was filtered by year. And now finally, let me just take care of this one, and this is going to require a lot more coding than the other one. So now let me just copy that, and now let's just take care of this one. So underneath this handle year change, we're going to be creating our handle sort change. Now let me just write const handle sort change. It's going to be equals to the sort option. Okay, so sort option, and now let me just provide my switch statement. You can use like the if and else statement if you wanted to, but in my case I'm going to be using my switch statement. And now let me just provide my sort option, and now for the new, what do you want to do? We just want to dispatch. Let's just dispatch or store by providing a set filter movies, and I'm going to be just providing a set, like new movies. And now I'm going to copy that, and for this one, I'm going to just duplicate that a few times. So we have a new. Now the next one we have is the top, and for that we are going to be just passing the top movies. Come on, top, movies. We already have that, didn't we? Let's just check this out. So we have that. We have a new movie, and we're not grabbing the top movies. So now let me just take care of that. Underneath this one, we're going to be also destructuring our data, and now let me just grab my top movies. It's going to be coming from the use get top movies query, and now let's just save that. Underneath that, let's just go to the bottom, and we're now going to be passing our top movies. And finally, let's just add another one for the random. So now let me just change that to random, and I'm going to be also passing my random movies. And for the default state, what do you want to do? We just want to dispatch or set, set filter movies, and let's just empty that. So now let me just save that and refresh my browser. So it's going to give us all of their movies, but if I click on sorted by new movies, so it's going to just give us nothing because we made some mistake. Okay, so we have a new one. Are we even providing that or not? Let's just check this out. Oh, we are not providing anything inside there. So this is going to be the new one, this is going to be the top one, and this is going to be the random one. Okay, so now let me just save that, and now let me just refresh that. So it's going to give us all of their movies, but if I click on that and if I click on the new movie, so it's going to give us all of the latest movies. But if I click on that and click on the top movies, so it's going to only give us the top movies. And then if I click on that and click on the random movies, so it's going to just give us that random movies. If I just refresh them, and if I just click on that once again, let me just click on that once again, so it's going to just give us that John Wick one more time. Let me just refresh that once again, and now let me just click on that and click on the random, so it's going to just give us that random movies. So now let me just refresh that once again, and now if I click on the random, so it's going to just give us the Flash, John Wick, and all of that. So yeah, we are now totally done with all of their movies. So I can totally search for a movie like I don't know, Black Adam. So now let me just write like a black, so it's going to give us that Black Adam. And I can also search by year or genre or anything like that. So yeah, that was it about all of the movies. That's cool, but now let's take care of a specific movie detail. So I'm gonna just click on this Jonathan Wick right here. So here you can see it's gonna just give us that specific movie and ID. So now let me just create a new component right here inside my component folder, and not in the component folder but inside my movies folder right here inside there. Okay, so I'm going to be just creating a component. I'm going to just give it the name of like movie details.jsx right here. Now let me just use my RAFCE, register there, save my file, and now let's just go ahead and go to my main, and now let me just register there right in here. Okay, so I'm going to just duplicate this line of code, and I'm going to just write my movie detail, and if I hit enter, so it's going to auto import there for me. And now let me just remove all of that, and I'm going to also remove the admin right here in this case. And now let me just pass my movies and then a specific ID right here. So now let me just save that, and here you can see we are now getting our movie detail right here, which is totally amazing. Okay, so now let me just go ahead and go inside this component, and now let me just take care of that. Okay, let's just zoom in a bit, and the first thing we would need is the use stat like that, and we would also need the use param and also the link. So now let me just write a link, and we would grab that from the React router and DOM. Okay, now underneath that we are going to be also grabbing our use selector, so that it will allows us to select our data from the Redux toolkit. So now let me just use the React Redux, and we're going to be grabbing them from the React Redux. Now let me just also grab my toast, and it's going to be coming from the React Toastify. And now underneath that we would also need something from the Redux toolkit. So now let me just go ahead and go to my Redux, and then I'm going to go ahead and go to the API and then movies. Okay, now inside there what I want to do, I want to get my use get specific movie query, and also the use add movie review mutation as well, and that's every single thing that we currently need for now. Now let me just save that, and now inside this movie detail, what do you want to do? We first of all want to grab the ID, and I'm going to just rename that to like movie ID. It's going to be coming from the use params, and now let me just execute that. Now inside there we would also want to get the rating and also the set rating. Okay, and it's going to be coming from the use stat, and now let me just paste 0 inside there, the initial stat. Now let me just also create a stat for the comment and set comment as well. It's going to be coming from the use stat, not selector but use stat, and we are going to be providing the initial value of totally empty string. And now let me just destructure my data, and I'm going to just rename that to movie, and we are going to be refetching that. So it's going to just give us all of the latest movies, and we are going to be grabbing that from the use get specific movie query. And now let me just pass my movie ID inside there. So we are now requiring a specific ID right here. In this case we are now getting that ID, and we are now passing that ID right here. So now underneath that we would also want to get a specific user information as well. So we're going to be getting that by using the use selector hook right here. And now let me just pass my stat, and now let me just get that from the stat.auth. Okay, now underneath there we're going to be also destructuring or create review, and also let me just destructure my is loading, and I'm going to just rename that to like loading movie review. There we go, and it's going to be coming from the use add movie, and there we go. Okay, so it's going to just auto complete that for me. And now let me just save that, let me just go back, and yeah, that's it. But now let me just take care of my JSX, and the first thing which I want to do is that I want to make it as total the React fragments. So now inside there we're going to be creating our div, and now inside this div we're going to be creating our link, and it's going to be going into the home. Okay, and now inside there I'm going to also add the styling to it, and now inside there it's going to just say like go back. And now let me just save this file, and here you can see we are now getting this go back button right here, which is totally looking amazing. Now underneath this div we are going to be creating yet another div, and I'm going to just provide the class names of like margin for the top will be set to true rem. And now inside this div we are going to be creating yet another div. Let's just do that, and I'm going to be providing these classes to it. And now let me just provide my image, and that image will take the source of let me just provide this, god damn it, the movie. If we have that, we are going to be grabbing the image from there. And for the alternative text we're going to be providing our movie. If we have that, we are going to be grabbing the name from there. Now let me just provide a class names to that. So we are going to be providing the width of 70%. And now let's just close there and totally rounded. Okay, now let me just save that, and here you can see we are now getting this Jonathan, which is looking totally amazing. So now underneath there we are going to be creating yet another div. So I'm going to just give it the name of like container1, and now underneath there we're going to be creating yet another div, and now let me just style that, and now inside there we're going to be creating our section, and now inside this section let me just provide my h2, and for the label we're going to be providing the movie. If we have the movie, we're going to be providing the specific name. Let me just add this styling to that. Let's just add that right here, and now underneath this h2 we're going to be creating yet another paragraph, and here let me just get the movie detail right, not just the details but just a singular details, and I'm gonna also style that right here as well. Now let me just save that, and here you can see we are now getting the movie name and also the movie description, which is also looking totally amazing. So now underneath this section, what do you want to do? We just want to create a div, and I'm going to be just providing a class name of margin for the right of 5 frame, and now let me just close that, and now inside there we're going to be creating our paragraph, and it's going to just say text of 2xl, and I'm going to be also providing the font of semi-bold, and now inside there I'm going to just say like release, come on, releasing, releasing that will be the movie. If we have that, we are going to be getting the year from there. Now let me just save that, and now underneath this paragraph we're going to be creating yet another div, and inside this div we're going to be just iterating over through all of the movies, and I just want to get a specific cast, and now let me just iterate over through that, and now let me just provide a specific cast inside there, and now I'm going to be just creating a UL. Let's just create our UL right here, and now let me just close that as well, and I'm going to be passing the key and the specific cast ID. Now inside there we're going to be also creating our li, and now let me just pass my character, what the hell, the cast. Now let me just provide the class name of margin for the top of 1 rem, and now let me just save that, and here you can see we are now getting all of that cast right here, and we are also getting the releasing dead. Okay, so yeah, that's looking totally cool. Now underneath this div we're going to be creating yet another div, which will be for the movie tabs. Okay, so now let me just create a div. I'm gonna just give it the name of like, or you know, the class name of container, and margin for the left will be set to 20 rem, and now let me just close that, and inside there we are going to be creating our movie not detail but movie tabs component in a few seconds, but I'm gonna just pass a few props. So we have a loading movie review, is going to be equals to that loading movie review right here, and now let me just pass the user info. It's going to take the user info, and I'm going to also pass the submit handler, and it's going to be also equals to this submit handler, which we're going to be creating in a few seconds. And now let me just also provide the rating, and the rating will be equals to the rating as well, and now we have a set rating. It's going to be also set to the set rating, and now I'm going to be also passing the comment, and let's just pass the comment prop, and we have the set comment prop, and I'm going to be also providing the set comment prop right here. And finally let me just pass the movie and movie. So now if I save that, and we did not create none of these stuff, I'm gonna just comment this line out, and now let me just create this component, and inside this movies folder I'm gonna be creating a component given the name of like movie tabs.jsx, and I'm going to just write that rafce, and now let me just save that, and let's just go back to our component, and now let me just auto grab that. So now let me just save that, and let's just destructure all of that stuff. Well, you know, first of all we would need a link, so now let me just grab the link by using just React router DOM. That's totally cool. And now let's just destructure all of that things. So we would need the user info, come on, the user info. We would also need the submit handler and the comment, set comment, and also the movie itself. So now let me just save that, and now let me just use all of that right here. So I'm going to just remove that, and inside this div we're going to be creating our section, and inside this section, now let's just check if we have the user info. We're going to be passing this content, and inside there I'm going to be just passing the form right here. We're not going to be providing any action to that, and now I'm going to be also attaching the on submit handler on there, on submit, and that submit handler will be submit handler right here. And now inside this form we are going to be just providing the label, and it's going to just say the comment. Okay, and I'm going to also provide the class name of block, and text will be set to extra large, and margin for the bottom will be set to 2, and as a label we would just say like write your review. There we go. And now let me just save there, but we we would also have to take care of the else clause, and we're not going to be providing anything for now. Let's just provide an empty string for now. So now let me just save there, and here you can see we are now getting write your review, okay, which is looking totally amazing. But now underneath this label, what do you want to do? First of all, we're going to be creating our text area, and we're not going to be providing any of that stuff. So let's just remove that, and I'm going to be just passing the ID of comment, and also the rows will be set to 3, and I'm going to be also making it so it should be required. And also let's just provide a value to that, and the value will be set to comment. And now when somebody change that, we're going to be just passing the event object, and set comment will be now equals to the e.target.value. And now let me just save that, and underneath this on change, now let me just pass these classes right here. We're not going to be typing anything inside there, and we're going to be also creating a button. So you know what, I just made a mistake. Let me just wrap that inside the div. So I'm going to be creating a div, and now let me just provide a class name of margin for the y-axis will be set to 2. And now let me just cut that from here, and now underneath this text area, I'm going to be just placing my div right here. And now underneath this text area, we're going to be also creating a button. So now let me just create a button. I'm going to be providing the type of submit to that, and now let me just add a few classes right here. Or you know what, let me just copy and place that right here. Save our file. For the label, I'm gonna just paste the submit, and now let's just save that. And here you can see we are getting our text area, and we are also getting that button, but you cannot see that. You know what, we're gonna take care of that in a few seconds. But yeah, that's when we have the user information. This is going to be the form which you are going to be providing. But if we don't have the user information, then we're going to be taking care of that right now. So I'm not going to do anything crazy, but I'm going to just provide a paragraph which will just say please, and then visit to this link. Okay, so just provide a to, and should go to the login page. And now inside there, we would just say sign in. Okay, and now let me just pass my to write a review. Okay, REVIEW, and now let me just save that, and we cannot see that because we are already logged in. And yeah, that's there. Now underneath this section, what do you want to do? We just want to create another section, and now let me just provide a classes to that. So the class will be just margin for the top will be set to 3 rem, and I'm going to be also providing the div. Now let's just provide a div, and this div will say if we have the movies, then we're going to be getting the reviews. And then let's just check the length, and if the length is triple equals to 0, then we have to provide this paragraph which will say like no reviews. Like if you don't have any reviews, then we're going to be providing this paragraph which will just say like no reviews. And what is wrong? Movie review is missing a prop validator. We don't have to worry about that. What the hell? Now underneath that, we're going to be creating our new div, and inside that let's just pass our movie. And if we have the movie reviews, and now let's just iterate over through that. Let me just pass a specific review inside there, and now inside there let's just pass our arrow function, and I'm going to just passing the div. Come on, let's just pass the div, and I'm going to close that. God, let's just close that like that. And now let me just also pass the review and a specific review ID. And now inside there, I'm going to be also providing a bit of classes to them. And now let me just pass all of their classes. Now inside this div, we're going to be creating our div with the class of flex, and justify will be set to between. Okay, and now inside there, let's just provide our strong tag, and inside there we'll just say the review dot name, like the person who is doing their review. And I'm going to just passing the class name of text and b0, come on. And I'm going to just copy that for a few times. So we have 1, 2, and 3, and now let me just close that. Okay, so now underneath that, we're going to be creating our paragraph, and I'm going to copy this entire class from there. And now let me just pass that, and inside this paragraph you would say the review, come on, review, and when that review was created. So we have created add, and let's just provide our sub string inside there, and I'm going to be passing the 0 and 10. Okay, so now let me just save that, and we don't have any reviews, so we cannot see that right now, but we will create a review in a few seconds. Okay, so now underneath this paragraph, or even underneath this div, we're going to be just creating another paragraph which will just say the review comment data. Okay, and now let me just also add the margin for the y-axis will be now set to 4. Now let me just save that and test every single thing out. Okay, so here you can see we have our come on, we have our input field right here. So I can just write like this is one of the greatest, come on, greatest movies so far. Let me just make that a bit smaller because I cannot see that button. Let me just make that totally smaller. We are doing something wrong. I'm gonna open my inspect element, and now let's just go ahead and go to my network tab, and I'm going to just provide the review of like something. Now let me just click on the submit. So what just happened? Are we even providing the reviews? Let's just refresh there. What is going on? Oh, that's because we did not create anything like any handler for that. I just realized, I thought I just made a mistake, but I didn't. Now let me just make that a bit bigger, and now let me just take care of all of that event handlers. Now let me just close there, and I'm going to also uncomment there right here, save my file. I'm going to copy the name of there, and now I'm going to go to the top, and now let me just create that submit handler. So we have a const submit handler, and it's going to be an asynchronous function. Now let me just provide my event object, and we have event prevent default, and now let me just execute that. And now underneath there, we're going to be using our trying catch block. For the catch block, we're going to be just passing like toast of error, and now let me just say error if we have one. So we're going to be just getting the data from there. Otherwise, we just have to show the error message, MESSAGE. And if that's not the case, so for the try block, we're going to be just creating our review. So let's just write a create review, and inside there we just have to pass the ID, which will be the movie ID, and also I'm going to be passing the rating and also the comment as well. Now let me just provide my unwrap to that, and I'm going to be also fetching all of that data. So let's just use a refetch, and now let's just execute that. And finally, we're going to be just also showing some sort of a toast to the user. So we have a toast.success, and I'm going to just say like review review created successfully. Okay, so CREATED, there we go. Now let me just save there, and now we would be able to add the review. So what I want to do is that I just wanted to show you where is that button. Oh my god, I cannot see that. But I don't know what the hell is going on right here. I must have provided that button inside there, and yep, I guess I did. Let's just see, where is our button. Let's just search for that. We don't have that button right here, but I'm gonna have to go ahead and go to my component, which we have that movie tab, and now let me just search for a button right here, and we have that right here. So underneath this text area, we are now providing our button, but now let me just cut that from here, and underneath this div, now let me just paste that, and here you can see, there we go. And our button is looking amazing. And now let me just provide a review right here finally. So I'm going to just say like, this is one of the greatest action movie so far. I don't care about the spelling. And now let me just click on submit, and here you can see we are getting our toast, and we are also getting like who is doing that review, and we are also getting the review comment, and we can also see that, what do we call it, that specific date. So what I want to do is that I'm going to just log out, and I'm going to just log in as someone else, like I don't know, mango@gmail.com, and let's just provide the mango12, and the password is invalid. I don't know which kind of password I provide. mango12312. Yep, nothing is working, so I'm gonna just log in as Alex, maybe alex@gmail.com, and let me just provide alex12, and now let me just click on sign in. All of their user not found. I just forgot the passwords and email of the users because it took me a lot of time to record all of their videos. So we have a James. Now let me just log in as James. Let's just try that. So we have a james@gmail.com, and we have a james12, and now let me just sign in, and there we have it. Okay, and now what I want to do is that I'm gonna just click on there, and now let me just go to a specific movie like John Wick one more time, and we have a bug. If I click on there, it's gonna just reload the page, and I don't know why. Let me just try this out, and I just found out the bug. And the bug was when I log out, and when I log in as someone else, like in my case, I'm gonna just log in as james@gmail.com, and we have james12, and if I log in, and now if I click on a specific movie, we cannot go to that movie. But now let me just log out, and now let me just log in as Hussein, which is an admin, and if I just write Hussein12, and here now if I click on a specific movie, so it will brings us to that specific movie right here. So now let me just log out and show you where in the world was that error. So now let me just log in as james@gmail.com, and let's just log in as james@gmail.com, gmail.com, and now let me just write a James12. Now let me just log in there, and now if I click on a specific movie, we cannot go to there. That's because I made a mistake right here inside this main. I'm gonna cut this line of code from here, and now let me just make that as a public so that everybody can access that specific movies. Now let me just save that, and now if I refresh that, and here you can see if I click on a specific movie, so now we can totally go to that specific movie. So now let me just go back and write our review. So I'm now logged in as James, and I'm gonna just write a review for this movie. So I'm gonna just say like yeah, best action movie so far, and now let me just click on submit, and here you can see that review is added, and we have that we have that review right here, so which is made by Hussein, and we have that specific comment, and we also have their date when this review was added. So now let me just log out and log in as someone else, like I don't know how many people we have inside our database. Let me just check this out. I'm gonna go ahead and log in as Jordan, and now let me just write jordan@gmail.com and Jordan and 12. Let me just go ahead and go to my Jonathan Wick, and I can just write like one of the awful movies. So god damn far. Now if I click on that, so Jordan is a bit rude, and here you can see we are now getting his review right here. So yeah, that's cool. But if I try to add some other review right here, like I don't know, or something wrong or something like that, and we are already logged in this Jordan, and we already reviewed this movie. But if I try to add another review, and if I click on this submit handler, so it's gonna give us like movie already reviewed. And now let me just go back and review some other movie, like I don't know, maybe a Flash. I'm gonna just click on that, and now let me just review this movie, so something good or something like that. And now let me just click on that, and here you can see we can totally add reviews to all of their movies. So yeah, that was it about how we're going to be taking care of all of that stuff. So that was about the movie detail, and now let me just take care of the movie's comments. So what I want to do is that I'm going to go ahead and go to my page, and inside this page we are going to be going into the admin, and inside this we're going to be creating a file. I'm going to just name it as all comments.jsx, and I'm going to be using the RAFCE to read RAFCE, and now let me just save that. I'm gonna copy that from here, and now let me just register that right here, and it is going to be only for the admin. So now let me just duplicate that, and I'm going to be pasting my all comments, and now let me just import that right here, and I'm going to be also removing all of that, and I'm going to just write like movies, and then we have a comments right here. So now let me just save that, and I'm going to copy that from here. And first of all, I'm going to log in as an admin, then we would be able to see that. So now let me just log out and log in as an admin. So I'm going to be using Hussein12. Let's just log in, and now I'm going to be just providing this link right here, which is admin and movies and then comments. Now if I hit enter, so it's going to just give us all of their comments. So now let me just go back, and now let me just take care of that. So the first thing which I want to do is that I want to grab a few hooks from my RTK query. So let's just go ahead and go to our admin, like Redux, and then we have to go to the movies, and we are going to be grabbing the use delete comment mutation and use get all movies query. Okay, so now underneath that we are going to be also getting the toast from where, from the React. Now inside this all comments, I'm going to be just destructuring my data, and now let me just rename that to movies, and we are going to be refetcs. So we are going to be refetching that from where, from the use get all movies query. Okay, so now the next thing which you have to do is that we have to also destructure or delete comment from where, from or use delete comment mutation. Okay, and now let me just use that. So what I want to do is that I'm going to just remove this all comments, and now inside there, now let me just provide a movie. If you have that, we're going to be iterating over through all of their movies, and now let me just pass my movie inside there. Okay, and now inside there we're going to be also passing a section, and for each of these section I'm going to be passing the key, and the key will be movie and the specific movie ID. Okay, so let's just pass the M, and there we go. And now let me just also style that a bit. Now inside this section we're going to be just checking the movies if we have there, and then a specific review from that specific movie, and we're going to be iterating over through all of their reviews. Let me just pass the review, and I'm going to just provide a div right here, and inside this div, let's just pass our key, and for the key we are going to be passing our review dot specific review id, and I'm going to also style that. And now let me just style that, and inside this div, now let me just save that, and inside this div we're going to be creating yet another div with a class of flex, and justify will be set to between. And now inside there we are going to be also creating our strong tag, and it will be just a text of, let's just change that to like b0, and I'm gonna just copy that 3 times. And now let me just pass my review dot name right here inside the review. And now let me just also pass a paragraph, and we will also want to get the review and then the created add, and also substring there to 0 and 10. And now let me just also style there, so I'm going to be just passing this same text of this same color. So now let me just copy that from here, and I'm gonna just place that right here, save my file, and here you can see we're getting all of that comments, and we can get the name and also the specific date when this comment was created. Now underneath this div, which is underneath the paragraph, we're going to be creating yet another div, not a div but paragraph. And now let me just pass the review and that comment which was made. And now let me just pass like my I'm like margin for the y-axis of 4, and now let me just save that. And here you can see we are now also getting this specific comment as well. And now let's just take care of how we are going to be deleting that specific comment. So I'm going to just press a button, and it will just say delete for now, and I'm going to be just passing the on click event handler to that, and which will just say there delete a comment. So handle delete, come on, handle delete comment, which we're going to be creating in a few seconds. And now let me just pass my movie and specific movie id, and then the review, and let's just pass that. Okay, and now I'm going to also style that a bit, so I'm going to just pass my class name of text will be set to totally red of 500. And yeah, now let me just save that, and now let me just create that what do we call it? Now let me just create this hook, right? Not hook. God, I just forgot the name of that event handler. There we go. And now let's just create that right in here. So it's going to be an asynchronous function, and now it's going to take the movie id and the review id as well. Okay, so we already passed that as an argument, and now let me just pass my try and catch block. For the catch block, we would just say like console.error and error deleting comment. And now we are going to be also providing our error right here. And for the try block, what do you want to do? We just want to await and delete comment. And now let me just pass my movie id and also my review id as well. Now underneath that, let me just pass my toes.success, and also we will say like comment deleted. And now underneath there, let's just refetch every single thing and save that. And here you can see we have this delete button right here, but now if I click on that, so it's gonna just remove that comment from here. If I want to just remove this Jordan comment, so I'm gonna just click on that, and it's gonna totally remove that. So yeah, that was it about all of that comment and how we're going to be just deleting a specific comment. And welcome to the last part of this project. In this one, we're going to be just taking care of the dashboard. So now what I want to do is I want to go ahead and go to my main, and now let me just create my dashboard, and it's gonna be totally complex. Like we're going to be creating a lot of components, and yeah, you will see there. So I'm going to go ahead and go to my front end, then go to my source, then go to my pages, then the admin. And now inside there, let me just create a separate folder, and I'm gonna just rename that to dashboard. Okay, so I'm gonna just hit enter right here, and inside this folder we are going to be creating our admin dashboard.jsx. Now inside there we're going to be just writing like RAFCE, save my file, and now let me just register there right here inside this main. So let me just duplicate this line of code, and I'm gonna just say like admin dashboard, and it's gonna auto import that for me, and I'm going to just delete that from here. And admin, let's just go ahead and go to the movies, then we want to go to the dashboard, and I'm going to just put that right here at the top. And now let me just save that. And now if I click on this drop down menu, and if I click on this dashboard, so it's gonna just brings us to this dashboard right here. Okay, so yeah, that's looking cool. And now let me just take care of that right here. So the first thing which I want to do is that I want to delete that, and I'm going to just make it as a React fragment. And inside there we are going to be rendering two components, which will be the sidebar. And now let's just close that, and we are going to be also rendering the main. Let me just save that, and now let me just create both of them. Now inside this dashboard folder, we are going to be creating two nested folder, which will be for the main, and also one will be for the sidebar. So we would have a sidebar, and now let let me just hit enter right here. And the first thing which I want to do is that I want to create this sidebar component. So now let me just create a sidebar.jsx, and now let me just use the RAFCE, save my file, and I'm going to be also creating my main.jsx component. And now let me just also create that, save my file, and now let me just go ahead and go to my admin dashboard, and now let's just import that right in here. Okay, so let's just import both of them, save our file, and here you can see we are now getting the sidebar and also the main component. So we're not going to be doing anything craziness, but we are going to be just styling there. Okay, so now let me just go ahead and go to my sidebar, and the first thing we would need is the link. So now let me just grab my link. Let's just grab there from the React router DOM, and now inside there, let's just save there, and I'm gonna just remove this sidebar right here, and I'm gonna be placing a lot of Tailwind CSS classes. So now let me just paste there, and also let me just create a side inside there, and I'm gonna also style there. So now let me just style there, and now inside this aside we're going to be creating our UL, and I'm going to just provide the padding of for the y-axis of 4, and now inside there we're going to be creating our li once again. And now let me just also style there, so I'm going to also style there. Okay, and now inside there we are going to be also creating our link, and now let me just provide a specific path where it should go. So we're going to be providing the admin and then movies, and then it should go to the dashboard. And now let me just provide dashboard, and now let me just also add a few classes to it. So we have a block, we have a padding for all around of 2, margin for the left will be 20, margin for the bottom will be set to 10. So now let me just save there, and here you can see we are now getting this dashboard right here, but we are now also getting our main right here. Okay, so if I click on this, so it's going to just brings us to this dashboard right here. Okay, so that was the first link, and I'm going to just duplicate there 4 times. So we have this li, I'm going to just copy there, and that was the one. So we would have to just 1, 2, 3, 4 times. So we will leave the styling as it is. So the first one we have is a dashboard, and then we have the create movie. So now let me just change that to create movie, and I'm going to also change that from admin movies and dashboard to create. There we go. And now underneath there we have another dashboard, and I'm going to just make that as create genre, and I'm going to just change that to genre like so. And yeah, that's cool. But now let me just also take care of the update movie. So we would also have the update movie, and also let me just go to I'm going to just remove that from here, and it's gonna just brings us to the movies list right here. And now let me just save that, and let me just also go ahead and go to my dashboard once again. And the final one we would have is for the comments. Okay, so now let me just click on this dashboard and change that to comments, and now let me just save this file, and now let's just check all of that. And here you can see we have all of their dashboards right here, but that's not something that I want. What I want to do is that I just have to change the styling. So instead of writing these stylings, so I'm going to just leave the first one as it is, but for the second one, which we have is the create movie, I'm going to just select the styling, hit Control D, Control D, Control D one more time, and I'm going to just place these stylings. So now let me just paste there, and here you can see we are now providing, when somebody hover over there, then we are providing a gradient to the bottom from the green to the lamp of 400. So now let me just save there, and here you can see it's gonna just gives us their dashboard. But if I click on this create movie, so it's gonna just brings us to this create movie right here. Then if I click on the create genre, so it's gonna just brings us to there. If I go to the update movie, so it's gonna just gives us the list of all of that movies. So we can update a movie, we can delete a movie if you wanted to. And now let me just also go to the comments, so it's gonna also gives us that comment section right here. So from there we can totally see all of the comments, or we can totally delete all of the comments. And now let me just take care of this main area, and trust me, it's gonna be a lot more fun than the rest of them. So I'm going to just close all of that, and now inside this main we already create our main right here, but I'm going to be creating a lot more components. Okay, so the first thing which I want to do is that I want to create a primary card.jsx. Then I'm going to be also, or you know what, let me just add my RAFC manually. So now let me just write my RAFC server file, and now let me just create another component for the real-time card.jsx, and I'm going to be just passing my RAFC server file. And now let me just create here another component for the secondary card car.jsx, and I'm going to be just passing the rfc save my file. And now we're going to be also providing the value car.jsx. and now let me just write the rfc save my file. Let's just close there. Let me just go back, and now let's get into the main and start working with the main. So the first thing which I would do is that I'm going to be grabbing my secondary card card from let's just go ahead and go to the secondary card, and I'm going to be also grabbing my value card. I guess I didn't create the value card. Let me just also do that. So we would also create the value card.jsx as well. Value card, yeah, we already have that. We already created that right here, but now let me just grab that. So we have a value card, and we're going to be grabbing that from the value card. Okay, now the next thing which you have to do is that we also have to grab a real-time card from let's just go ahead and go to the real-time card. Now let me just use my RTK hooks right here. So we are going to be also importing something from, let's just go ahead and go to our Redux. Redux. Oh my god, why in the world? Let's just go back 3 times, and now let me just not here. Let's just go one more time, and there we have it. Then we have to write the Redux, then we have to go ahead and go to the API, and then we have to go to the movies. So I'm going to just duplicate this template like 3 times, and I'm going to be just passing the users in this case, and also the movies as well. But you know, we don't have to do this. So now let me just cut that from here, and we are going to be grabbing the use get top movies query, and we will also get the use get all movies query from there. And now inside this users, what do you want to do? We just want to get like use get users query. So why it's not giving us the users query? Let me just test this out. So I'm going to just comment this line out, and I'm going to go ahead and go to my users and check if we have the use get all the users query or not. And yep, indeed we don't have that. And what I want to do is that underneath this profile, now let me just create my endpoint right here and get users, and we are going to be using our builder.query. And now let me just pass the query, and let me just pass my endpoint right here, which will be the URL, and we're going to be just providing the users URL right here. So now let me just save that, and now finally, now let me just export that right here. So I'm going to be just using like use get users query. So now let me just copy that, save this file, and I'm going to just uncomment this line out, and I'm going to be just placing my use get all use get users query right here. Now let me just save that. So that's all the thing that we currently need for now. And now let me just destructure all of that content. So we are going to be just destructuring our data, and I'm going to just rename that to like top movies, and then we are going to be just using like use get top movies query. And now let me just also destructure my data once again, and I'm going to just rename that to like visitors. It's going to be equals to the use get users query. And now let me just execute that. We are going to be also destructuring all of the movies, and I'm going to just write a use get all movies query, and now that's it. But you know, first of all, let me just also make a variable for total comments length. Come on, TOTL, and then COMMENTS is going to be equals to all movies. And now we're going to be just iterating over through all of the movies by using the map. And now let me just pass the movie, and inside there we are going to be just getting the number of comments. So we have a num reviews, there we go. And now underneath that we're going to be just getting the sum of comments length. Okay, and now it's going to be equals to the total comments length, like this variable, which will only give us all of the reviews. And now we have to just use our reduce method on there, and let's just provide our accumulator and also the length as well. Let me just go back, and now here we're going to be just adding the accumulator plus the length as well, and I'm going to be also providing the comma of 0 at the end. Okay, so yeah, that's that. Now let me just save this file, and now let's just use that. So what I want to do is that I want to go ahead and go to my main, and I'm going to be creating a section. And for this section, now let me just pass my flex, and justify will be set to around in this case. And now let me just also add my margin for the left of 14 rem. Come on, rem. And I'm going to be also providing margin for the top of 10. And inside there, let me just create a div, and I'm going to be passing the class name of translate translate for the x-axis of 4. And now let me just also pass the flex, and now let me just use my secondary card, and let's just close that. So for the secondary card, we are going to be providing these props. So now let me just provide the pill, and the pill will be users for the first one, and also let me just provide the content, and the content will be visitors. And now let me just provide the length of their visitors, and now let me just provide the info. You can provide anything you want, but in my case I'm going to just pass like 20.2k and more than usual USUL. Come on, USUL, there we go. And I'm going to be also passing the gradient, so gradient will be from till of 500 to the line 400. Okay, so now let me just save this file, and I'm going to just duplicate that for a few times, like 3 times would be fine. So we have the second one. For the second one, I'm going to be just passing the comments, and now let me just pass the sum of all the comments. So now let me just remove that. So we have sum of all comments, and then let's just remove this info from here, and I'm going to be just passing like 7 for 2.8 more than usual. And let's just change this one to from this color of gradient, which is CCC 514 to this color. So now let me just pass the CDC B add E, there we go. And now let me just save that. This is going to be the second color, or gradient rather. And now let me just also provide the movies, and then we have to just remove that, and all movies, if we have that, we are going to be getting the length from there. And now let me just change that to 372 plus more than USUL. And now let me just pass the gradient of from green of 500 to the lime of 400. Okay, so now if I save that, nothing will happen because we did not create these components. Now let me just save that, and let's just take care of this secondary card. I'm gonna go to that, and now let me just take care of that. So it's gonna take the props of, first of all, the pill, then the content, then the info, and the gradient. Okay, and now inside there, let me just remove this secondary, and I'm going to be just providing this class name to that. So let's just remove that. Let me just save that, and here you can see we are now going to be passing that gradient, which we are already taking right here. So we have gradient. So now we are passing that gradient dynamically, and the rest of them will be the same. Now inside this div, we are going to be creating yet another div, and now we are going to be just rendering the pill inside there, the props which you are already providing to there, but I'm going to be also providing a classes to there. So now let me just go ahead and provide these classes. So now let's just save there, and now underneath this div, what do you want to do? We just want to create another div, and inside this div we're going to be creating our h2. And now let me just provide first of all the content inside there, and now let me just style there. So let's just provide this styling to it, and for the h2 let me just provide a space, and I'm going to be passing these styling to it. So now let me just save this file, and now underneath this div we are going to be just creating our final div, which will be for the info. Okay, so now let me just render the info, and also let me just provide this styling to it. So let's just pass this styling. Let's just provide this, save my file, and now let's just test this out. You can see it's going to give us all of that secondary cards. So we have for the users, then we have for the comments, and we also have for the movies. Okay, so we have 10 movies inside our database, we have 2 comments for all of the movies, and we have 7 users inside our database. So yeah, that was for the secondary card. Now let me just remove that, and now let me just go to the bottom, and now underneath this div let me just create another div, and now let me just style that. And inside this div we're going to be creating our paragraph, which will say like top content, and also let's just create another paragraph for the comments as well. Underneath this div we're going to be iterating over through all of the top movies. So now let me just iterate over through there by using the map, and now let me just paste the movie name, and inside there we are going to be just rendering our video card. And now let me just close that. First of all, let me provide the key, and the key was movie and specific movie ID. And now let me just provide the image and the movie image, and I'm going to be also providing the title, and the title was movie name, and also the date when this was released. So now let me just paste the movie.year, and also we have a comments as well, and we have a movie and then number of reviews. So now let me just save that, and now let me just go ahead and go to this movie, like video card, and now let me just take care of that. Okay, so now let me just save that. First thing we would do is that we would destructure the image, the title, and also the date that and also the comments as well. And now let me just use that right here. So I'm gonna just make that as a React fragments, and inside that we're going to be just creating a div with a class of flex, and items will be now set to center. And I'm going to be also providing the width of let me just provide the 90%, and also margin for the top will be set to 5. And now inside that let me just provide a div, and for this div we are going to be also rendering the image. And now I'm going what the hell was that? Oh god. Let me just provide the image right here inside there. And for the alternative text I'm going to just paste like card image or something like that. And I'm going to also provide a class to it. So class will say like height will be set to 3 rem. Okay, so now let me just save there. And that's not something that I want. That's not something that I want. So now let me just try that. And here you can see we are now writing outside from there. Now let me just cut all of that stuff from here. And now underneath this div, let me just place that. Okay, so if I just place it right here, save my file, and here you can see it is still looking bad, but I'm gonna just take care of that in a few seconds. So bear with me for a second. So now let me just go ahead and go to my video, and underneath this div, what I want to do, I want to just create a div with a class of margin for the left of 4. And now inside there let me just provide a h2 right here. And now let me just render the title and also the paragraph, and paragraph will just say the date. And now underneath this div we are going to be creating yet another div. And now let's just create a div for the comments right here. So now let me just provide a bit of classing to this one, and also to this one as well. And now let me just add classes to this one. So now let me just save that, and we only added classes to this data right here. Okay, so I want you to write that as well. And here you can see this is how everything looks like. So it's going to give us all of their movies, and it's going to also give us all of their movies comments. So here you can see for the first movie we have only 2 comments, and for the rest of them we did not even create any comments, so that's why we cannot see that. So yeah, this is how we are going to be taking care of the video card. And now let me just take care of the final one, which will be underneath this div. And now let me just create a div, and inside there let's just place our real-time card, and I'm gonna just save that. And now let me just go inside there, and inside there that's going to be the final component. So let's just grab something from let's just go ahead and go to our Redux like 3 times. Not like that, but I guess 4 times. And then we have to go to the API, then we have to go to the users, and I'm going to be destructuring the use get users query. And we will also need the primary card right here. So let's just use our primary card, and we are going to be grabbing that from our primary card. Okay, so now inside there let's just get our data, and let's just destructure that. And I'm gonna just change the name of that to like visitors, and it's gonna be coming from where? From the use get users query. And inside this div let me just remove that from here, and let's just provide first of all the h2, and I'm gonna just say like real time or real time in lowercase. And then we would have to also write a paragraph which will say like update live, and also we would have another div which will not say anything at all, but we are going to be just styling there in a few seconds. Now let me just provide h2, and which will just say like visitors, and then the length from that visitors, length. And then also finally we just have to write a subscribe, SUBSCRIBE. While I add classes to these, I want you to subscribe to also my YouTube channel as well. Okay, so now let me just add classes to each of them. So I'm gonna just fast forward the video, and now let me just add that for the final one right here. So we just added classes to let me just highlight. So we just added classes to all of their divs. Okay, so yeah, that will look cool, I can totally guarantee that. But now let me just write my HR, and now underneath there let's just also print our primary card and close that, save my file, and that was the end. And here you can see we have our primary card right here. You can provide even more details to that, and we are getting the primary card. And where in the world is that coming from? We have a primary card. Let's just check this out. And why in the world we are not taking care of the primary card? I thought this is going to be the last component, but we also have to take care of this primary card as well. So yeah, now let me just do that. Okay, so the first thing which I want to do is that I wanted to import something from, let's just go to 4 time, let's just go to 4 time, and I'm gonna go ahead and go to the API, and then the users. So we are going to be grabbing what do we call it, the use get users query, and now let me just create an instance of that, or even destructure our data, and I'm going to be just passing the visitor and use get users query, and now let me just execute that. And for this div inside there, we are going to be just creating our h2, and I'm going to just say like congratulations, and I'm going to also provide the paragraph which will say like you have this amount of visitors, and if we have that, we're going to be getting the link from there, new users, and then watching your content. There we go. And now let me just add classes to both of them. And first of all, I'm going to be adding classes to this one, and now let me just add classes to this one. So now let me just save there, and here you can see we are now getting our congratulations. And now let's just click on the movies, and that was our entire project, and that was a beast. Finally. Now I have to do a lot of work, like I have to edit these videos, and then I'm gonna go ahead and put that on my YouTube channel. So yeah, if you like my content, so feel free to subscribe to my YouTube channel, and please follow me on GitHub. Please, I'm saying please, I'm begging you, please follow me on GitHub. So yeah, thank you so much for watching this video, and I will do my best to provide more high quality content, more than this project, and we're going to be creating more projects soon. So if you have any idea for a specific course, or I don't know, for just a specific video, or I don't know, for a project or something like this, so drop that in the comment section, and I'm gonna do my best to make a specific separate course on there. Okay, so we can go to the dashboard now, we can also go to the profile, we can change everything, and we can totally log out, and we can also register. So yeah, that was everything, and thank you so much from the bottom of my heart for watching my content. Love you all, and see you in the next course. Bye bye.